Welcome to Lincolnshire. It's 2024 and it's nearing the end of the 2024 season as we're live here for the FIA Karting World Championships. What can we say about this beautiful part of the country, not far from Nottinghamshire as well, the home of the legend of Robin Hood, and of course, home to the Lincolnshire-based circuit, PF International Raceway. This is going to be a fabulous weekend of racing as we have got a multitude of race heats upon us over the course of this day as we get ready for the MotoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships live here from the PF International Karting Circuit. Year of opening 1994, event record set in time qualifying at a previous event. Noah Montero 54.394, an incredibly quick time set in degrees of around 23 degrees out there. But the circuit itself, a closer look at the venue that we're racing at this weekend where so many drivers from around the world are joining us. 178 metres down the main straight, it's 200 metres down the back straight from the Litchfield Bridge down in towards hairpin number 1. Total track length 1,382 metres, widens from 8 metres, and an elevation change of 6 metres. That is through the banking, over the Litchfield Bridge, and back down the hill again into hairpin number 1. The corners, though, 15 of them around the circuit, 8 to the right, 7 to the left, and the 2 hairpins. And all of them have their corner names, and of course, their overtaking opportunities as well. It's pretty much everywhere around this circuit. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's, round the banking, over the Litchfield Bridge, hairpin 1, hairpin 2, the Fullerton S's, Bobby Gain corner, and the Mike Wilson complex. You can pretty much get an overtake absolutely anywhere. But another thing the drivers have is the slipstream, the toe, and the top speed they can carry around the majority of this circuit. But they'll be reaching those top speeds in towards turn number 1 and in towards hairpin number 1. They'll be reaching speeds of around 77 miles an hour if you're here in the UK, or from Europe or America, 123 kilometers an hour into those braking zones. Average speed of around 57 miles an hour and 91 kilometers an hour, meaning it is a fast and demanding circuit. And for myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box, we are looking forward to what is going to be, I suspect, a roller coaster of a day, Andrew.
A roller coaster of a day, a roller coaster of a circuit. Great to welcome FIA Karting back to this part of the world. Since the European Championships visit in 2018, the World Championships have not been held in the United Kingdom since 2017. I know a lot of people have been very excited about this World Championships, and so they should be. Yesterday, dramatic day of racing, good conditions here in Lincolnshire, and we'll be kicking off things shortly as OK Junior continue their qualifying heats.
They certainly do. It's the 60th anniversary of the FIA Karting Championships as we come here to the United Kingdom for PFI's 30th year anniversary here at the circuit. But there on your screen, Jack Iliff starting this one on pole position. We caught up with him after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
End of the second group of drivers in OK Junior, and our fastest pilot from that group is Jack Iliff. Jack, really good lap time there. Some good pace. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I think I've put together a good lap time. A good gap on the lap. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the last 2 laps, so it was important that I got that lap really good together, and I managed to do so, and I was top of my group.
You and Forza Racing, I know, have been putting in a lot of testing, you know, not just here in the pre-round 1 week ago, but, you know, going back several months ahead of this World Championship. What's it like to finally be here?
It's incredible. It's, you know, P1 in group, we've done some good work. We've been fasting testing, trying lots of bits, so it's nice that hard work pays off.
Races starts this afternoon. It's a busy schedule for you guys this weekend. What are you thinking ahead of those?
Well, I'm excited to start racing. Yeah, I'm really excited to get on with this weekend. A good start to my World Championship, so yeah, I'm excited.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Jack. I know you'll give it your all, and we'll see you out there on track.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, great to catch up there with Jack Iliff starting this one on pole position. Race results from yesterday, though, Andrew. His fastest time in qualifying couldn't be matched in his races, 13th and a 5th for him, so he did drop back a little bit, but we are expecting good things today as the sun continues to shine here. But as you can see from that picture, does it look slippy out on that circuit. Engines fire up, they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire through this full starting lineup then for the first race of the day. It's OK Junior qualifying heat E versus G. Jack Iliff, who we just spoke to, starts this one on pole position, and he'll have fellow American Devin Waltz alongside. Devin Waltz having a DNF and a win yesterday over the course of the qualifying heats. Nicholas Schaeffler from Austria and Jarrett Clark from the United Kingdom start on row number 2. They'll be joined by Kenzo Craigy and Riley Cranham rounding out an all-British row number 3. Christian Costura of Spain and Nat Johnson go from row number 4. They'll have Zhang Jose and Montero Rousseau from Panama on row number 5. Augustus Toniolo, the highest Brazilian in this race, starts alongside Daniel Kelleher from Ireland. Then it's Benjamin Magnac and Marco Gast on row 7. Matthias Witfer and Lloyd go from row 8, from Mariano Lopez and Mateo Rivals on row number 9.
FIA Karting Academy Trophy graduate Cian Bernard starts on home soil on row number 10. He's joined by Canada's Edward Kennedy. William Kalesia and Levi Sangera start on row 11. Amir Sabarov and Roland Nagy go from row 12. Victor Rad, another one of the graduates from this year's FIA Karting Academy Trophy, starts on row 13. Alongside Fausto Arnado, Oscar Gallen and Cara Fairhand go from row 14. Sky Parker, great day yesterday for Sky Parker, recovering from a difficult qualifying, but has to go from row 15 in this one again, alongside Evan Purcell. Sun Yibei and Marcello Tortato start on row 16. It's a 34-strong field, completed by row 17, Oscar Poberai and Toby Gale. Do not worry, at home you are not missing any racing or any part of the 8-lap heat. An extra formation lap for all drivers. That is really down to the conditions here. As you mentioned, Anthony, it's dry, but at this time of the day, the grandstand, the race control building that we're stood in here at PF International, the front straight and particularly down into turn 1 is in shadow. It's quite cold. It's not as cold as it was yesterday morning. We came into the track and it was 3 degrees temperature on the way, and a little bit warmer today. It's currently 10 degrees Celsius, but everyone on used tyres, they're used race tyres from yesterday's timed qualifying and the couple of races that they did. So a sensible decision there for me from the race officials to say, give them an extra formation lap, get some heat into those Maxxis tyres, and let's have a good start.
The only good thing they've got is they've got a nice tailwind down the main straight for this one, so it should benefit the drivers at the back to help push them forward in this one as we get ready to go racing for the first time today. They've had quite a few races over the course of yesterday, but don't fret, because the main action will be all the way throughout the day as well for the OKN, and as well, if you're a historic karting fan, you'll get to see 2 sessions of those later on today if you're here at the circuit. Right, into the tram lines. Are we going first time of asking? Yes, we are. We're racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a great start for Iliff on the inside line. Look how much he's got away for Devin Waltz. He got caught out, and there's pandemonium in the background. 3 karts into the barriers. They are all up and out of their karts, but I can see there the 242 is one of them, but we'll find out who the main drivers are in that one. Over the Litchfield Bridge they go for the first time, down into hairpin number 1. It's a good getaway for the front though, Andrew.
Yeah, much better start for Jack Iliff. Good start for Nicholas Schaeffler as well there in the Beta Tools liveried kart. In second place for DPK. Nicholas Schaeffler, who's had some good practice around this PF International circuit over the last few months. Double waved yellows out at turn 1. That will be for the clearance of the incident there. You can see out of the race, Danny Kelleher, the Irishman, goes no further in this one. I think Marco Gast was also involved down there, the Danish driver for Fusion Motorsport. But coming round to complete the first lap of this 8-lap heat in OK Junior for groups E and G, it's Iliff, Schaeffler, Craigy, Costoya, Clark, Waltz, Devin Waltz, Cranham, Zhang Jose, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Yol Pokala. That is your top 10.
Yeah, indeed. Well, over the Litchfield Bridge they go once again. You can see their fabulous shot there, the sun rising in the background here, and you can still see how little damp it is in some parts. As down the inside, Jack Iliff's going to go for the move. Schaeffler's going to get squeezed out wide because Kenzo Craigy comes through into second place on that Prema Racing wagon. So he's had a really good start to this one now. He's gained several positions. Let's see what he can do. Christian Costura, as well as another who's gained several positions. The Spaniard who's there in P4 is latching onto the back of this group and is trying to push forward. Clark is still there. Devin Waltz, Zhang Jose from Riley Cranham, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Yol Pokala round out the top 10. Pokala also in a good run at the moment as Zhang Jose picks up a warning flag, so we'll need to be careful in the second half of this race. Over the start-finish line they go. Iliff looking good, but he's not looking too comfortable here as Schaeffler looks back down the inside of Craigy. Nice move there onto the banking.
Yeah, using the grip through that initial part of the banking very, very well there. Nicholas Schaufler. Good day for Kenzo Craigy yesterday. Both results in the top 5, but he's going to be hungry, pushing for more. There's a move there for 4th place. Jarrett Clark, another one of the home favourites. As for the lead goes Nicholas Schaufler, gets it. Craigy steps through as well to take 2nd place away from Iliff. On board now with Kenzo Craigy through the Fullerton S's. Little bit wide there. He's going to lose out to Nicholas Schaufler and may have a drive on his inside. No, Craigy's got it covered into the Mike Wilson complex now. Really tricky sequence of corner here. On camber, off camber, before you then get through Pitts Bend. Good sequence of corners there from the race leaders. It's Nicholas Schaufler who leads at the end of lap 3.
Certainly is, and as they pass under the Litchfield Bridge, then onto the banking, again you're starting to see those different racing lines coming in from the drivers. This is the experimental phase of it. It's still early doors in the qualifying heats phase. They've still got chances to really gain positions here. As down the outside there, Riley Cranham looking like he's trying to go for the move down the inside, and I think he's managed to secure it. But the beautiful thing that we're seeing from this is that no one's broken away in this. You've got drivers all hunkered in together. Jarrett Clark, he takes the long way round. He's going to try and go for the switchback here. Can he get down the inside of his fellow Forza teammate? No, he can't. Stays there behind. So it is still Schaufler who leads them for DPK. Prema Racing in 2nd place, followed by the 2 Forzas.
It's one of the characteristics of this PF International circuit, in a way a bit similar to Franciacorta 12 months ago. I call it a best hits album. You've got your long straights where you need your power, your straight line speed, but then you've got your technical bits where you need a bit more handling, and sometimes it's that trade-off between those 2 phases of the circuit. Make it very difficult for a leader to break off the front round PF International. Nicholas Schaufler dealing with the pressure very well, though. Kenzo Craigy still tapped there in 2nd place as Iliff goes down the inside, coming off the Litchfield Bridge, makes it work. Clark's going to have a go at his countryman now, and he's got it done before they even get to hairpin 1. Clark up to 3rd.
We saw that move time in, time out yesterday. It's a high risk, high reward, but it's also a very high risk one as well, because again, as you go out of that, you can lose so much speed down the hill in towards hairpin 1, and you're going into one of the fastest parts of the circuit as well. Remember, drivers reach the top speed into hairpin number 1. They hit the limiter. So again, through that corner, you do need to be careful that you get the exit out of the Litchfield Bridge. But look at this now. Schaufler has got a commanding lead in this one. He's breaking away quite nicely, and he'll fully respect a race win today after that P4 and P3 yesterday. Back on board with Kenzo Craigy, the fastest part of the circuit now at the banking. How bumpy it is, how physical it is on a driver, constantly adjusting the steering input on his kart there to get it through and over the Litchfield Bridge. Harsh on the exit as well. That exit curb can be really harsh on a driver's backside, as Cranham's going to look to the inside. He gets through now past Craigy, and Craigy now is on the back foot because now Costoya's got past as well.
Yeah, for Kenzo Craigy, he's just got to stay calm right now. There's still a good bit of time in this race to go. This is lap 6, 2 more after this one. Been really impressed with Riley Cranham so far this weekend. We both know him very well, of course, mate, from his work in the National Championship, the British Kart Championships, but he's stepped into the Sodi team this weekend. There is that unfamiliarity. It's not the same piece of machinery that he uses week in, week out in the rest of his 2024 season, but he's showing his experience around this circuit right now. They're in 4th place in the 265 and dropping Christian Costoya right now. Costoya, who was 2nd last year in the World Championship, and with reigning OK Junior champion Dries van Langendonk stepping up. There's a lot of eyes on Costoya, and there's eyes for Craigy going down the inside, taking Costoya's 5th place.
And that's what we mean. That's a fantastic move, as again, Cranham's on the move as well. He's got past Clark and has moved up into 3rd place. So there's overtakes happening thick and fast all the way throughout. The only place who's not getting overtakes is Nicholas Schaufler right now. He can focus on trying to break away. Cranham, Craigy a little bit wide there out of hairpin number 2. He's got Devin Waltz on that rear bumper and ready to retake some of those positions after starting on the front row of this grid. So he will have the fight in him. We're on lap 7. We'll be going on to the last lap this time around at this moment, Andrew. Nicholas Schaufler looks very comfortable there with that 4/10 lead.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Cranham, though. What's his next move? He took a P2 yesterday in his first heat. Back on board with Kenzo Craigy once again through the tunnel, under the Litchfield Bridge. Early apex, drifting it out wide to give yourself as maximum entry speed as possible onto the bridge and then off it again. Is Cranham close enough to have a go at Iliff? No, not this time. We are on the final lap. Schaufler looking calm, looking composed, as he has done throughout the whole season, Anthony.
He certainly has, but I've got to say on this last lap, Jack Eiliff has certainly pulled something out the bag here. The driver starting on pole position, certainly wanting to end with his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, but I just don't think he's got the legs in it going into the Mike Wilson complex then for the final time. Schaufler's looking for his first qualifying win. The DPK driver, now Red Bull Junior driver, announced earlier this year, is looking mighty strong at the start of the day. Across the line, it is Nicolas Schaufler from Austria who takes the first win of the day ahead of pole sitter Jack Eiliff. Riley Cranham finishes in third place ahead of Jarrett Clark. Kenzo Craigy, who we're on board with, has a good race still. He gained places in the early stages, but he drops back down to fifth where he started. He's not gained, he's not lost anything. It's still a good result.
Solid result, keeps him in the running. That leaves the intermediate classification at this point looking like this. Ian Crailing still on that 141 points that he had overnight. Nicolas Schaufler moves up to second place on 129. Third for Illy Christian, 122. Riley Cranham moves himself up to fourth place on 117. Alfie Slater, Kenzo Craigy, Roman Kamyab, Christian Costoya, Jack Eiliff and Turner Brown all inside the top 10, as there has that been an incident on the last tour of the circuit. I know that was from the very start, wasn't it? That was the recovery of Kelleher and Gast. What I will say about that was a much better run. Yesterday, the starts for the juniors were a bit hectic. We'd prefer there to be no retirements at all, but only 2 in that one, so that's a good trend in terms of the number of drivers being able to finish these races. There is your provisional result. Schaufler from Eiliff, Cranham, Clark, Craigy, Waltz, Costoya, Rousseau, Bernard and Pockler in the top 10. Lopez, Magnac, Zhang, Kalesia and Evan Purcell. Great drive from Evan Purcell there up to 15th place. In the second half of the field, Vitva, Arnado, Clark, Rivals, Gale, that takes us down to 20th place. Sangera, Furhand, Rad, Sabarov and Johnston take us down to 25th. Poberai, Sun, Kennedy, Toniolo and Tortato all in the top 30. Difficult races there for Roland Naki and Oscar Gallen. 32 finishes covered by 12 seconds.
Indeed, busy one. Let's have a look at the highlights of that one. Quite a spectacular start to that race. And for 2 drivers, a very unfortunate start. Daniel Kelleher and Marco Gast. There you can see into the barrier at turn number 1 of the exit of the Bruno Ferrari. Yes, is on board at the start of that race from Kenzo Craigy's point of view, and showcasing that inside line certainly has its benefits going in to those Bruno Ferrari S's and getting himself up into third place after starting P5. Eiliff then held on to the lead for the time being, but Schaufler certainly started to fight back as the recovery operation was underway for Gast and Kelleher. Hopefully both those drivers okay. This was the moment then you could see the 203 Schaufler in the lead, but Eiliff fighting back, Craigy getting through as well, and this is where the real battle started to shake up, didn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, it's a good scrap across the front couple of positions. That was Eiliff down the inside of Schaufler. Good reading of what was going on there by Kenzo Craigy to take second place. But Nicolas Schaufler, he's grown with such poise and experience across the course of 2024. And, you know, he didn't get himself too flustered, got back down the inside, retook the lead. That was the move again from Eiliff coming off of the Litchfield Bridge to take second place away from Craigy. Jarrett Clark having a strong run in that race as well, I've thought. Anthony up into fourth place. Lovely move this from Craigy down the inside of Costoya, showing that once again, this is a wide open World Championship this year for the OK Junior title. It
certainly is. I can't stress how many names in this grid could be a World Champion at the end of this weekend. It's open to anyone in this race. But there you can see Nicolas Schaufler taking his first win of the weekend and kick-starting the day today with a qualifying heat win. We'll see those groups out much later on today, so make sure you stay tuned for groups E versus G. We'll be stepping over now to the senior category. OK qualifying heat B versus F is coming up next. And a word from the grid, been a bit of a change out there, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Dmitry Matviev, pole sitter on this one. We caught up with him after time qualifying.
Well, we've just reached the end of the penultimate group of drivers in the OK category for their qualifying practice. And Dmitry Matveyev, you're the third Kart Republic Works team driver to emerge on top in their group. It's been a brilliant start to the weekend for you and the team.
Exactly. Worked very hard for the preparation here, and then just got the setup right from the warm-up, because yesterday we were a little bit struggling. But performed well out there, gave my maximum. Probably could have improved, maybe tried to fight for a pole in the last lap, but shame because the driver in front of me got overtaken, so I just canceled my lap because I couldn't push farther and got stopped. But overall did a great lap, which I'm happy and proud of.
How difficult a circuit is it here at PF International? There's a lot of big braking zones around here. How difficult is the traffic management?
Yeah, you gotta manage braking points very well, because, for example, second sector is starting from a big straight and then heavy braking zone, so you cannot over push out there to maximize your exit. If you do so, it's just all gone. So, and also the third sector is very smooth. Just gotta control yourself well with the chassis not sliding. Just go forward as much as you can, not sideways.
You've clearly got a good setup for one-lap speed. Are you confident that you've got the right setup for race conditions as well?
Well, I hope so. We can change it whenever we want. So I think it's just about adapting to the situation the track is at the moment. So we've done it well currently. So let's head forward.
Good stuff. Well done, Dmitry. Great performance once again, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, great to chat there to Dmitry Matveyev, and yeah, rightly pointed out in that interview there, Andrew, the Kart Republic team, 3 of their factory drivers right at the sharp end on time qualifying.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a massive surprise for anyone who's been a regular viewer of the FIA karting events this year, especially from Val d'Argenton onwards. Kart Republic are the team to beat. They have done an incredible job this year, not just with their works team, but with their satellite teams as well, and that's case in point, because you've got 5 KR runners on the top 3 rows.
You certainly have indeed. And let's go over those rows, because qualifying Heat B and F5's up their engines, and it's Dmitry Matveyev starting it on pole position. He'll have Thibaut Ramikas starting alongside. Jimmy Elias and Marcus Shilkunas round out row number 2. They'll have Andy Consani and Suleiman Sfari on row number 3. Jensen Graham and David Walter go from row 4. They'll have Zach Drummond and Hugo Marti on row 5. Lewis Werrell and Harley Keeble round out an All-Britain row number 6. Luna Flusha and Harry Hannum round out row number 7. They'll have Guillaume Bouzard and Xavier Abramides on row 8. Michael Adair and Jakub Kamenek go from row number 9.
Leo Nielsen and Daniel Guinchard go from the 10th row of the grid. Davide Battaro stepping up to the seniors this year. Starts on row 11 alongside Matteo Giaccardi. Fred Green starts on the 12th row of the grid, is joined by Francis Tom Dussol, Philippe Carras and Bernardo Benoldi. Benoldi had a big crash yesterday in one of his heats. They start on row 13. Row 14, Leo Brunner and Reese Newburn, Sarah Matsoy and Blake Nash completes the top 30 for this one. Mark Brovko and Kuba Rajski from Poland start on the 16th row of the grid. Glenn Guest and Tom Louier start on row 17. It's a 35-strong field completed by Ryan Ekberg. It's 34, however, because Tom Louier does not take the start.
Indeed, so some drivers missing already at this point of the weekend, and obviously for some drivers already out due to injury, unfortunately, in the first few qualifying heats of the weekend, which is a big shame. And for any of those drivers, we do wish them a speedy recovery here from PF International. Second race of the day, first race for the senior categories, and Matveyev choosing to switch sides of the grid for this one. That information coming in from the pit lane. Now, usually the drivers would start on the inside line. We'll confirm if that's definitely the case, but you might see him starting from, as we look at it on our screens, the right-hand side of the grid, which would be the left-hand side of the grid.
Left, yeah.
Driver's left, exactly. But let's see what happens on this one. You can see them coming now in towards Bobby Game corner. They should already be at this point, nice and slow, side by side, in rolling start formation. They get into that now as we go into the tram lines. Confirm Matveev switching sides of the grid. We're into the lights and we are green and racing down in towards turn number 1. And Matveev has a storming start there. Some drivers getting squeezed onto the grass, but everyone is under the literal bits for the first time. Onto the banking then, and it's a clean getaway then for Matveev, and it looks like Marcus Gilkunis having a better start there as well.
Yeah, a good start for a number of those at the front of the field. I liked what Matveev did there. He obviously had the advantage over the line. P2 can't nip him on the start there as Gilkunis gestures to say, let's keep going. I'd say this is the first time this weekend we've seen a good gap between the top 2 and the rest of the field. The speed that Matveev, by being on the outside, was able to carry. Was out as the 114. That looks to be Reece Newburn for S8 Racing. That's a real shame for Reece, who started P28 on the grid. But yeah, the speed that Matveev, being on the conventional racing line, was able to take through the Bruno Ferrari S's was quite striking, and I wonder, is that going to be the first of many times we see the pole sitter elect to start on the outside?
Exactly, we've only seen it that one time so far this weekend, and it looks to me like it works even in the dry conditions, so maybe he knows something we don't out there. Matveev leads the way then from Gilkunis, but Ramakas is there in third place, and Andrew, he is closing in at quite a rate there. Ramakas, who certainly delivered in the first half of this weekend, has been looking strong, but has had to really deliver in this one. He had great pace at the start of the races. It was when he got to the second half of the races, that's where it all started to get a little bit shaky for him, because his results showing what his speed he's got here don't match. 12th and a 19th yesterday, but his pace is quick.
Yeah, but it's we found across the course of the season, you don't write Thibaut Ramakas off.
Oh,
He's
you
had
never do.
such a strong year, and he can turn it on. And you can see right now he's closing up there in third place. Oh, the Helios has a little look down the inside of Sfari into the Bruno Ferrari S's, and Ramakas goes for a move up into second place. The young Belgian in his first year of the senior category. He's won numerous races across the course of 2024. Now he sets his eyes on Dmitry Matveev.
Jimmy Eliasso is the fastest driver out there, and he's going to get that move now finally secured on Silman Sfari, and moves up into P4 as Ramakas takes to the front on lap number 3. The young Belgian, like you said, now leading this way ahead of Dmitry Matveev, is not on a factory Kart Republic, but he is in the Kart Republic family. He races for VDK, and yeah, you can see that superb livery he has on board, part of the Kart Republic family. But Ramakas now looking comfortable at the front here.
And this is straight away a change. It's a trend that we've seen across the course of the season, that as Ramakas is learning the circuits, again, none of the drivers in terms of FIA competition have been here since the mid-2010s, so all of these drivers will probably been in much smaller pieces of machinery back at that point. Ramakas has shown this tendency. Oh, nice move there from Gilkunis down the inside of Matveev for second place. He's always quick, but once Ramakas gets comfortable, he is then lightning quick. And this is an ominous message, I think, to the rest of the field here in OK Senior, that Ramakas looks back to his best.
Yeah, exactly that. He is looking very strong, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. There you can see Jensen Graham and Silman Sfari going a little bit wheel to wheel there. The two VDK races certainly not giving each other a lot of racing room. And just behind is the Prema Racing driver of Luna Flusha, the Mercedes young junior driver, certainly pushing her way through this one and looking very strong here at the PF International Circuit. The young Spaniard certainly looking strong. You can see her there just behind, currently running in P7. Eyes on the front though, it's all looking good, but the closest battle on your screen, Matveev and Gilkunis battling away. They are a little further down because Gilkunis has got up into second place now. Matveev has gone down to fourth place.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite seem to have the race pace at the moment. Maybe the conditions are a little bit different for him than yesterday. There's a move further back as well. The Sfari, Graham, Flusha battle going into hairpin number 2 now. And keep an eye on David Volta as well there in the number 12. Another driver who's had a strong season there on the Works Tony kart machine. Elias all over the rear bumper of Gilkunis has been one of the drivers with the best form heading into this FIA Karting World Championship. Really came alive halfway through the European Championship season.
Yeah, indeed. And one that's curious to me from Marcus Gilkunis is he's had the whole season this year on a CRG. And now here for the Worlds, he's rocking in a Kart Republic chassis with the Satellite VDK team. So again, that's a big change for a driver because there's a big difference between the CRG and a Kart Republic. Here comes Elias though down the inside. He's going to look for second place. He gets it. Matviev follows through down the inside. And Shilkuna said that is carbon. That is just typical hairpin one here at PFI, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's a good fight there from Shilkunas, but you're never going to win that battle.
Oh, no.
Especially when you get out on the curb and on a bit of the geo block there on the exit of hairpin number 1. That was well positioned by Matviev to take the initiative through the corner. Well, I said in the OK Junior race that it's a very hard circuit to break away from as a race leader, and it is. I think that's testament to how good a job Thibaut Ramikas is doing right now. There's a bit of notification from race control. The number 86 of Mark Brovko is under investigation. I think the 113 of Harry Hannum for Jack Dex Racing is also under the eye of the officials. 4 laps to go, including the one that we're on here, Anthony, and Ramikas looking comfortable, but it's that fast man again from France, Elias, trying to chase him down.
Yeah, indeed. We're watching here on your screen the battle for P5, though. Jensen Graham leading that one. Luna Flusha in the middle and David Walter in tow. There goes Flusha down the inside past Graham, and David Walter follows through as well. And again, as much as we say, oh, that's classic hairpin 1, it's also classic hairpin 2 as well. You just get it top and tail all the way throughout, and through the Fullerton S's there, you always see side-by-side moments, but they never usually end well. Into Bobby Gain corner and then into the Mike Wilson complex. Now you can see how physical it is. The positive camber, like you mentioned earlier, the negative camber they have to deal with, and then the flat-out pits bend. There into the pit lane, unfortunately, Andy Kansani going no further. The driver who started right up there at the sharp end on the 3rd row of the grid is out.
And that's a big one because that was your highest ranked driver in this race in the intermediate classification. So we're going to see a change here. Kansani 2nd and 1st in his 2 races yesterday. That is not the end of the weekend, of course, but that is a bitter blow to the World Championship hopes for Sodi Karts.
And there's another card off, and I think it's Luna Flusha.
Oh.
It is Luna Flusha. Where that kart is based, I think that's mechanical in nature. There may have been something that happened off the bridge. We don't know, but judging by her reaction, it's hard to tell if it is mechanical or an incident out on circuit in nature. But that is devastating, especially the fact that she was so far up in that order.
Has been so strong this weekend. She's had a smile on her face and running with some real confidence. That just shows, again, how quickly things can change in this sport. Less than 2 laps to go. Ramikas leads by nearly 1.5 seconds. This is a stunning performance again from Thibaut Ramikas, and he's going to catch the eye of many a member of this paddock. Elias's pace is good as well, but again, it's hundredths instead of tenths. Tom Dussel has set the fastest lap of the race, a 54.768. Other good news for CRGs out there. Davide Bottaro is up 11 spots in this race. He's into the top 10. Michael Adair had a tough day yesterday. He's up 6 spots and is immediately behind his fellow Italian. Philip Carras becomes the latest driver to join the list of those having a bit of a close eye from the stewards.
Yeah, Philippe Carras has not had the best opening round on this one, but certainly, hopefully, could fight back later on. Final lap time, 1.4 second lead for Thibaut Ramikas. This is not what we saw from him yesterday.
No, this is a complete turnaround. But as I say, I think the switch has been flicked, and we've seen it. You know, anywhere we've gone, there's just been that ability that all of a sudden Ramikas raises it by not just a couple of percent, but like
by
10%.
a lot. Yeah.
And it is a stunning thing to watch. David Walter now the holder of the fastest lap of the race. The thing that just Ramikas needs to remember, though, long day, long number of races, needs to take care of those tyres.
Exactly, but it does show what a good night's sleep can do to a young driver after yesterday's not great results, not finishing inside the top 10. Today, Thibaut Ramikas in the number 4 can look much better with a qualifying heat win here at PF International. Across the line he goes. It's the young Belgian who takes the win ahead of Jimmy Elias. Marcus Shilkunas leads from Dmitry Matviev. Then David Walter rounding out the top 5. A brilliant result, but like we were saying, with Andy Kansani now not scoring well in that race after retiring, that puts Jimmy Elias in the lead of the points now with 126. We talked about it yesterday, the defining races. That one with Kansani not making it to the end could be one of them. Here's the full race results. Ramikas, Elias, Shilkunas, Matviev, Volta from Graham, the top 6 from Suleiman Zamfari, Zach Drummond, Harry Hannum, Davide Bataro from Michael Adair, Lewis Well from Guillaume Bazar, Harley Keeble and Philippe Carras running out the top 15. Davide Bataro, 11 places gained, superb race.
Yeah, really good run there from Bataro. Leo Nielsen was 16th ahead of Hugo Marti, Fred Green, Tom Dusson, Matteo Giaccardi. Daniel Ginchard in 21st place ahead of Blake Nash, Mark Brovko, Bernardo Bonaldi and Javier Alvaramides. Leon Brunner, Jakub Kamenik, Sarah Matsui, Ryan Ekberg and Glenn Guest were the 30 finishers in that one. A few more retirements across the course of that race. Kuba Reisky retired on the last lap of the race. Luna Flusha, as we saw there, coming off the Litchfield Bridge. Andy Consani with a technical problem in pit lane with 5 laps to go. Reece Newburn was a retirement on the first lap.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one in a few moments' time. Of course, very interesting start to their race. Ramikas getting away well, but it was Matviev's outside line. That is what really stood out from that one, wasn't it? Because the initial getaway was brilliant, just the rest of the race execution wasn't there.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there in terms of that race speed, but I do think that's how we lost Reece Newburn in the 114. Engine stalled. No good there for Reece Newburn. But yeah, that start will have definitely attracted, especially now that we've got the full broadcast, we've got all the cameras, everybody can see every little minute detail of what a driver's doing. I don't think that's the last time we'll see someone electing to swap sides on pole position. That was the move from Ramikas to take the race lead, and he did not look back from that point. This was a good fight between Elias and Shilkunas for second place. Matviev, good racing there, and making sure that there'd be no way back for Shilkunas on the run down to hairpin 2.
Then we cut to that battle for P5. Flusha and David Walter getting the moves done. It was just unsure about what happened, because there you can see her pulling off the circuit.
Yeah.
I think that was mechanical in nature. I don't think that was an incident on circuit.
Well, there's a big curb on the inside on driver's right. I wonder if she maybe clipped that. We've seen chains come off of that corner before, but no bother for Thibaut Ramikas. He's back in the game.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a bit of a concern, as you say, outside the top 10. The real Ramikas has now arrived. Let's see what he can do for the rest of today.
Exactly. Well, there you can see one of the 2 recovery vehicles currently out on circuit to help collect up part of those. It looks like that's Ian Rogers' Motorsport Dash Timings wagon they've got out there, which is good to see. But a little bit of a wait then until we get the next race out onto the circuit. But that is coming up very soon. OK Junior qualifying heat A versus C heading out onto the circuit. And this is going to be an interesting one because, well, throughout this, we've seen brilliant results. We've got the pole sitter from qualifying here, and now you've got some of the groups as well, the 3rd fastest driver out on circuit, and that going to the Netherlands, Max van Ruin. A nice surprise, because we've not seen Ruin at the sharp end, and we did get to catch up with him after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Well, we're moving through these groups of qualifying practice, and our latest top driver in group is Mats van Ruin. Mats, really good lap there, super time, P1, must be very pleased.
Yeah, it was an amazing lap. The car felt really great, engine was good, and I'm just so happy. It's not normal. My first time ever on pole, so.
It's a culmination of the season. You've had a decent season in the European Championships and FIA Karting so far. How would you sum up your journey to PF International?
Yeah, it was we worked really hard with testing, and then we started to train a lot for this weekend, and it's all going good now.
A lot of CRG history around this circuit as well. The last time FIA Karting was in this part of the world, there was a certain Max Verstappen racing for CRG and winning races. Is that a bit of an inspiration to you, seeing pictures around here of CRGs winning previous races?
Yeah, of course. We started to test CRG and it was really good, so we continued with it, and now we hope we can go even good as Max.
As you say, it's your first time on pole position. It'll be a new experience for you. How will you prepare for that before the heats?
I will just focus and be calm for the heats. Maybe I just need to relax and stay calm.
Good stuff. Well, brilliant work out there, Mats. Very well done. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, great there to chat to Mats van Rooyen, who will be starting this one on the front row of the grid. There's a look at some of the hard-working marshals out there. Brilliant to see how hard they've been working in between sessions, going out there and making sure the track is in tip-top condition. Absolutely, some of the finest marshals in the UK here at Trent Valley Kart Club, and you can see them there all adorned with their dashing FIA World Championship bibs out there. They look the cream of the crop, I would say.
Absolutely, and some of the hardiest marshals, I think, in the world, I would say, especially this weekend. Many of them staying here at the circuit, overlooking things, even when we're not live on track. You know, camping out here at PF International.
Exactly.
And if you're watching from anywhere else, you know, round the world, if you're in Northern Europe or in the UK, you'll know it's a bit cold at the moment. So
yes.
yeah, particularly overnight. Full credit to all the marshals working here and staying here this weekend.
Exactly, camping out there at PFI, certainly not one I was speaking to actually Hannah Lang, who was working with the Energy Course team over the course of this weekend. She's saying, yes, I'm in my caravan this weekend, the heater's broken, and it was 6 degrees in my caravan when I woke up this morning, and it was absolutely freezing. So there we go. It just shows that everyone's being a little bit hardy here in the UK. But it's great to be back here at PF International. You know, a host nation for the World Championship is always a great honour. Last year, it was in Italy, of course, at the Franciacorta circuit. Now back here at PFI. And like we were saying, the last time the Worlds was here a fair few years ago, 2018, 2017, of course, and all of that as well for the FIA Karting Championships. But it is great to have it back. There you can see our start line marshal, Ryan Manchester, and the man is a legend. He's wearing a T-shirt, and you can see there how windy it is. But he has been working super hard over the course of this one as well, making sure the drivers know exactly what's happening at the start of this race, and he's working very closely, of course, with our race director, Nigel Edwards, here at the circuit. And, of course, Pasquale Lupoli, who's out there, is joined by Gonzalo Planta as well. Many eyes watching, as well as many of the cameras adorned. There, as well as Dan Ashton, who's out on the circuit. He's been keeping a close eye on everything out there as well. He's in constant communication with the marshalling team, the clerk, of course, here on the circuit. But great to see him working, and as well with that beautiful shot there, the marshals in the background also.
Some of the best shoes.
Shoes in the world.
In the karting world there for Dan Ashton. He's got a special pair for this FIA Karting World Championship. Well, you know, you can hear it, Dan.
Red, white and blue.
OK, Junior, Heats A and C coming up. This is another one of those that could be quite key.
It could be, indeed, because, again, by the looks of that, those drivers may have switched sides, but we'll confirm that a little bit later on. Let's go through this starting lineup, because this, again, could be an important one. You've got Baglin, who's had a race win and a third, starting it on pole position. Mats van Rooyen starting alongside Drew Waltz. But then you go to row number 2, Zach Green. Maximum points so far this weekend, 2 race wins out of 2 races. He is looking to take his third. Kit Bolofsky and Archie Lovett, who suffered a DNF and a 13th with a penalty on his first race. They start from row number 3, and Harrison Mackie and Archie Owen start the same on row number 4. Oliver Rasmussen and Scott Marsh go from row 5. They'll have Thomas Brodier and Lev Krutelov on row 6. Manuel Maguez and Henry Domain on row 7. Vladimir Vanikov and Bautista Panetta on row 8. They'll have Kingsley Zheng and Paul Andriotis on row 9.
Michael McGoy and Dean Pedersen form up an All-American row number 10. Marco Manson and Filippo Pancotti go from row 11. Lytaria Sakai and Clara Kowalczyk start on the 12th row of the grid ahead of Theodore Tobal and Marcel Szabo there on row 13. Enzo Ruggiero starts on row 14. Missed one of his races yesterday, if I remember correctly. Starts alongside Matvey Durganov. Alex Brunner and Florentine Hattemer complete the top 30 on row 15. Vinicius Ferro from Brazil starts alongside Filippo Sala on row 16. Sala, who was in the top 10 in the final at Franciacorta 12 months ago, has got a lot of work to do there after a very difficult qualifying less than 24 hours ago. Max Endicott and Christian Blandino completes the 34 runners in. This one, and thanks to our hard-working team in timing and scoring, I can report that all 34 drivers expected out on circuit are present and correct.
That is good to see. But there has been some shake-ups in this order, and I'm not going to point them out, but I will a little bit. If you're a British driver and your name is Archie, you've not had a good weekend.
No.
Senior category, Archie Tillett, bad qualifying, didn't go his way at all right at the back. And then in this one as well, you've got Archie Lovett and Archie Owen. both of them DNF'd in their second race yesterday, and in their first race, both suffered a penalty, and then they had 18th and a 13th for them. It's not been a good start, and I'm hoping that today they've had a good night's sleep, and just like we've seen with Thibaut Ramekers, it's all going to come into play on this one.
Yeah, you know, have a good day through all your races today. You're going to feature tomorrow in those big races, the super heats, and then, of course, the finals. The pace slowed by our pole sitter, Noah Baglin, who performed brilliantly in timed qualifying at the last round of the FIA Karting European Championships, and Kristianstad has really improved a lot through the course of the season. Into the tram lines, eyes on the lights. Do they go out? No. We're going to go around again for an extra formation lap. That formation not to the liking of race director Nigel Edwards.
I think I saw the big puff of exhaust smoke from one car in particular there that
went a little bit early.
Went a little bit early on that loud pedal to try and break away. It's easily done. You know, these race starts, they are difficult. They're not easy to do. But like you say, these drivers are some of the best short-circuit kart racers from around the world, all battling here this weekend at PF International. You're pointing your finger, Andrew.
Pointing my finger. A driver who needs a big race in this one that I don't think we've mentioned already, apart from just reading through the grid, Anthony, Scott Marsh.
Yes.
5th place in his first race, but then a DQ in the second one. So Scott Marsh, who won the pre-round in this category less than 7 days ago, you know, on a Works Tony kart as well. That's always going to be a kart that's fancied in a World Championship. You know, we always say with this format, particularly with the junior category, because it's even longer than normal, just the sheer number of entries here this weekend, you can afford one race, 2's starting to get a bit iffy, 3, any chances of being, you know, at the front on Sunday are pretty much gone. So Scott Marsh has used one of those, you know, get out of jail free cards in a way in terms of the competition, but, you know, he needs to get back on track. He needs a good score here.
He certainly does. Well, we'll see what happens in this race as the drivers making their way once again in towards the Mike Wilson complex. The front this time, that's nice. We like to see that. The back of the grid, a little bit tardy to get into formation there. The judge of facts, Gonzalo Planta, keeping the drivers nice and slow heading into that final pit bend corner. And it all looks good this time around. Are we going racing? Lights go green. We are racing down into turn number 1. And there's a big sideways moment there for Matran Ruin, the CRG driver, nearly getting caught out and swallowed by the pack behind. But he just manages to hold on to it and stays there in P3. The rest of the field get through over the Litchfield Bridge, but there's a spin in the middle, and there's contact, and several karts are all caught out there over the Litchfield Bridge, and it's pandemonium there on the bridge. So many karts involved, and it starts with Thomas Pradir. Lev Krutilov is involved in that one. Kingsley Zane as well. You've got Filippo Pancotti for Parolin. DPK Marcel Sabello is there as well. Matvey Durganov is there. You've got Florentine Hattemer. You've got Vincent Ferro as well. Max Endicott and Christian Blandino as well. Slow procedure is out. Understandably, you've got half the field involved in an incident on the bridge.
Yeah, really unfortunate with 2 incidents in a way there. The initial one coming onto the bridge, and then the second one just as the back third of the field got round the initial incident pretty much, and then all went for the apex of coming off the bridge. So that's what happened there. Took a number of drivers out. Everyone is allowed 1 attempt and 1 attempt only to restart from a push start. Let's have a look at that moment again.
So
there's a spinner.
the initial spin.
It's the energy courser.
Yeah, it is. And then unfortunately it gets hit by the Monster K kart, and then that blocks the road. And then yes, there is a separate incident there. And that looks to me like possibly one of the Paralins or one of the victory lanes that just got rotated and then stopped right on the apex. And, of course, the rest of that field that just avoided the first incident then couldn't avoid the second incident. And, yeah, that is a really shaky start then. So first slow procedure of the day. And I've got to say that was not the best way to start the race.
No, it wasn't. Indeed, it puts Kingsley Zeng, Filippo Pancotti, Marcel Chebo, Matvey Durganov, Vinicius Ferro, Max Endicott and Christian Blandino out of this race. Thomas Padir has fallen down to 26th place, but at least has been able to, so his attempt to get going again, the push start was successful. Same for Lev Krutilov. They will be able to rejoin the back of this pack, but down in 26th and 27th positions. This is very good news, though, if you know a Wolf, because it just gives him a little bit of extra time to stay calm, take a breath. It's another couple of laps where he doesn't have to try and defend too much. Who else did well out of that one? I'll tell you, Dean Pedersen did well to avoid everything that was going on there, up 8 spots to 12th.
No, Baglin at the front there, Andrew, my dear boy.
Oh, sorry.
I've never called you out on anything, but I thought I would do it there because I know we've got to do something when it's another person's race later on. I thought, we've forgotten. Slow procedure out there, and as you can see, race is neutralised. Now, the flags have now gone static, which means at the end of this lap, we should be back to green and racing conditions. So a little bit of time left for these drivers to wait. There, that's quite a scene there. So many karts parked up there on the exit of the literal bridge. And yeah, never a nice way to start the day when you're caught out in one of those, is it?
Indeed. Static yellows, though, so we should be going back to green next time around, unless there's a reason to abort the restart. So Noah Baglin will look to get a bit of temperature in the tyres. Air temperature, it's coming up 15 degrees now. That's come up quite a bit in the last hour or so.
Lovely summer's day in the UK, that is, 15 degrees. It never goes higher. Technical flags there I've just seen. 237 receiving one of those.
That's going to be a side pod.
That's Lev Krutelov. So, yeah, that'll be something's just got caught out in that incident, and, yeah, he's going to have to bring it in.
There was an energy course running around with a very deranged side pod after that incident, so that's not a surprise that Lev Krutelov is going to be in. Right, wind it up, Noah. Here we go. This is going to be another restart, and I think he's got that absolutely spot on. Out of the final corner, back to green. Noah Baglin has a good lead over Drew Waltz, Mats van Rooyen, Kit Bolofsky, Harrison Mackie in the top 5. Into the banking here on lap number 4 of 8. All looking clear through the tunnel.
Yeah, nicely done then for the field on that restart. They passed the scene of the incident on the opening lap over the Litchfield Bridge down in towards hairpin number 1. And look at the lead that we've got here. But down the inside, Bolofsky's on the charge. Kit Bolofsky on that Fusion kart. Moves up into P3 and gets past Mats van Rooyen, who started on the front row of the grid. Another Fusion that's trying to get involved, Harrison Mackie. And Mackie again looking to deliver in this one. Has had good results after not having the best qualifying. He had 2 second places yesterday, did Harrison Mackie. So he's looking to capitalise in this race as well. And crucially there, Zach Green all on his own in a little bit of a no man's land. 2 race wins yesterday, and he currently sits P6 at the moment.
Yeah, he's still in play, though. Still in play is Zach Green, and we said yesterday on the Circuit PA comms, we don't expect someone to necessarily go out and win
dominate
5-6 races in the heat. So, you know, keeping yourself in the high reaches of the intermediate classification this stage is absolutely fine if you're Zach Green. He's a racer, though. Comes from a racing family team, Jamie Green Racing. Jamie Green, of course, had a great career, raced in DTM. They'll want more from this race as Waltz down the inside, takes Baglin's lead. Has Baglin got a response into hairpin number 2? No, not this time around. Bolofsky's watching there in 3rd.
Certainly is. They stay line astern now into the Fullerton S's. More side-by-side action, though, in the background, looking like Zach Green making the moves there on Mats van Rooyen, moves up into P5. So he's on the charge back to his original starting spot of P4. But Mackie currently sitting there and is closing in on these lead 3. But Bolofsky here on the back of Baglin looking very strong now, as there you can see Drew Waltz really tucking in. You can see the energy that is going through that Forza Racing's driver's kart. But there, Baglin could see the imminent danger from Bolofsky behind and wanted no part of it. But Bolofsky has got through as well. So now this has closed the gaps back up as investigation flag going out to Mats van Rooyen. But eyes on this one here, because Baglin is under immense pressure from Bolofsky behind. Through hairpin number 1 they go. Mackie's closed in as well. Mackie's going wheel to wheel with Drew Waltz, but now Zach Green's back down the inside. Now everyone's closed in. Scott Marsh is back there as well. He's trying to get back involved with Mats van Rooyen.
I was going to say, I feel a bit sorry for Drew Waltz at the moment, because it looks like a national championship round has suddenly broken out. You've got Britain's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 and 7 on the road right now, and the American is right in the middle of it. All these drivers know this circuit very, very well indeed. End of lap number 6. Here goes Bolofsky down the inside. Baglin tries to close the door, but there's no stopping Kit Bolofsky there, who takes the race lead. Zach Green is up to P4, trying to find a way past Waltz there for 3rd. He's going to have a look down the inside off the bridge. Of course he's going to have a look down the inside off the bridge. Here comes Scott Marsh as well in the Turney kart, 217. We said he needed a good race. He's having one, back up to P4.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff here from the young Briton, pushing strong, but as well for Zach Green. We were talking about him in P6 earlier on and think he's not having that great of a race. Now he's back in third place, and you can see there the top 6 now dominated by the United Kingdom. And Drew Waltz is the first leader of, everyone else around the world, because there you can see him there in P7. Mats van Ruin in 8th place, Domain from Rasmussen rounding out the top 10. But yeah, you bang on in what you were saying there. This has turned into more like a national karting race than anything else that we can see. Side by side on the back straight, down the inside. Henry Domain getting past Mats van Ruin, moving up as we go on to the final lap of this race. Bolowski leads it, Baglin from green. Either one of these drivers could take the race win on this one, but for Bolowski, a win would be his first this weekend after a P5 and a P3, so he will be well received of it.
It would be, and then he'd move up to 5th place in the intermediate classification. Baglin takes a half defensive line down the inside. I think he's more prioritising this P2 right now because he knows if he loses one spot here, if Zach Green gets down the inside, he's not just going to go down to 3rd. It'll be 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th as everybody else cascades through. So I can understand the tactics here from Noah Baglin. Give away the chance to get a win. Make sure you get those points for 2nd place in the IC. Kit Bolowski comes out of the final corner and is going to win his first heat of the day and the weekend. Brilliant stuff from Kit Bolowski. Baglin holds on for P2. Zach Green goes back to a tie at the top of the table on 141 points with Ian Crailing, virtue of that 3rd place. Scott Marsh P4, Harrison Mackie P5, Archie Lovett P6. It's like Porsches in the 1980s at Le Mans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 British drivers at the top of the field.
Absolutely superb. Drew Waltz then finishing in P7 ahead of Henry Domain. Mats van Ruin from Archie Owen. Oliver Rasmussen from Dean Pedersen, Manuel Maguez from Theodore Tobal, and Paul Andriotis rounding out the top 15. Tobal, 11 places gained in that race. Very strong drive. Michael McGow from Yuritaro Sakai. Then it's Vladimir Vanikov finishing in 18th place. Then you have Filippo Sala. Not the best qualifying for the Ricky Flow Motorsport driver, but he's delivering in these qualifying heats because that's another big set of places he's gained. It's a P19, but 13 places gained. Bautista Panetta from Clarica Wolchak. Then you have Alex Brunner from Thomas Radir, Enzo Ruggiero, Marco Manson from Florentine Hattemer, Lev Krutulov, and then the retirements, you had Kingsley Zhang and Filippo Pancotti starting those ones as the retirements. And then, of course, the rest of the field because of that first lap incident. Andrew, talk us through it because the start was pretty shaky, wasn't it?
It was pretty shaky. As I say, Zach Green did very well to not end up having a bit of a trip through the grass there. He got the steering straight, got on the brakes to just get full control. Very good driving indeed. This was where the main drama came. Problems for pretty much at least a third of the field. 2 separate incidents, one an initial spin from one of the energy courses. That'll have been Lev Krutov. He took a lot of damage to the side. Out would go Zheng, Pancotti, Shabo, and others. We had the slow procedure for a few laps. The race got underway again with over half the distance to go to see if Noah Baglin could hold on to the race lead. I had a challenge from Drew Waltz down the inside into hairpin 1. That put Baglin down to 2nd place. But Baglin fought back. Brilliant move down the inside. Good reading of the road from Kit Bolowski. This was a mighty close moment, though. Bolowski brave down the inside. It is an overtaking zone, but you've got to be committed into the Bruno Ferrari S.
You have, because if you get it wrong, trust me, it goes wrong quickly. But for Bolowski, that's a great start to the day for him. First win of the weekend. And comes away with some good points there. Moves up to 5th in the intermediate classifications. Well, plenty more racing coming up. We're heading in towards race number 4 of the day and back with the senior category coming up next. Qualifying heat C versus E will be the next one out on circuit. And again, for this one, looking forward to it because you've got a couple of race winners in this one who are looking very strong at the start of this weekend, but you've also got pole sitters who have been looking strong, but have been struggling in those qualifying heats. It's a real shake-up. We don't know who's going to be the lead point scorer at the end of today because it's just been chopping and changing all the way throughout. There is no solid one driver out there, and for a World Championship, that's exactly what you want because it means you have no idea going into the next races. But, Andrew, that race coming up very thick and fast. But the pole sitter on this one, the driver who we want to talk to, Freddie Lloyd has certainly delivered over the course of this one. We caught up with him after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Down here with Freddie Lloyd, our fastest driver from the latest group of qualifying for OK Junior. Freddie, good lap there, P1. That gives you a decent spot on the grids for your heats and a good start to your World Championship.
Yeah, it was a pretty good lap. Just going around, seeing what it is, try not to overheat the tyre too early. But I think we managed it well, so we popped in that lap and obviously we got P1. But it's been nice overall, but not fast enough for that. So it's all right.
It's your first full race meeting in FIA Karting, but you're with the familiarity of Fusion Motorsport, you know, the team that you've raced with for many years in the national championships. How good is it to be on this stage with them?
I mean, it's good. I've been racing Fusion for a couple of years now. I've been doing Junior X30 and then moved to senior this year. Getting up here and polling it in the senior OKs feels really good. I'm positive about the weekend that's ahead of me.
How did you feel the lap went over? Obviously, it was very quick. Was there any more left that you think could have been left out there?
Not sure, really. I mean, I think I might have pushed a bit too hard too early, a tiny bit, but it could have gone better, but still pole, so can't ask more, can you?
And you had a good run in the pre-round here last week. Very wet conditions. Do you feel that's also prepared you well for this weekend?
Yeah, well, I like the wet condition because obviously I've been around here quite a lot of times. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's not going to rain because it's really dry, but fast in the dry, so see how it is.
Good stuff. Well done, Freddie. Great effort out there and best luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Freddie Lloyd, starting this one on pole position. And great to see his racing over the course of this weekend has not been too bad. A win and a second place, which is good to see. There you can see what you can expect to come up in the next few moments' time. There, the junior qualifying heat B versus D. That's the next one after the race that's currently now heading out onto the circuit, but it is just a case of going all the way throughout that one. The first qualifying heat, though, for OKN, if you're interested in that one, starting at around 10 to 2 local time here in the UK. But let's go over that starting lineup for qualifying heat C versus E. It's Freddie Lloyd and no Montero on row number 1. They'll have David Cosma and Scott Lindblom on row number 2. Finn McLaughlin and Matthew Higgins round out row 3. They'll have Noah Wolf and Matt Corby on row number 4. Ian Eichmans and Yuka Poe go from row 5. They'll have Miguel Costa and Oscar Opeto on row 6. Vivek Canthan and Matthias Morgata on row 7. Row number 8 sees Gabriel Kernaghan from Elliot Kaczynski with Pedro Hilbrand and Gus Lawrence on row number 9.
Santino Panetta and Enzo Ninkota start on row number 10. Olin Gali had some good pace yesterday, but not a lot of luck. Starts this one from row 11, needs a good result. He's joined by Ludovico Busso, Austin Lee, and Austin Gale start on an all-Austin row 12. Row 13, Louis Castellini and Lewis Francis. Simone Bianco and Haoshan Deng start on row 14. Vegard Clementson, another driver who had a difficult day yesterday. He's joined by Peter Stiller on row 15. Roland Coclain and Harry Cottrell start in row 16. Sophia Zanfari and Radak Vavra are due to go from the penultimate row of the grid, row 17. Jensen Burnett does not take the start in this one, and neither does Vavra. So it's 33 runners in this race.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what happens at the start of this one. Some might say that this is the master plan of Freddie Lloyd at the head of this weekend, but let's see what he can do from the front of that grid. Let's see if he can slide away from the rest of the field. But on this formation lap, we'll just have to wait and see what happens because, well, all the way throughout this one, so many drivers have been up and down throughout it, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. We've had drivers from all around the world congregate on the soil here, the British soil for PF International. There's your intermediate classification as things stand. Elias in the clubhouse. We are midway through a round, of course, on 126. Jalkunas 111. Walter 110, Drummond 104, Joe Turney was perfect through yesterday on 100 points. With Freddie Lloyd a little bit further down, he's actually in 8th place at the moment, already 94 points on the board.
Don't go away because this race is about to start. Here we go into the tram lines. Is it green flag? First time of asking. Yes, it is. We are away and racing down in towards turn number 1, and Lloyd's got a lightning start there at the front of the grid. The rest of the field get through. The Bruno Ferrari S's unscathed and over into the banking section. Hold your breath though for the Litchfield Bridge. It tightens onto the apex here as they all make their way round. Everyone gets through, even on the exit. It's a good getaway down down towards hairpin number 1.
Yeah, good start for Freddie Lloyd. He's got a bit of a gap at the front of the field, but the attentions of David Cosma-Christopher has looked really, really quick so far this weekend. Noah Montero had a second half of the season that really did deserve a lot of praise in the Works Kart Republic. He's out for himself this weekend. He wants that World Championship. He doesn't need to play a team game here at PF International. Going through the Mike Wilson complex then for the first time in this Group C versus Group E race for the qualifying heats in OK, and it's going to be Freddie Lloyd leading at the end of lap 1. David Cosma-Christopher close by in second place. Montero, McLaughlin, Noah Wolf. Wolf is out in this race, and he's up in the top 5 at the moment. Scott Lindblom, P6. Matthew Higgins took a race win yesterday, P7. Down the inside goes Cosma-Christopher. I like that move a lot. Brilliant stuff from the Romanian to take the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely superb. And now Montero gets through as well, and so does Finn McLaughlin. So Lloyd has gone from the race lead down into P4, but it's okay. As long as he doesn't look back in anger, he'll be absolutely fine. In towards then the Fullerton S's. Looks absolutely great here at the front, and look at David Cosma breaking away. A superb overtake there down the inside, like you mentioned, on the Litchfield Bridge. But looking like he wants to break away here with Noah Montero. McLaughlin's going to make it difficult, though. The Red Bull Junior driver from Ireland is looking strong there for the VDK team and is pushing his way up this order.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of the Irish fans this weekend who are going to shout it out loud that this driver has a chance of becoming world champion this weekend with moves like that. Second place now for Finn McLaughlin in the mood. I saw him this morning, had a good smile on his face. He looked relaxed and ready for the day. Now can he set about trying to overtake David Cosma-Christopher? He's cruised to the back end of the number 25 pretty quickly here. Pedro Hiltbrand has just set the fastest lap of the race. Here goes McLaughlin for the lead. This is a brave one into the Fullerton S's, and he's got it.
Absolutely superb. McLaughlin pushing on and soldiering on in this race as we head on to lap number 4 in a few moments' time. They're on lap 3. It's all looking good, but no one's been able to break away. We've seen Cosma try to break away. That didn't happen. Oh, Montero there, I think a little bit of a mistake. That's going to put him under pressure here from Lloyd. Lloyd's going to try and go down the inside. Not going to work. Higgins. Oh, Matthew Higgins tried to go down the inside at the Bruno Ferrari S's. That did not pan out for him whatsoever, as unfortunately in towards the Parc Ferme area comes Santino Panetta. Unfortunately, the Argentine from CRG going no further, and there's the reason why. Broken Nassau panel on his wagon.
I'll tell you what, someone said to turn up the sun here at PF International as the weather's got better and better, and the heat is turning up out on the track as well, as Noah Wolf's having a fight again, I think, with Matthew Higgins. As here goes David. Oh, problem for McLaughlin! Problem for McLaughlin, hand in the air. He's out of the race. The chance to take another victory slides away. What does Finn McLaughlin have to do in 2024 to get the result that he wants? He was in full control of this race, Anthony, and now he's out.
Yeah, and he's looking down. He doesn't even know what's wrong with it, and there's a plethora of other cuts there still. I don't know if that's from the previous race there, just coming through the weighbridge, but he's been absolutely plagued with problems over the course of this 2024 season, and they keep coming here in the World Championship. So that means that David Cosma back into the lead, but not for much longer, because Noah Montero retakes it on lap number 5, pushes through, and now Freddie Lloyd is starting to close in once again. Lloyd, who was looking strong at the start of this one, now trying to reclaim that front row start he had at the beginning. But Montero's rear bumper, that looks like that's come off. It's dragging on the floor, but is it a danger? That's the question. If it's still attached but just dropped, it's okay, I think, personally, of my opinion, but it's not my call. What are the stewards and what are the technical crew going to say?
Well, they're going to have a look at that, and you know, and if you're supporting Noah Montero, you hope that that rear bumper won't let you down. It's a really, really big moment, this, for Noah Montero, who's in a good position in the intermediate classification, down into hairpin 1 once again. Is it getting worse? I don't know. Freddie Lloyd is going to have a look down the inside of Montero. Lovely move.
Oh, it has.
Brilliant stuff from Noah Montero. Yeah, I'd agree, Anthony. I think that situation with the rear bumper on the number 9 is getting worse.
Yeah, it's starting to really drag away, and the drivers behind will see that. There's Higgins closing. Where did Matthew Higgins come from? He's just appeared after trying to go wheel to wheel with another through the Bruno Ferrari S's, and he's popped up now in P4, and he's latched onto this lead group. Over the start-finish line they go. We go on to lap number 7, and now we're going to start to see some interesting moments here.
And this is going to be the interesting thing for Higgins yesterday, because for anyone yesterday, the technical flag does indeed come out for Noah Montero. Anyone who was here at the circuit yesterday will have seen sector number 1, the fast bits, down the pit straight, round onto the bridge and down into hairpin 1. That energy course, the speed on it was absolutely supersonic. It's massively quick through this first part. It's a little bit more on balance through sectors 2 and 3, but it's a very good race kart. If we see Higgins making his way through to the front of the order, he's a very, very hard driver to beat, not just because he's got the equipment, but he's got a vast wealth of experience around this circuit.
He certainly does. Oh, Lloyd again, just trying to take that tighter line there through the first part of the Mike Wilson complex. But again, oh dear, it's all gone wrong here at the exit of hairpin number 2. 2 drivers off the circuit. That looks to me, is that Harry Cottrell, one of them, and I believe it's Roland Cooklane, the other for the Ward Racing team. So again, you're seeing drama at hairpin number 2 for an S8 Racing driver. Yeah,
it doesn't seem to be their favourite part of the circuit as there's a change for the lead. Freddie Lloyd, I think he got that done off the bridge, but he ran a little bit wide. Cosmo Christopher's going to be back down the inside. To take, I think he let that go just in case there was still a yellow flag out. It was on the bubble for me at first glance. Yeah, David Cosmo Christopher lets Freddie Lloyd go back through there. Higgins is up to 3rd. He's now going to go for 2nd place. Here he comes down the inside. He's got it done before they even get to Bobby Game Corner. Here comes Matthew Higgins.
Out there you can see, I think Lindblom's had a problem out there as well. Lindblom's just tumbled down our order. There is no Montero coming in. There you can see a mechanic with a brand new bolt going to try and get it fixed in the pit lane, so he's not coming to Parc Ferme. This is no Montero. There's that rear bumper. You can see at that point it was still attached because it wasn't dragging, but then it got worse, and I think it just then fully fell off, and then it was starting to drag, and that's where it starts to become a problem for the FIA.
Yeah, and it's hung in a bad place there. You know, it's potentially going to come loose, and the worst part is if that bumper comes loose, it's on the track and somebody doesn't quite see it. That's why it's called as a safety issue. Noah Montero, I believe, is now back out on track. Investigation flag is out for the number 51 of Roland Cooklane. Well, we're on lap number 9. Freddie Lloyd is on the way to his 2nd race victory of the weekend, of the race meeting, but from what we've seen so far in this race, he can't count his chickens yet, because Finn McLaughlin was leading this race and had technical problems effectively, well, did retire. Noah Montero was then in contention for the race win, had technical problems and is out of contention. On to the final lap here. This would be a big win for Freddie Lloyd. It would put him to 144 points from a possible 150 at this stage. Only Joe Turney could beat that record at this phase.
Yeah, he certainly could, but it's not over just yet, though, because while Dowie Collins was going to go defensive, Noah Wolf has had a brilliant run in this one as well, and he's going up for battling for P3. He's going to go for the switchback here. He's going to go around the outside for Noah Wolf. I don't know what it is about that young man, but Noah Wolfen going round the outside here at PFI is in his bloodstream. He will absolutely do it at any given opportunity, no matter what corner it is, and he moves up to 3rd place. This one here, though, Lloyd and Higgins are absolutely line astern, but I think this is going to be Lloyd. He's going to take a 2nd win of the weekend. Higgins is going to take a 2nd place. It's a good result for both, but Lloyd crosses the line in front. Absolutely superb. Higgins in 2nd, Wolf in 3rd from David Cosma, Vivek Canthan from Miguel Costa, Matthias Morgato, Pedro Hiltbrand, another good race there, 9 places gained. Matt Corby in 9th from Olin Gallo, who gained 11 places to finish inside the top 10.
Wow, 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 wow. What a race there. What a performance from Freddie Lloyd. The drop's still not done. Ian Eichmans is out of the race on the last lap. Quite a big list of retirements from that one, and a number of them, of course, being mechanicals. But there we go. Freddie Lloyd, 2nd win of the meeting. Second from 3, his other result was a second place, so that puts Freddie Lloyd back to the top of the intermediate classification on 144 points. 16 points clear of Matthew Higgins, who followed him home in second place. Noah Wolf, great result, up to third in that one ahead of David Cosma-Christopher. Great drive as well from Vivek Kanthan, who impresses yet again. The American up 8 spots to 5th. Miguel Costa, Mateus Morgato, Pedro Hiltbrand, Matt Corby and Olin Gali all in the top 10. Great drive there from Gali as well. That's well deserved. Up 11 spots. Yuka Poe in 11th, Austin Lee, Elliot Kaczynski, Oscar Repetto and Lewis Francis take us down to 50.
Well, I can imagine if that was the sort of race we expect in a final, I can imagine on that podium it will be an absolute champagne supernova. Well, for this young man here, Freddie Lloyd claims his second win of the weekend. Well, after that second place he gained yesterday as well, so 3 solid results, and I think calm, collected, can just focus now on the rest of the racing. Here's the highlights from that one. Start was absolutely fine here, no drama, but the retirements just slowly trickled in as the race went on. And like you mentioned, Andrew, we did lose quite a few drivers, but the start there for Lloyd, great getaway, and we thought that was going to be a clean breakaway, no drama whatsoever, but instantly on the attack, that favourite move from both of us, David Cosma down the inside off the Litchfield Bridge.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I love to see David race, because he's always brave, he's always aggressive and ready to go for the move. You know, sometimes you get drivers who are a bit tentative, and especially at that point of the circuit, because the kart goes light. There's not a lot of grip sometimes through there, but that was spot on from David Cosma-Christopher. I loved this as well from Finn McLaughlin into the Fullerton S's. Got down the inside, got the turn in right. Again, going off the racing line can be a little bit tricky. This was a close moment between Wolf and Higgins side by side, but then Finn McLaughlin, he's had some real highs so far in 2024, but some bitter lows as well. Hopefully, whatever the problem is there on the number 7 VDK, they can get fixed quickly, but that is, unfortunately, right at this point, going to put the Irishman on the back foot.
It certainly is. This is Montero again battling away with David Cosma at the front of that one, only later to receive that technical flag. That rear bumper just coming loose on driver's right-hand side. And unfortunately for him, yeah, you can see he checks over the shoulder now, spots it, and just thinks, oh, right, I'm going to have to come in.
Yep, absolutely. This was the move down the inside before Montero came in by David Cosma. He put himself back to the front of the order. Freddie Lloyd up to second place. It's just growing and growing in confidence. That is how we lost, or the end of how we lost, Roland Cooklane and Harry Cottrell from the race. More things to be decided. Now, this was the curious moment. So Lloyd had got past Cosma. Cosma then re-overtook into hairpin 1, but I think there may have been a yellow flag out. So to gain an advantage, Cosma let him back through.
This beautiful outside move at hairpin number 2 there from Noah Wolf. Again, always surprises me how he can get that done around most corners around this circuit. Cross the line, though, it would be Freddie Lloyd, Matthew Higgins and Noah Wolf, a 1-2-3 for the United Kingdom across the line. But plenty more races to go before we'll see that one. There's a look at some of the Tony Kart team, and there is Xavier Avramides walking on the banking. He's looking for a prime spot to watch this next race that is heading out onto the circuit, which is OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus D, heading out onto the track. And again, 2 drivers on the front row of this grid have certainly delivered, both of them taking a qualifying heat win, one in the first, one in the second. But for Roman Kamyab and this man here from Germany, Ian Kraling in the 2-1-0, fastest in his group in time qualifying. We caught up with him after that qualifying session.
Well, end of Series 1 of qualifying practice here at PF International for this year's World Championships, and our fastest driver in OK Junior at this stage is Ian Kraling. Ian, always nice to get the qualifying out the way, fastest in the first group. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, we are very happy for the World Champs to start in the front and have a good chance to also win it on Sunday. We have to see how the heats will go, but we will give our best to stay in the front.
You've raced in different race meetings across the year last week and a bit earlier in the year as well in the National Championship. How's the track feeling this weekend? How's it evolved?
The track is quite good. It has a lot of grip. You can carry the speed. And I like the track generally. Always it's slippery or have grip.
How do you feel ahead of a World Championships round? You've had a good season in the FIA Karting European Championship. As I say, it's a different story here in the Worlds. How are you feeling?
Really good, because Worlds is the biggest race in the year, so it feels really great to be on top.
And you're racing in a very competitive package this weekend, but there's some other quick drivers out there. Who do you think is going to be your biggest challenger this weekend?
I don't know exactly who will be the biggest challenge, because 20 drivers can win the race, so I'm hoping that we win, but I think everyone can be in danger.
Fantastic stuff. Well, best of luck for the weekend, Ian. Great stuff in that first session.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Ian Crailing as the field has their engines fired up and they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for qualifying Heat B versus D. Roman Kamyab starts this one on the front row of the grid. He'll have Ian Crailing for company alongside. Turner Brown and Illy Christian go from row number 2. Rocco Coronel and Aston Sharp, who had a DNF in his second race, starts this one on the third row of the grid. Carl Denham and Luke Cornder go from row 4. Then you'll have Samuel Woolley and Alfie Slater on row 5. Slater has been impressing. 2 fifth-place finishes after starting P10 in both races. Alexander Dahlstrom and Boris Lysen go from row 6. They'll have Bosco Arias and Zhao Zijun on row 7. Jesse Phillips and George Edgar round out an all-British row number 8. Then you have Andrea Mani and Bruno Greek on row 9, with Gustavo da Silva and Mark Pelapenko on row 10.
Asher Oxteen and Louis Cachet starts on the 11th row of the grid. Yuri Levar and Meryl Pelders go from row 12. Kanish Grau and Sunan Z start on row 13. Vanessa Shilkinator and Marcus Savalev start on row 14. Gilles Herman, the winner of the 2024 FIA Karting Academy Trophy for Belgium, starts on row 15 next to Simas Petruska. Lucas Correa starts on row 16 with Zach Delay and Jacopo Martinez, another one of the shocks from qualifying. Not a good run at all for the winner of round 2 of this year's FIA Karting European Championship at Val d'Argent. Jacopo Martinez starts at the very back of this field. We have one driver who does not start, and the eagle-eared amongst you will have noted it being a driver on row 16. Maxim Bobushov was due to start P32, but had a sizable incident yesterday. Has unfortunately had to withdraw from this year's World Championship. We do wish Maxim the best recovery after a quite scary incident onto the banking yesterday on a race start. Plenty of tyre warming going on out there, Anthony, and understandable enough, because it's still quite cool out there. It's still hovering around 15 degrees Celsius air temperature. The sun has come out now. The full pit straight down the inside line on driver's right is now bathed in September sunshine, but looking here for Roman Kamyab to get another good start.
Indeed, we are. Well, let's see what happens here, because both Kamyab and Crailing have come away with a qualifying heat win over the course of this weekend, but they do need to be careful for the Canadian behind. Illy Christian has had 2 second places, has been eluded a qualifying heat win so far, and could do works from the second row of the grid. Lights go out. We race down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Kamyab and for Turner Brown. The 2 Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers break away at the front here as they go under the bridge. It's a little bit shaky in the background. There is drivers in a little bit of turmoil on the exit, but everyone else has got through cleanly. We'll try and figure out who that driver is, and that is the driver. It's the Forza Racing of Andrea Mani, who I think has just been caught out in an incident there with another, and it looks like Zhao Zijun could be one as well, who has been caught out, as well as the Paralin of Sunna Z and Gilles Herman in the VDK as well. Oh, that's big NASA panel troubles there for one of the CRGs. Is that the 244 further down in the order? I think that's what I saw, but I can't actually see the number. There you can see what's happened at the banking. You've got the marshals working tirelessly hard to clear the circuit. Double waved yellows at turn number 1.
Yeah, and understandably, because that's a really fast part of the circuit. End of lap number 1. Kamyab leads. Turner Brown, another one of the graduates from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, represented the United States of America earlier on this year. I think Asher Oxteen, the 244, was the CRG with the deranged NASA panel, so Oxteen is going to be out of this race, but really impressive stuff from Turner Brown yesterday, and there's a lot of excitement about this young driver, and this is why, because he does moves like that down the inside, takes Kamyab's lead away. Rocco Coronel steps through us also into second place. Coronel, who had some great moments yesterday, but there was, I think, a P26 on his record in the middle of the day, so another driver who needs a good result here is Rocco Coronel. He's one of the favourites for this OK Junior World Championship, and Lloyd by now being signed to the Red Bull Junior team.
Exactly that. He's pushing himself up this order. You can see him there adorned with that new livery on his helmet. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. It's Brown from Coronel, Camiab from Crailing, Kristen from Sharp, Corner from Woolley, Slater there, but they're off the circuit. The 269 Ricky Flynn dropping down the order of Yuri Lavar, going no further, and it's not a Ricky Flynn, I'll just say there, he's part of the Peter Lavar team, so running as effectively a privateer this weekend. Gets the one attempt to get it restarted, he's done that, but that rear bumper and rear axle looking a bit bent and damaged. He might have to bring that in.
I agree. Well, Turner Brown defends into hairpin number 2. Turner Brown, latest American to ride with Ricky Flynn. Got a good record in the junior category, as there's a spin I can see out of our commentary box window down at hairpin 1. We'll track who that is in a bit of bother. It's one of the Tony karts in Ward Racing. In fact, is it Illy Christian?
I think it's Illy Christian. I think it's the Canadian who started this one on the front row of the grid, and it is the 209 out of this race. And I can see as well that there's a nose cone that's just off the circuit there as well. And it looks to me like it's a Kart Republic's one. So is there a kart out there with no front nose cone on? And if there is, well, they'll definitely see a technical flag. Action still back at the front here. Coronel gets to the front. He leads now this race, and the driver for the Victory Lane team is pushing strong now in towards those double waved yellow, so no overtaking permitted into that point. And right now, Coronel gets that done. Back through the green flags, they're racing again, and oh, Camiab tries to get it down the inside. The door is closed, and now Brown tries to go down the inside.
Yeah, good move there from Brown, back up into second place. Oh, this is another incident. One of the Forzas is involved. Oh, I hope everybody is okay. So Calico is Sam Woolley in the Cali kart, who is out of the race. I hope that Woolley's just holding his arm there. He's already had one incident earlier on this weekend. Did very well to avoiding a big spin, but I think in that one, yeah, that's a hard impact. It's a slightly odd place for cars to go off as well. That's on driver's right on the entry to Fullerton Esses.
Yeah, very unusual place, but there you can see he's chatting with Luke Kornder, the Forza Racing driver from Germany, who was also involved in that incident there, both of them out of this race. Now, Coronel leads this one. He's got a little bit of a buffer now between himself and Turner Brown and Camiab. The two Ricky Flynns trying to work together here, I suspect, to try and push himself forward, but you can see there a little bit of a bump draft, but they're going into yellow flags here, so no overtaking will be permitted. Those yellow flags clear. Again, great work from the marshalling team to clear the track nice and quickly. Eyes are on Sharp as well, just behind. Sharp, Slater and Lysen, that three-car battle, that's breaking away there, and you can see it, and look at this change in. That was superb there from Slater. Sharp's not going to get that one lived down, but he gets back to the front, pushes on well.
I can't quite believe what I've just seen there. It's a brilliant move from Alfie Slater. He's having a really good weekend so far, never outside the top 5 in his results from yesterday, including a P2 in one of the latter heats of the day. Of course, there's a lot of pressure on Alfie Slater. His older brother Freddie won this title 4 years ago for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, so eyes are going to be on Slater. But actually, of the British drivers, he's probably one of the British drivers who's got a little bit less experience around this circuit. Doesn't stop him getting through, though, down the inside and marching on here. So apologies, that was Brown on Camiab. So Brown, the teammate, going back through. Camiab has still got a chance here. Camiab, yes, has got back up to second place. Bruno Crick now under investigation.
Indeed, so changes happening thick and fast there, and let's have a look at Roman Camiab and that move. He thought about it, then thunk about it even harder, then fully sent it down the inside, a little bit sideways, but that was, I think, unexpected, from Camiab. I think he went in and just the back stepped out. Oh no, it's worked out well.
Yeah, that was, I think, a bit of an unorthodox, an improvised overtake. I'm going to go for that bit of tarmac that's free for me, but great karts control from Roman Camiab to get the move done. Here's the battle between Sharp and Lysen. This is for 5th place. Boris Lyden's had a good season on the Sodi karts, and Bruno Grick not too far behind as well in the 246. Grick looking for the switchback. Has he got it done? I think he's going to get at least one of these places. Lovely stuff from Bruno Grick. Jesse Phillips is another driver. It's a bit of a quiet weekend so far, has Jesse Phillips. We didn't talk about him too much yesterday. The 254 there looking to get a top 10. Getting into the latter stages of this one, Anthony. It's Rocco Coronel leading by 2/3 of a second.
It certainly is at the moment. There he is on your screen, breaking away as they go through the bankings. But I've got to say, that battle just behind, though, that's being led by Aston Sharp is kind of proving that, that battle really is unfolding. But here at the front, Coronel looking so strong here. This will be a superb result for Coronel. He's been struck with a 2nd and a 6th. Not the worst results, both top 10 finishes and a P2, of course, as well. But to start the day for him with a qualifying heat win, I think would look absolutely fantastic on his resume here in the World Championships.
And I think a little bit similar to what we talked about with Thibaut Ramekers in the senior category. You know, another driver who will have assessed what they achieved yesterday, how their pace was, what was the setup doing, what did they need to change. Whatever Rocco Coronel has changed, it's worked. Coming through the Mike Wilson complex one more time is going to take victory in this heat here at PF International. Coronel wins from Kamya by just over half a second. Turner Brown impresses again in 3rd. Alfie Slater makes it 3 Ricky Flynn drivers in the top 4. Boris Leisen gets a top 5. A good drive through the field. Bruno Grick up 12 to P6. Phillips, Denham, Cachet, and there was a lot going on in that race. We didn't talk about this too much. Jacopo Martinez up 24 positions in that race. The Italian, as I expected after his poor qualifying yesterday, he's not giving up. He's not just walking home and saying, oh, it's not my year, I'm going to not race or not charge through the field. Jacopo Martinez is doing everything he can to keep his World Championship bid alive.
Yeah, he certainly is. But again, he's got to dig deep. He's got to keep that going because he needs to get into those super heats and those finals. With the amount of junior drivers that had entered into this weekend, that risk of not getting into those super heats is really, really high.
119 junior drivers signed on. There were even more who had registered. Unfortunately, we had a couple of withdrawals before the start of competitive sessions. But yes, only 36 of them can race in the final on Sunday. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Groups B and D race. This was the race start. Comfortable for Kamya with that support from Turner Brown immediately behind.
Yeah, exactly that. That support certainly turned then into action because the two overtaking thick and fast. There was yellow flags. You can see that. Oh, quite a big hit into the fence there. That was our man Andrea Mani, who you saw out of his kart. That was that first initial incident. Then more happenings. That is how Asher Osteen's NASA panel went up in the air, and you can see he got tangled up there with the 318 of George Edgar on that Gillard chassis, part of the McBat Racing outfit this weekend. Coronel starting to make the moves then, up into 2nd place, started to push himself along. And then there, Yuri Levar as well. And then this really surprised. Ili Christian from the front row, 2 second-place finishes, a DNF to start the day. Now, this is kind of like it's a carbon copy opposite of what you're seeing. You're seeing drivers who had the bad results yesterday now getting the good results today. You're seeing the drivers who had the good results yesterday now getting the bad results. And there, Dan Ashton, quick on his feet, those trainers working well. But they're managing to just avoid that incident.
Yeah, I think the wheels just locked together there, and both drivers, both karts speared off to drivers' right. So glad to see that that wasn't a worse incident through and into the Fullerton S's. That was the move from Kamya to get back up to 2nd place, but relatively comfortable drive there for Rocco Coronel to take a race victory in the heat. He'll look to build that form through the rest of this afternoon.
He certainly will. Plenty of races down. We've got plenty more races to go, though, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Senior category will be back out next for their qualifying heats, A versus D, that'll be heading out on the circuit. And again, we get to see a very important race because the outright pole sitter, European champion from this year, and 2 qualifying heat wins out of 2, Joe Turney heading out onto the circuit. We caught up with him after time qualifying.
End of the 2nd group in OK, in a really crucial group. Joe Turney, the first question I've got to ask you, what on earth was going through your mind when you saw the draw and the other drivers in that group?
Yeah, obviously it looked like a difficult group, a lot of fast drivers in that one. So, yeah, we were hoping to do probably, if we knew we could do top 4 or 3, then we knew that we were fast enough. But no, we managed to get a nice track position then and a good lap, so got the pole.
And a big penultimate lap. You didn't do it right at the very end of the session. You were 2.5 tenths clear as everyone was doing their 5th and final lap. How crucial was the preparation, getting yourself on the right spot of track in that one?
Yeah, really important. I think we did a good job to get the tyres ready, and that obviously showed with the lap a bit earlier than the others. So yeah, I think the last lap as well wasn't too bad, but got a bit of traffic and stuff. So I think happy with the session in general.
And this weekend, European title already secured this weekend on home soil. You know, you'd be forgiven for, admitting there's a bit of pressure on you this weekend. How are you dealing with that?
Well, I mean, this race has always sort of been a bad race for me, the World Championship. So let's do what we can. Obviously, it's nice to already have the European done, so a bit less pressure. But yeah, the quali's out the way now, which is normally my worst session. So yeah, let's go and race and see what the week has.
You raced here many years. Weather's always very difficult to predict. There's almost no point looking at the weather forecast here. What are you expecting for the course of the weekend?
Yeah, I think expect the unexpected probably with the weather. So we got nice blue skies now, but we had the same yesterday, and then it rained at the end of the day. And then Saturday and Sunday we don't know as well. So yeah, we'll play it as it comes and yeah, do the maximum.
Good stuff, Joe. Go well.
Thanks. Cheers.
Well, there's something about Joe Turney and always talking about rain. I don't know what it is, but he's always liked to jinx it as well. If you head onto the Kart Republic social media as well, he had there with one of his coffee cups. He lifted it up and said it's raining underneath. So there we go. It's tempting fate. 1 minute away until we see this race heading out to the circuit. It's due to start at 11:31. Then we head back to the juniors, then seniors, back to juniors, and it will be alternating all the way throughout the day. Then we head in towards the OKN qualifying heat 1. That'll be starting at 1:42 local time here. And that one will kind of round out the morning sessions after that one. At 2 o'clock is the first of the historic demonstrations. So if you're here at the circuit, make sure you stay trackside. You can see some fantastic classic karts spanning all the way back into the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even further as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. 30 seconds until the race heading out. But looking forward to this one, Andrew, because Joe Turney, like you say, he's delivered over the course of this weekend. 2 qualifying heat wins. And he's the only driver in this one that, what I can see within the top 8, has actually taken a qualifying heat win.
Indeed, yeah. And I think this new version of Joe Turney, a lot of people know what happened 12 months ago, and we don't need to mention it anymore, because what he's achieved this year, that European Championship which he secured at Kristianstad, it just feels like he was already quick.
Yeah.
And now that kind of weight is taken off his shoulders, getting that first FIA karting title, and scarily for the rest of the field, he looks even quicker now.
Yeah, he really does. Engines have fired up. Let's take you through that full starting lineup as the senior OK qualifying heat A versus D makes his way out onto the circuit. It is Joe Turney and Ethan Jeff Hall on row number 1. Jeff Hall with the CRG outfit this weekend, a P4 and a P5 for him. Kai Rillards and Alexander Bondarev go from row number 2. Another FIA champion in the form of the Ukrainian on the second row of the grid. Alpak Soy and Dries van Langendonk, another world champion in the junior category last year, starts this one on the third row of the grid. They'll have Andrea Manni and Joseph Smith on row number 4. Marilla De Rocca and Sebastian Korpeng round out row 5. They'll have Lewis Gilbert and Salim Hanar on row 6. Guy Albacino and Emili Koivisto round out row number 7. They'll have Kaden McQueen and Jacob Mikalev on row number 8. Yudis Peschel and Mark Dubnitsky round out row number 9.
Mika Lamossiere and Stylianos Kolovos start on the 10th row of the grid. Aaron Garcia and Tiziano Monza go from row 11. Alan Crosset and Nico Lachnalate start on the 12th row of the grid. They're ahead of Dom Simek and Anatoly Khavalkin on row 13. Row 14, Alexander Chartier from Canada starts alongside Levi Arn in the 101. Hugo Besson and Maria Neto complete the top 30 on row 15. Augustine Sepulveda and Maxi Rafalik go from row 16. It's a 34 kart field with George Quatermain and Archie Tillett forming up the 17th and last row. You will see Luboy Sam Budler on your entry list, but unfortunately the South African has been a withdrawal from the race meeting after an incident in free practice on Thursday.
Yes, indeed. Not a nice one again under the Litchfield Bridge. But again, the drivers loving this circuit, and it has been delivering some fantastic racing so far today. And of course, everyone who is watching this online or here at the circuit as well, you can watch it all back on YouTube and Facebook as well. So make sure you stay on that one, free of charge, of course, but a subscription or a subscribe to the YouTube channel or a like on the live stream doesn't go amiss. Right, we go live on board with Alpak Soy for the Fusion Motorsport team here. You can see him right behind there, Alexander Bondarev, starting this one on the third row of the grid. So he'll start alongside Dries van Langendonk here in this race as drivers make their way through Pits Bend into the tram lines. Are we going green this time? The lights go out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1, and there's a little bit of a sideways moment for one of the Kart Republics in the background. I think that was Guy Albag in the 45, but he keeps it going in this race. Eyes at the front as Joe Turney holds on to the lead now as the CRG of Ethan Jeff Hall holds on to second place. He's had a lightning start from the outside of row number 1.
Spinner towards the back of the field. Oh, it's Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen, one of the wild cards here this weekend, has had that incident that was coming onto the bridge in the IPK number 71. What a shame for McQueen there. The best hope for Ethan Jeff Hall, Anthony, he's got to attack and get past Joe Turney, get that track position. If he just tries to sit with Joe Turney, I think the Joe Turney speed this weekend, it's just going to go. It's just going to go and grow, and Turney can get into that cruise position that, again, he's already done twice in this World Championship. Into turn 1, Turney leads from Jeff Hall by just over a quarter of a second. They've got a half second gap back to Kai Rillarts in third. Good start for Alexander Bondarev. All top 9 drivers didn't shift positions on that first lap, so a fast start. Lewis Gilbert is your highest mover. Got a top 10 yesterday and is on the move again. That's Maxi Rafalik. And that's a problem with the rear bumper. Cable ties, emergency cable ties to get that one reattached, and the 75 back into the race for KRZ. Yeah, not good news there. But Lewis Gilbert, Craft Motorsport, another one of the British teams running the effort in this senior category. A regular driver in the national scene, and doing well out there in the number 17.
No, exactly that, pushing strong in these early stages of this race. Out of Pits Bend, back over the start-finish straight. Still Turney who leads from Jeff Hall, Rillarts, Bondarev from Van Langendonk. Then the rest of the field, Aksoy from Smith, Dupé from De Rocca, Korpeng from Gilbert. As action happening on the banking there, 2 drivers wheel to wheel. And that was an attempted overtake there by, I think, one of the Prema karts. I think it was Andrea Dupé on the 44, but it was a failed overtake. Big sideways moment.
Yeah, I think Dupé got down the inside on the initial run, left up through the banking. Joseph Smith wanted to fight for that spot. Still fighting over 6th place. Other moves further down the order. Emily Koivisto's up a position past Mika Lamassiere. For 13th place, Anatoly Kafalkin going through as well as down the inside. That time it is indeed Selim Hanar going past Lewis Gilbert and up to 10th place.
Yeah, through the Fullerton S's there, a nice little move, but Gilbert wise to it and just giving that little bit of a racing room on the exit of the corner. Right, there's a driver looking like they're about to be lapped out the circuit, very early stages of this race. I think it is Maximum Rafalik who rejoined the race, not a lap down. But still with that rear bumper issue. This is the race start. There you can see the kart that went all left and wide there, and I think I was right in saying that that was Guy Albag in the number 45, but we'll confirm that one. This is the view of that start from Alpak Soy. There you go, see how sideways he is through the first corner, holding it around the outside. But what happened to McQueen as well, because he at the start of this race did get caught out off the bridge, and there, he just looked like he got spat out the grid there, didn't he?
Yeah, just didn't have enough grip to get round the corner. Oh dear. As we're going to get a bit of a shot of the sky for the rest of the race on the onboard camera there. Back at the front, and tell you what, Joe Turney's not got this all his own way in this race. Ethan Jeff Hall is hanging with the intermediate classification leader. As things stand, Turney's lead would extend to 16. It would be himself on top, 150 points. Matthew Higgins, P2, 134. Jimmy Elias then next up third on 126. Move for third place. Well, we've talked already as out of the race go a couple of the drivers. The number 76 of Alexander Chartier is out, and the 91 of Stylianos Kolovos has also exited the scene. We talked about Ramikas earlier. bit quiet yesterday. Didn't see too much of him. Now he's struck back. Well, now it's his compatriot in the Forza Racing number 3, the reigning OK Junior World Champion, the reigning OK Junior European Champion, Dries van Langendonk, stepping up to the senior category here for this World Championship. All of a sudden is in fourth place, and looking pretty quick out there.
Certainly is. There's some of the stats from this one. Joe Turney, absolutely fine, started first, currently first. Same for Ethan Jeff Hall, started second, currently second. But could we see a change between these two? Now, we are seeing blue flags coming out now. That is for Maximilian Rafalik. And there is going to be the move down the inside from Ethan Jeff Hall. And I think that was perfectly timed, because I think Turney may have been distracted slightly from those blue flags just up in there, thinking, right, how am I going to deal with this? And Jeff Hall just straight down the inside. And look how much he's broken away there. Off the track, that's not gone well at all. The number 45 tumbling down, that's Guy Albag, who's out of this race. He's going to get the one attempt to get it restarted. Can he get it done? It's difficult to do. No bueno, he's out of this race.
Yeah, real shame for Guy Albag. And all of a sudden, God Republic are going to be scratching their heads and thinking, hang on a minute, I thought we had this this one as our favourite run and all the best pace out there. And CRG with Ethan Jeff Hall have suddenly turned up the wick. What has Turney got in response? Joseph Smith has set the fastest lap of the race, a 54.683. What can Dries van Langendonk there in third place ahead of his another one of the Belgians out there, Kai Rillarts, do about this this front duo? Rafalik is now out of the race. I think that's a sensible thing to do. He was going to drop back into the leader pack. He wasn't really going to achieve anything there. So he thought, save the tyres, go again next time around.
Exactly, I think that's a smart choice, and having to deal with the whole lead group of angry OK karts trying to get through past you under blue flags is never a nice thing to have to deal with. Eyes on this one, it's all very wide there for Kai Rillarts. That might put him in danger of Alpak Soy just behind. Smith there as well in tow. But Joe Turney now seems to think, right, OK, let me use these tyres that I've looked after over these last few races and not having to battle, and put them to work right now. He wants to try and keep that winning streak alive for Ethan Jeff Hall. He wants to claim his first qualifying heat win. But Kart Republic need to make a statement here to CRG. Yes, CRG are doing that now, but Kart Republic need to say, no, you're not the fastest, we are. And Joe Turney retakes the lead. But again, Ethan Jeff Hall is going to send it back down the inside of the Fullerton S's, retakes the lead. And now, Dries van Langendonk is going to close in. And now you've got a Forza Racing kart that have been quick all weekend, right on that rear bumper.
Here we go. Here's where the story potentially starts to change for this 2024 World Championship. We're still in the midst of the qualifying heats, but the early event favourites is being shown a bit of a challenge now by the likes of Ethan Jeff Hall, by the likes of Dries van Langendonk. Turney goes back down the inside, going onto the banking. Ethan Jeff Hall lets him have it, but here comes Dries van Langendonk. Dries van Langendonk down the inside, and now we get to see the battle, what battle I've been looking forward to for weeks here. Anthony, Turney, van Langendonk. How are they going to race each other here into hairpin number 2? Turney takes a slightly defensive line, but make sure he gets good speed off of hairpin number 2 towards the Fullerton S's. Rillarts is still there. Joseph Smith is crept up to the back of this group as well. He'll be fancying himself for a good run here in this heat between groups A and D. One more lap to go. Joe Turney leads once more, but it's the closest challenge he's had so far in this World Championship.
Certainly have. You've got two of this year's European champions right there in front of your eyes in first and second place, but a junior world champion in the form of Dries van Langendonk in second place. Ethan Jeff Hall is right there as well in third. Kai Rillarts has closed back in as well, as Joseph Smith is also fighting. There goes Joe Turney, defensive line into hairpin 1, but it's not overly defensive. It's in the middle of the corner. That doesn't put him in too much danger. Now he can take the normal racing line. That is a textbook demonstration of how to defend through hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. And look at the gap that he's opened up now, because he's backed Van Langendonk into Ethan Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall was then putting on the pressure, and that's how you can break away in that final stage. This is going to be an exciting one, and with this one, Joe Turney, maximum points to his name. Will he keep hold of that intermediate classification lead? 3 wins out of 3 for the Briton, and now becomes definitely one of the favourites going in to the Sunday Superheats and finals, but there's a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is not over yet. Drizan Langendonk finishing in an impressive second place, 4 places gained. That is a superb result, and his best result as well of the weekend. Ethan Jeff Hall coming away with a P3 ahead of Kai Rillarts, Joseph Smith from Montero Dupe. Then it's Salim Hanar from Lewis Gilbert, who also gained places, finish inside the top 10 ahead of Maria Doroka. Alexander Bondarev rounding out the top 10.
Game on.
Game
on. That is quite a statement from a number of drivers out there. Joe Turney emerges victorious again, but that was his fiercest challenge so far, and more of that is going to come, I'm sure, across the course of the second half of today and, of course, tomorrow. But the rest of you result: Alpec Soy, Jacob Mikulev, Sebastian Kopeng, Emily Koivisto, and Aaron Garcia take us down to 15th place. Mark Dubnitsky, Yuri Peschel, Anatoly Kovalkin, Mika Lamassiere, and Hugo Basson down to P20. Dom Simek, Alan Crosset, Augustin Sepulveda, Tiziano Monza, and Maria Neto take us down to 25th place. Tough races out there for Archie Tillett, Nico Lachnalate, Levi Arn, and George Quartermain. The 29 finishers. Retirements out there for Albag, Rafalik, Chartier, Kolovos, and McQueen. That puts Turney back to the top, 150 points from a possible 150. Higgins second on 134. Elias on 126. Lloyd 122. Wolf 117. Cosma, Van Langendonk, Jeff Hall, Shilkunas, and Walter all in the top 10 at the moment. Very, very close in that kind of 4th to 10th area.
Yeah, that race certainly will be head scratchers for the Kart Republic team, because they're now starting to think we're not the quickest out there at the moment. They are cutting ever closer. Here's the highlights from that race. The onboard shot here from Alpec Soy showing the physicality of the Bruno Ferrari S's. Bondarev just squeaking in front of him there at the start and getting squeezed down a little bit wide onto the bridge. Later, though, Caden McQueen, unfortunately, the first retirement from that race. And, yeah, he's not too happy running on that IPK. Alpec Soy very kindly readjusting our onboard camera on board his wagon. But for the rest of the race, he certainly proved himself very strong.
Yeah, really good run from Alpec Soy, showing that he's got some good pace this weekend and that Fusion have prepared that machine well. This was some more incidents. This was on lap number 4. Stelios Kolovos was out of the race. Alexander Chartier also out of the proceedings, and having a little bit of a chat there about what happened out on circuit. I've got to give it to Ethan Jeff Hall here. I said earlier on in the race that if he didn't get ahead of Joe Turney in the early stages, that Turney was just going to break away. That did not happen, and Ethan Jeff Hall took the race to Joe Turney in the mid-phase. Rafalik would retire as well, having had an earlier problem with his rear bumper. But Joe Turney, I think this is where the work he did yesterday, not going too hard on his tyres. This is where he can use it. Just push a little bit harder in those last couple of laps to take the race to Ethan Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall came back, though. That was a great reading. That, again, PFI experience. There's a driver down the inside into hairpin 2. I'm not going to fight it. Get the switch back and get the position back on the Fullerton S's.
Yeah, exactly. It was a textbook little overtake there and pushing strong. There you could see one of the restarts happening in the back of the grid there, the 56 pushing themselves back into this race, but certainly for Alpec Soy, not the way he wanted that one to go. But for Joe Turney, another win for him, maximum points. He ends this second half of the day very well. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the next race coming up for OK Junior qualifying E versus F. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA World Karting Championship. We are here live at PF International Circuit, and the sun is, if you can believe it, shining, and it's beautiful blue sky here in Lincolnshire in the United Kingdom. But the next race is coming up very, very soon. OK Junior qualifying heat E versus F are heading out onto the circuit. And again, we spoke to some drivers over the course of this weekend, but one driver in particular that we caught up with starting on this third row of the grid. There on your screen, Kenzo Craigy, one of the Mercedes young junior drivers, certainly has been delivering over the course of this weekend and has put in the good results. 3 and a 4th place for him. We caught up with him at the start of this weekend.
Yeah, I couldn't really ask for more. It's my first ever World Championship, and it's at probably one of my home tracks. So yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, it's a really fun track. Obviously, we've got the bridge, and there's many overtaking opportunities. So you're going to see lots of overtakes this weekend. So yeah, should be good. The whole season we've been working towards the World Championship. Obviously, the luck didn't go our way in the Europeans, but other than that, it's been a really good season. I mean, there's always eyes on you. I mean, there's always pressure, but, you know, you just have to deal with it. And it's almost like it's not there. You just have to go ahead.
Well, great to chat there to our man Kenzo Craigy, who, like you say, dealing with the pressure there. Of course, he's got a big weight on his shoulders. I know that the Mercedes team are here, the junior program. We've seen Gwen Legru walking around, and he's been looking very closely into the Prema team, where they have a lot of their Mercedes young junior drivers in the form of Luna Flusha there as well. You've got, of course, Kenzo Craigy out in this one. And it is a little bit of pressure on such a young driver, but, you know, when you get that pressure starting from a young age, you develop as a driver, and it makes you into a better driver.
You do, and particularly when you know you're amongst a crop, and there you see the other Mercedes driver on
James
this grid, James Anagnostiadis, that whilst the teammates, it's that old adage in motorsport, the first driver that you want to beat is your teammate.
Exactly that. Well, let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Qualifying heat E versus F. It's the American Jack Iliff on the front row of the grid. Jacob Ashcroft on row number 1 as well. Brilliant qualifying for him. Took a race win in his first race. Suffered from a DNF in his second. Nicolas Schaufler and James Anagnostiadis on row number 2. They'll have Kenzo Craigy and Casper Reipold on row 3. Christian Costoya and Iskander Solfakari on row 4. They'll have Zhang Jose and Alex Malota on row 5. Augustus Toniolo and Endo Arata from Japan on row number 6. Benjamin Magnac and Jagrat Tetroja on row number 7. They'll have Matthias Wittfer and Alvin Kari Osman on row 8. Mariano Lopez and Sebastian Mins on row number 9.
Kin Bernard goes again from the 10th row of the grid. Is joined for this one by Dean Hugendorn. William Kalisha and Lewis Islin go from row 11. Amir Sabarov and Tamas Jenda can be found on the 12th row of the grid. Victor Rad and Just Mulder go from row 13. Oscar Gallen and Remek Samchik start on the 14th row of the grid. They're ahead of Sky Parker and Ludovico Mazzola on row 15. Sun Yibei and Keu Sozetto starts on row number 16. Oscar Poparai and Victor de Alencar completes the 34 runners due out in this race. And I do believe, yes, we do have all 34 drivers present on the race circuit. Intermediate classification as things stand. As expected, it is close out there. All of these drivers about to be mentioned are not out in this one. Kamiab 156, Slater 154, Kraling 152, Brown 144. I think your highest ranked driver is going to be Nicolas Schaufler, isn't it, who's in this race. Starts on the 2nd row of the grid. Schaufler is 8th at the moment. Just 6 points off that graphic in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So Schaufler, with a big result here, could retake the lead in the IC.
Certainly could. It would benefit him after that win earlier on as well. So certainly getting a good day in. Today is the Austrian. Jack Iliff as well from his race earlier on came away with his best result of the weekend in the first race this morning. 2nd place for him on track. So really pushing strong. So for the drivers who are in Group E, this is their 4th qualifying heat win, or 4th qualifying heat of the weekend. For the drivers who are in Group F, this is their 3rd qualifying heat of the weekend. Drivers making their way into Pitts Bend and into the tram lines. It looks good at the front. Are we going to be going racing first time? Looks like, yes, we are. We're green and racing down into towards turn number 1. Iliff holds on to the lead of that one. Ashcroft goes wheel to wheel with Kenzo Craigy, but Ashcroft holds on to it and gets into 3rd place. There's 2 karts off. in a high-speed manoeuvre there on the banking. We will try and find out who they are, but yellow flags out at turn number 1.
I think one of them was a parallel. In fact, both of them might have been parallels. It was one into another. The kart in the middle of the road was kind of spat out the rest of the field, and there was an innocent bystander who was involved as well. Yeah, William Karīgi. I thought it might have been William Karīgi, who has not come through sector number 1.
And it was Mariano Lopez, I think, the other who has got going again. But that was a high-speed one. They went all the way up the banking. And, there's the one who's not got going again. And that is the Australian William Karīgi out of this race. That's a real scary one there.
It was a scary one, but great to see that William is out of the kart, able to get out of the kart under his own power. Really difficult part of the circuit to try and get the kart going again as well. On all the circuits that we've been to this season, to try and get that kart restarted, pushing uphill. The camera doesn't quite do justice to just how steep that banking is as you turn up onto the Litchfield Bridge. Real shame for William Karīgi there. So, Nicholas Schaufler leads this race in the early stages. He's got the attentions of Jack Iliff immediately behind. Kenzo Craigy in third. His teammate James Anagnostiadis has had a good start. That's the first time that we've said that this weekend for James Anagnostiadis. He's had a couple of moments in the grass through the Bruno Ferrari S's. This is the platform now that the Australian can build upon from P4. Could be the start of good things for Anagnostiadis.
Exactly that, but his results haven't been bad. He's always been inside the top 5 as off the circuit there, and tumbling down the order goes the DPK of Amir Sabrov. Unfortunately, the driver of the 305 is going to try and get it restarted, but I think is out of this race.
End of the second lap. Schaufler still leads, but this is another close one in OK Junior. As I say, Schaufler would go back up to the top of the intermediate classification. He's not going to be thinking of that right now, however, because look at this train that's forming behind him. Castoya's in there.
And is that Ashcroft?
Yep, Ashcroft spun. I think there were other karts in there. Were definitely other karts involved, and poor moment, unfortunately, for Jacob Ashcroft. Love to have another look at that again if possible. He should be able to get going there. He'll have the benefit of going downhill to get the kart restarted, but Jacob Ashcroft took a race win brilliantly yesterday. Again, that is how quickly things can change in OK Junior. You can be on top, keeping that good form going, and then one little moment and it all goes wrong.
Yeah, exactly that, and it's all going wrong here as well for James Anagnostiadis. He's getting squeezed into the pack and is tumbling down the order. So again, as his teammate breaks away and holds on to P3, James Anagnostiadis now has tumbled down to P13. There's still yellow flags out on the Litchfield Bridge, so drivers won't be allowed to overtake then as they go onto it, even though we're seeing them just before those flags. It looks like they've cleared now quickly for the field to get through. So again, good work from the marshalling team as the field heads down to hairpin number 1 once again on lap number 4. Schaufler leads from Castoya. Here though, Kenzo Craigy is under immense pressure from Iskander Solfakari, and now Endo Arata from Japan is trying to get involved on the outside of the Ward Racing kart. Takes the long way round, looks to get the switchback, now goes wheel to wheel again, gets squeezed onto the grass, but amazingly holds on to that one, but has to concede the place.
Yeah, really important for Kenzo Craigy now. He's got to keep his eyes forward. For me, he made a bit of a tactical error yesterday in one of his races. Is this going to be the moment of where Anagnostiadis has the problem? This was... Oh, that is quite a problem. Up on two wheels.
Wow.
That's Terry Grant style in the stunt shows that sometimes you see here in the UK. I do not know how James Anagnostiadis has not rolled there. That was a mighty scary moment.
Absolutely incredible kart control, because your initial reaction there is to kind of turn away.
Right.
Yeah, it's just to turn right, but that would flip the kart completely. He was turning left there to try and keep it on two wheels. Well, change of the lead there in front as Castoya's got through now back into the lead. Well, I can tell you right now, if it doesn't go well for James Anagnostiadis in racing, stunt driving is his next venture. But there we go. You can see now Castoya in control of this race. Schaufler, after winning earlier on, can try to dig deep here and see if we can close that gap up. But a bit of debris there at the Bobby Gain corner. Let's see what happened to one of those karts. But good stuff here at the front.
Yeah, really intrigued to see how this heat goes, because this is what we get sometimes through these qualifying heats. You've got two drivers here who I would fully expect, Anthony, to be at the very front, fighting in the top 10, if not the top 5, if not on the podium come Sunday. Yes, it's a qualifying heat, but there's a psychological battle to be won here between these two, because these two will meet further on tomorrow, whether it be in the super heat or whether it'll be all the way into the final. And for which one of them can emerge on top here, they'll carry that in their minds over the other through the rest of this World Championship. Just to remind them, like, yeah, when we met in that heat halfway through on Saturday afternoon at the lunchtime, you know, it was I who got the win. The question is it going to be Costoia? Is it going to be Schaufler who emerges on top? Schaufler looks quite comfortable right now just to sit, just to wait. They're growing a really nice gap over Kenzo Craigy, who's holding on brilliantly to that third place. I think Schaufler's just going to bide his time here as they go on to lap number 7. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, indeed. So things simmering down now, and those top 2 now with a nice clear gap from the rest of the field. While we reflect on that, let's have a look a little further back in the order, because we've got some big movers out there. Sebastian Mins being one of them. He's up several places into P5, 13 places gained. Ludovic Mazzola also 12 places gained and is inside the top 20 in P18 as we continue to see this battle rage on. But some drivers just jumping up and down the order right now. But these the top 7 are all position gainers in this one. Costoia 6 places gained. Schaufler, of course, the 1. Craigy with 2. Zulfikari with 4. Mins, we've mentioned, with 13. Endo Arata with 6. And the same with Benjamin Magnac, 6 places gained. So it's been a shaky start for the front of the grid on this one.
Yeah, a bit up and down. Obviously, Jacob Ashcroft with that incident that he was involved with coming off the bridge. Onto the final lap then. Still no move from Schaufler, but to be fair to Costoia, he's keeping that 2/10 gap pretty comfortable at the moment. Kenzo Craigy, this has been a much better race, because what I'm seeing here, Anthony, is a driver with a head down and getting on with things. He's actually quicker than the top 2 at the moment. Now Costoia's feeling the need to defend. Good run for Schaufler. Oh, Schaufler tries to switch back. What a move! What a move from Nicholas Schaufler through hairpin 1. He sold him the dummy, switched it back to the inside. That was a magnificent overtake from the Austrian.
At one of the fastest parts on the circuit as well. That is pretty much a 70-mile-an-hour switchback in short-circuit kart racing. That's incredible at hairpin number 1. So Schaufler, who took the win earlier on, after that move, I'm going to say fully deserves another win in this one. Across the line, it's the Austrian who claims a 2nd win of the weekend ahead of Christian Costoia, who finishes in P2. Kenzo Craigy finishes in 3rd place ahead of Iskander Zulfikari. Sebastian Mins from Endo Arata. And unfortunately, at the end of that race, that looks like Charles Loreto going no further. The Brazilian for the Tony Kart Racing team out at the Mike Wilson complex.
Oh, real shame for Caio Zorzetto there. Doesn't make the end of the race. Will be receiving points for P31. But there is your provisional results. Nicholas Schaufler, with one of the moves of the weekend so far, takes victory over Christian Costoia. And we said, what's the psychological battle between these 2 drivers? Well, at the moment, it's 1-0 to Schaufler. Kenzo Craigy, really good results again. P3 for the Briton. Iskander Zulfikari, P4. Sebastian Mins in the top 5 as well is growing into this World Championship. Arata Endo, P6. Amikara Osman, Jack Arliff, Benjamin Magnac and Alex Malota all finish inside the top 10. IC standings, Schaufler back to the top. 179 points scored by Schaufler. There is a 3-way tie for 2nd place. Kamyab, Craigy and Costoia are all on 156. They're 2 points ahead of Alfie Slater. Say it again, it is very, very close here this weekend in OK Junior.
It certainly is, but for this young man here, part of the Red Bull Junior program, Nicholas Schaufler, delivering in the 2nd half of the weekend here on Saturday. Let's have a look at how he did it. This is the start of the race. Initially, great getaway for everyone. Schaufler getting in the lead with Iliff. Then you had the Craigy and Ashcroft side-by-side battle, but Ashcroft able to get into the race lead. Then you had William Kalija and Mariano Lopez. Rapid incident there at the banking, and 2 of those drivers off. That was Schaufler getting into the lead, and we thought that was signed, sealed and done. It certainly wasn't, because the drivers had closed back in at that point. Christian Costoia closing in through the field. Then you had the unfortunate incident starting to roll in. There you see Amir Sabarov out of the race, and then later here you see Ashcroft. I don't think that was his fault.
No,
I think he just got a card on his rear bumper, and yeah, he just went round. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, but the positives for Jacob Ashcroft, again, his race pace up to that point
has been
looking
brilliant.
good. Was looking good. It's an unfortunate moment, but it's not the end of his chances.
This one here, oh my goodness me, how on earth did James Anagnostiadis, one, keep that in the race, but keep it on all four wheels? I'll never know.
Nice camera work as well.
Nice camera work as well.
From far across the circuit. Meanwhile, out there, Kenzo Craigy trying to hold on to this third place. This was quite a key moment for his race because Endo and Sulficari had a little battle between themselves, and that just allowed Kenzo Craigy to break away. This was Costoya down the inside of Schaufler to take the lead onto lap 5. But look at this move. On the outside, nope, switch back down the inside, little bit of a tap. Schaufler in full control there for me. Brilliant overtake.
Yeah, indeed. It was an early defensive lunge as well from Costoya, so it's a little mix of both, but I think both drivers handled that beautifully because that could have ended in disaster for both of them. But back across the line, Schaufler taking the win ahead of Costoya, Craigy rounding out the top 3, and another beautiful race there for the Austrian, and certainly pushing himself strong and becoming one of the favourites in the OK Junior category. Well, if that was an exciting one, I'm sure the next one will be even more exciting because Senior OK Qualifying Heat B versus E will be heading out onto the circuit next. And this one will have Dmitry Matviev back on the front row with Noah Montero joining him alongside. And Noah Montero, over the course of qualifying, certainly delivered very quick in there. We did catch up with him after qualifying, but his race results over the weekend, a 3rd and a 2nd place for him. He has looked cool, calm and collected, and once again, it looks like they've switched sides. We caught up with Montero after qualifying.
And the first group in the OK category time of qualifying here at PFI. No Montero, P1 in that group, but was there any more time out there? It looked a very busy session for you.
Yeah, it was really crazy because I thought I was not doing pole because I had to leave the gas to give more space, and I missed by like 1 second to do another lap, and I knew the other lap was going to be faster. So when I came into the pit, I was like, yeah, how was it? And they were like P1, and I was like, how is that possible? Like, I thought it was slow, but after all, it was quite good.
Your form in the second half of the FIA Karting European Championship was really strong. I think there was a little bit of a team role to be done there that aided the efforts of the team as a whole. But this weekend, only one event, all going for World Championship. Are you simply going for your own desires here this weekend?
Yeah, that's the goal. The goal is always to win. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's not going to be like helping teammates and all. It's each one for themselves. Obviously, you don't want to crash with your teammates, especially in the heats, but after, it's just yourself.
How good does it feel to know that, okay, we'll wait to see whether it's a pole position overall, but you've guaranteed at least one of those top 5 spots in the classification for qualifying practice, and there's some big groups to come.
Yeah, it's always good to be pole once again. I knew if I do one more lap, I'd probably have a better chance to do pole overall, but it's always good.
Paul, the weather could be very mixed here this weekend. Again, it's a nature of this circuit. Does that concern you, or is it something that you look forward to?
It's racing. There's not much to say. You just have to deal with the situations you're in and just go. Just go.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Noah. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Well, great to catch up there with Noah Montero, starting this on the front row of the grid. And have got confirmation from pit lane and from the pre-grid that, once again, Dmitry Matviev has chosen to switch sides. And there you can see it on your screen, the number 11 there on the outside of your screen, so on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, it worked last time.
It worked last time,
Have
yeah.
another go at doing the same again. So, out roll the drivers for this one. This is Groups B and E heading out for their next qualifying heats. Let's take you through the grid. Dmitry Matviev and Noah Montero form up an all-works Kart Republic row 1. Jimmy Elias and Scott Lindblom on row 2. Andy Consane and Matthew Higgins start on row number 3. Jensen Graham and Matt Corby go from the 4th row of the grid. Zach Drummond and Yukapo complete the top 10 on row 5. Lewis Werrell, local to this part of the world, starts on row 6 alongside Oscar Repetto. Luna Flusha, looking to bounce back after that retirement earlier, starts on the 7th row of the grid, is joined by the former world champion Mateusz Morgato. Guillaume Bouzard and Elliot Kaczynski go from the 8th row of the grid. You can find Michael Adair and Gus Lawrence on row 9.
Leo Nilsson and Enzo Ninecotta go from row number 10. They'll have Davide Battaro and Ludovico Busso on row 11. Fred Green and Austin Gale round out row number 12. They'll have Philippe Carras and Lewis Francis on row 13. Leon Brunner and Hutien Deng round out row 14. They'll have Salamat Soy and Peter Stiller on row 15, rounding out the top 30. Mark Brovko and Harry Cottrell go from row 16. They'll have Glenn Guest and Radek Vavra on row 17. Rylan Eschberg rounds out the field. Shotgun at the back of the field in 33rd place. But it looks to me on my timing screen that Radek Vavra has not taken to the track. So I think we're down to just 34 karts in this race. Well, drivers on their formation lap. Sun is still shining, which is nice to see, but that air temperature has not creeped up at all here, which is good for one thing. The engines keeps them nice and cool, means they can run them nice and hot as well, so that is nice for them. Look at the intermediate classifications. We obviously can see Joe Turney at the top of that one at 150 points to his name. Higgins second in that from Elias, Lloyd, Wolf, Cosma, Van Langendonk, Ethan Jeffall, Silkunas and Volta, who round out the top 10 in those points. At the front of this one, though, Matveev looking to try and put a dent in that one, as well as Montero, Jimmy Arras as well, Scott Lindblom, and Matthew Higgins, of course, as well. Great results for them earlier on, but some, again, up and down results for a lot of the drivers.
And I think we'd expect that because it's such a competitive
World
Championship this season. So, 10 laps due for Groups B and E, as they've had throughout the course of their qualifying heats. Dmitry Matveev on driver's left has switched sides. Can he get the starts right here? We are lights out and racing, and not a good start. Montero!
Oh, no!
And straight away off goes the number of the drivers. Zach Drummond's involved. One of the Ward Racing kart citizens, Parolin in there as well. That's Enzo Ninecotta. What a disaster at the very start of this race. We've seen incidents through the exit of the Bruno Ferrari S's. That's the first time we've seen one on the entry to that corner.
That was just so much movement out to the tram lines there. When the lights had gone green, or when the lights go out, I should say, they can move, they can adjust their position, and for some drivers, I think they just went at the same time, one in the inside, one from the outside, going to the middle, and they just got tangled up. And for a lot of drivers, they're out of this one. Jensen Graham is one of them. Elliot Kaczynski is another. Enzo Ninecotta is one, and Ludovico Busso are the 4 drivers involved in that incident, turn number 1. But it does look like they're all okay, and Marshall's quickly on the scenes. But yellow flags out going into the Bruno Ferrari S's means no overtaking on this opening lap. But it is Scott Lindblom who leads the way then on the opening lap, as we're back to green flag and racing through the banking. It's Lindblom who leads from Matveev, Montero, Higgins and Corby, Consani, Elias and Werrell round out the top 8 from Flusha, and Morgato the top 10.
Now, I just wonder as well, Anthony, was there a bit of a trigger point at the very front of the field? Montero, at first glance for me, didn't look like he was at 100% speed. Let's have a look at it again. So, yeah, Montero gets a little bit of a wiggle.
Oh,
it
yeah.
all triggers with, I think, Jensen Graham right in the middle there. Zach Drummond runs into the back. Elliot Kaczynski's got nowhere to go. Real shame, taking out a number of drivers who would have had good chances in that race. Great work as well by the safety features. I know that looks quite dramatic, those blocks going left, right and centre, but they've taken the energy away from the drivers whilst they're having their problems. Philippe Carras is having a torrid, awful time here at PF International, and I think he knows that realistically that is the end of his 2024 World Championship.
It's just not gone his way at all. I do feel for the Frenchman. It has been, like you mentioned, it's been a torrid one for him. Eyes on this one, because the Sodi car in the background there, Andy Consani is battling away with Jimmy Ellis and Matt Corby, and they've just tumbled down the order, so they're fighting for position. But this one here at the front, Lindblom and Matveev line astern right now. Fusion Motorsport now with another one of the Red Bull Junior drivers formally announced very recently. Scott Lindblom leading the way at the wheel of that one, putting the pressure on Matveev and the Factory Kart Republic team here, aren't they? I mean, they're both running on Kart Republic, so they're both on the same chassis, but of course, very different teams. Satellite Fusion, Factory Kart Republic team behind.
And the challenge as well for the Works team is that not only is that a satellite team, it's in Fusion Motorsport, it's a satellite team who've got a lot of data and a lot of knowledge around this circuit at PF International. Another driver who's got a lot of experience, he's there again, 3rd place, Matthew Higgins. I think we're upgrading him from dark horse this weekend into that next tier of favourites, because he's continuing to get good starts, he's continuing to race well, and keeping himself ticking over on those points. He would go back to the top of the intermediate classification if the race, and that's a big if, would finish in this order. Montero still there in 4th place, Elias in 5th, Matt Corby has gained 2 places from where he started. Matheus Morgado is also on the move for the first time, or feels like the first time this weekend. Lewis Werrell has also improved. They're all in the top 10.
Yeah, indeed. Werrell leading that second train of karts from 9th place downwards. Got Guillaume Bouzard all over that rear bumper. Here's some of the stats then for your front runner. Scott Lindblom leading the way. 3 places gained after starting this one in P4. And of course, Dmitry Matviev on the downfall here. Only 1 place lost, but he's got Matthew Higgins on that rear bumper, but he's going to go for the move. Oh, and it's too late under braking. They run wide. And Higgins goes through. Matthew Higgins from 3rd to 1st says thank you very much to Dmitry Matviev and to Scott Lindblom.
That'll be the easiest take of a lead I think Matthew Higgins has had round PF International in many, many a year. I think the back end of Matviev's car just got out of shape. He's picked up a warning flag out there as well. But just a touch of overspeed into hairpin 1, set the back end of the number 11. Of the number 11, because Montero has got through as well. That opened the door for Higgins. Poor Scott Lindblom is now down in 6th place.
Yeah, that's not great at all, but he's fighting back though. He's not lost his momentum as Morgado just tried to squeeze his way through past as well. So Corby's gone down 1 and has split those 2 up apart. There you can see Andy Consani on his charge back as well. He's jumbled down as Corby to the inside. Oh, nearly did an insane move as Matviev there and nearly lost the back end. Oh, and Matheus Morgado is not happy at all because he's seeing these 2 fighting and losing time to the train up ahead, and it's completely understandable.
Yeah, Morgado needs to increase his rate of point scoring. He's not in danger of not being in the super heats tomorrow.
No, but
realistically,
he's going to be not great.
When you're a former world champion and it's another year, you want to be in the mix. And at the moment, Morgado it's just been a bit off colour, a bit off pace so far here in Lincolnshire. Now he's starting to build, but he needs big results now. Instead of being content with the top 5, he needs top 3s. He needs heat wins to pull himself back into contention through this race and the ones remaining.
He certainly does, but still sits there behind Matt Corby at the moment, currently sitting in P7. Consani and Bouzard in the background, running out the top 9. They are right there. They're going to change positions as they go down in towards hairpin number 1. That will allow Luna Flusha to close in just behind. Morgado's got through now as well at hairpin number 1. And Morgado slots in to P6 now as he tries to hunt down Scott Lindblom, who still sits there in P5. Back with the race leaders on this one. Higgins hasn't broken away on this one. And Montero is starting to pile the pressure back on as into the wall and out of the race. Tumbling down, it's Michael Adair going no further. The CRG driver from Italy is out.
And this is the point of one of these FIA karting rounds where if you've had a bit of a bad start, you start to get a bit desperate. What's happened here to Michael Adair?
Wide on the exit.
Wrong there. He's just nowhere to go.
Oh, wow.
Nowhere to go. Driver's on his inside. Really, really unfortunate moment there for Michael Adair.
Yeah, and that's a driver who's saying, oh, OK, you've gone down the inside, but I'm not going to give up the position. I'm not going to back out and let you all go through. And, yeah, that's just that's one of those where sometimes maybe it is a little bit easier to back out of it and fight back later, but that is so unfortunate for Michael Adair, and yeah, he'll have to watch the rest of this race from the sidelines. Eyes on this one though. Montero's turning up the temperature to 11, and he has closed in on Higgins. He looks to the inside at the exit of the Mike Wilson complex, or into the Mike Wilson complex, but again, he's not going to be able to get past. He stays there behind, and he has to be careful now because Matviev, who was leading this race, is starting to reel him in once again now. Back over the start-finish line, we go into lap number 9. It's the penultimate lap of this race, and the top 8 right now are looking very racy.
They are indeed. Montero is trying to find a way through, but Matthew Higgins knows all the tricks of the trade round this circuit. He's raced here for many, many years in the British Championships. He's going to sit in the middle of the road, I'd imagine. Yeah, just control the pace. He's not attacking too hard on the brakes. He knows he's just going to take that track position and ask them other drivers, Matviev, Montero, to do the hard work. Can he get the power down out of hairpin number 2? Yes, he can. And that's the thing with the Energy Corsa. It's picking up off of the traction zones here really, really well. Now there's an opportunity for Montero to get down the inside. Higgins slams the door shut. Matviev's now through into second place. Lindblom's back on the scene for a little bit more. Elias is there. Corby's there. Mogato and Buzard. This is going to be quite the race as we go on to the final lap.
It certainly will be. And there is Matthias Mogato grinding to a halt at the Bruno Ferrari S's. He stayed on the racing line. The field come through. Oh, that was risky, but the rest of the field get through cleanly. Eyes on this one here, though, because Higgins leads the way. Matviev has not given up yet. Montero, those having to deal with Scott Lindblom just behind. He's got Elias as well, Corby and Buzard, all there right in one big long train. But Higgins at the moment is looking comfortable at the front here. But that moment going into what became on the last lap, my goodness, how close. That could have ended in tears. But for these two right now, I think they're going to try and bring it to the end. Investigation flag at the end of this one for Zach Drummond as he's tried to recover back in this race after that first lap spin at turn number 1. But this looks to be signed, sealed and done here. Higgins is looking for his second win of the weekend, and I think he's going to get it out of the final corner. Matthew Higgins takes the win ahead of Dmitry Matviev. Montero finishes in third place from Scott Lindblom, Elias from Corby, Buzard and Lawrence in the side, the top 8. Luna Flusha from Lewis Werrell rounds out the top 10. Big race there for Gus Lawrence.
Yeah, really good run for Lawrence up through the field. And I tell you what, the quiet confidence that Energy Corsa had within their camp before the start of this World Championship, well, it's not quiet anymore. They are here, up for the fight, racing hard and taking heat victories. Matthew Higgins retakes the lead in the intermediate classification. For now, Turney's still got to go, of course, in this 4th round of qualifying heats, but Higgins knows that he will close out this portion of the races at least second in that intermediate classification. He wins by 0.2 of a second ahead of Dmitry Matviev. Noah Montero scores strongly again, bounces back after the disappointment in the previous round, finishes 3rd. Scott Lindblom, P4. Jimmy Elias again in the top 5 and elevates himself to 2nd in the intermediate classification as things stand. Matt Corby, Guillaume Buzard, Gus Lawrence, Luna Flusha and Lewis Werrell all in the top 10. Francis, Bataro, Yu, Nilsson and Fred Green take us down to 15th place. Great drive from Lewis Francis in particular, up 15. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And it all really kicked off at the beginning. A sizable incident here, taking out Kaczynski. Zach Drummond did really well just to keep the engine running there. Also out on the spot, Ludovico Busso, Enzo Nienkotter, Jensen Graham also involved in one of the most sizable moments that we've seen here for this World Championship so far.
Indeed, a very scary one there at one of the fastest parts of the circuit and one of the busiest parts, especially at the start of the race. There, Matthew Higgins pushing his way up through the order there. Philippe Carras out of the race. And just his body language here can just tell you that is a deflated driver who just feels absolutely defeated right now. Eyes on the rest of the field, though. This was Matviev's move for the race lead. Sideways, lost the back end, and through went the energy course of Matthew Higgins. Absolutely superb run in that one. I'm really looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening in that final in the senior category, because I think the last time we saw an energy course in the final last year, I think you have to look back, Thomas Stoshamanis in that race. The Latvian in the energy course, I think, finished 32nd place in that race. That moment there for Michael Adair, who is just a driver who didn't want to give up his position and unfortunately ended up in the wall.
Yeah, to give a bit of benefit of the doubt to Adair, I think he might have been a bit unsighted of just how many karts were on his inside. It's a very tricky scenario when you've got everything moving around you, but yeah, Michael Adair's weekend really starting to get away from him. This was the closest moment, I think. Higgins knew Montero was there, decided, no, you're not coming through, Noah, closes the door quite firmly. Allowed Matviev to get back down the inside and take 2nd place on the initial part through the Mike Wilson complex, and a good fight back from Scott Lindblom as well to P4. But Higgins wins for the 2nd time this weekend. and really puts himself in the picture now. Some great work from him and Energy Course.
Certainly so. Well, don't go anywhere. More racing coming up very soon. OK Junior qualifying heat B and G is next, but we are going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship here, live from PF International Karting Circuit in Lincolnshire, where we're about to be greeted with the second half of the qualifying heats in the morning phase of the day. It is qualifying heat B versus G for the OK Junior category coming up next after quite a lengthy little recovery job there happening after the previous qualifying heat. If you are only just joining us, welcome to the FIA Karting World Championships. If you're wondering what's going on here and you're a new watcher, well, basically this is a one-off round. It's the World Championships. The full season has been had in the FIA Karting Championships of the Europeans, and this weekend it's the Worlds. You've got drivers from all over the globe racing here this weekend to be crowned FIA Karting World Champion, and that comes with quite a prestigious standing. But there, though, on your screen, Roman Kamiab, at the end of qualifying, he put it on pole in group. Here's what he had to say.
Well, we have a new driver on top in OK Junior. Roman Kamiab, end of the third group, but you're the fastest driver. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I was really fast. I got in a good position. I managed to pop the lap in on the last few seconds. Yeah, I was super fast. I'm really happy with the team and everything with the kart, the setup. It all feels amazing.
Being a home World Championships for both yourself and the team, I know you know this place pretty well, but being in the third group, having the opportunity to see what the first two groups were doing, did that help you prepare today?
Yeah, it helps a little bit because you don't have to worry about like the overall time if you're P1 overall, if you're in the first session. So like now I only have to wait for 2 sessions to see, and yeah.
How much confidence have you taken from your European Championship run? You know, a really good run, battling in there in the top 5 for many races. It's been a good season.
Yeah, I mean, it's built me up for this race, most important race, and the confidence I've had, like the start of this week has been really good. I really need to have a good result this week, and I'm going to do it.
Who do you think your biggest adversary is going to be to becoming world champion this weekend?
I'm not too sure because there's quite a few drivers. So yeah, we'll have to see what the rest qualify like.
Well, best of luck, Roman. I know you'll give it your all, and have a good time out there.
Thank you very much.
Well, great to chat there to Roman Kamiab, and a good result for him as well in his previous race earlier on today, scoring a 2nd place. So again, nice start to his day, but let's see if he can convert that into a race win on this one. There is a look at some of your hard-working grid marshals out there, and one to note there is Gridman Sam. You can catch him on his social media. Fully licensed marshal here at PF International Circuit, and they're keeping charge of all the drivers who are ready to start this racing. Great to see him at the front of this World Championship grid.
Absolutely, you know, such dedication from Sam, and great to see him here on this stage. Drivers waiting for their instruction to head out onto circuit. Kamiab on the left of your screens. We've just heard from him. He's got his teammate Turner Brown directly behind. As the green flag is waved from the gantry, let's take you through the grid for this latest heat in OK Junior. Roman Kamiab on pole position. Devin Waltz alongside on the front row. Turner Brown and Jarrett Clark mean it's a Ricky Flynn on the inside. a Forza Racing driver on the outside for the first 2 rows. Rocco Coronel and Riley Cranham go from row 3. Cole Denham and Nat Johnston form up an all-British row 4. Sam Woolley needs a good result here in this one, but unfortunately does not take the start, unfortunately there, so will not be starting on row 5 alongside Gian Matteo Rousseau. Alexander Dahlstrom and Daniel Kelleher on row 6, Bosco Arias and Marco Gast row 7, Jesse Phillips and Joel Pockeler on row 8, ahead of Andrea Mani and Matteo Rivals on row 9.
Row number 10 sees Gustavo da Silva and Edward Kennedy round out the top 20. Then you see Asher Osteen and Levi Sangara on row 11. Yuri Lavar and Roland Nagy on row 12. They'll have Kinish Rao and Fostal Nardo on row 13. Vanessa Shilkanate and Kadia Fairhand on row 14. They'll have Gilles Herman and Evan Purcell on row 15, giving us our top 30. Lucas Carrera and Marcel Totaro on row 16. Then it's Zachariah Dole and Toby Gale rounding out the 34-car grid. But, of course, 2 drivers missing brings us down to 32 cars out there.
Nat Johnston being the other one for Jamie Green Racing, who does not take the start. We've not had any reports to us in the box of any missed gates or anything of that nature. So we do hope that both Nat Johnston and Sam Woolley are okay. And hopefully we might see them later on, because if there is a situation, of course, if they've had an incident that needs to be medically cleared before they go back out on track. So 8 minutes for Groups B and G. Roman Kamyab, knowing that another good score here would put him back to the top of the intermediate classification. That's currently got Nicholas Schaufler at the top of it with 179 points from a possible 200. Kamyab in that close battle with Craigy, Costoya, Slater 2 points back, Crailing still there. And well, we're kind of in that phase where some drivers have got 1 race in hand, some of them have got 2. So this will all kind of congregate towards the end of today. So no reason for Nicholas Schaufler fans to think, oh, it's all done, you know, near the 20-point lead. No, it is still very, very close out there. Drivers into the latter parts of the Mike Wilson complex, Anthony. But the one driver with their hand up in the air, so we might not go this time. Yeah, that looks to me like that is that Cole Denham or is that Alexander Dahlstrom? I think it's Dahlstrom who should be starting this one on the 6th row of the grid. Let's see if we are going. The lights go out and we are racing, and it's a quick defensive charge over to the right-hand side for Roman Kamyab. The rest of the field get through the first corners unscathed into the banking then for the first time, and it's a good getaway then for Kamyab. Turner Brown as well holds on to 2nd place, and it's kind of a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on today in their race. Only this time Rocco Coronel has not got up into 3rd place. He is still there in P4, as it is Devin Waltz who leads that 2nd group of karts. A good start for Kamyab, good aggressive start to control the pace of those on the outside, P2, P4, etc, etc. Kamyab and Brown, I'm sure there's discussions going on in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport awning of how to prepare for each of these races, particularly for Turner Brown. He'll be learning more and more as the heats tick on by about the little subtleties of how this OK Junior field race at the FIA Karting World Championships. You know, drivers are starting to get that familiarity of who's starting ahead of them, who's starting behind. At the end of the first lap, Kamyab leads from Brown. Devin Waltz there in 3rd place, Coronel in 4th. Good start for Joel Pockeler, Anthony. He's gained 6 places. The Finn is up into the top 10. Certainly is. Oh, big lunge there. Big defensive lunge for, looks to me like Turner Brown. And, yeah, Rocco Coronel not able to get through. And he's gone down a little bit there in the order. And now they're backing themselves up here as Cranham, Clark Rousseau, Denham, Kelleher, and Pockeler start to close in as well. It looks like Bosco Arias just at the back also trying to get involved in this one. But Turner Brown is making that Ricky Flynn kart as wide as it possibly can be on this lap. There you can see the Sodi kart of Cranham trying to get down the inside. Oh, that is as close as you like to be. The track action there is very narrow. You have to be careful because you try and go too wide, it's not going to work out. We go live on board with Turner Brown for a full lap here
at the PF International Circuit. Flat out through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Beautiful run there up the banking through turn number 3. It continues round onto turn 4 as down the inside goes Coronel, down the inside goes Cranham as he goes wheel to wheel with one off the Litchfield Bridge. Now you go flat out down the infield straight. It's downhill 200 metres here in towards turn 6 of hairpin number 1. You can see here again the physicality of the lap. In towards hairpin number 2 again. Great places for overtaking opportunities, but not this time around as Turner Brown holds on to his position. Another long straight in towards the Fullerton S's. Fullerton S's is part 1, then part 2, as you quickly have to negotiate turn number 9 of the Fullerton S's and Bobby Kane corner of turn number 10. Out of Bobby Kane corner, then comes the long Mike Wilson complex all the way throughout turns 11, 12, 13 and 14, and then it's Pitts Bend to round out the lap here at turn 15, and you're back on the start-finish straight. A great lap there for Turner Brown, but he did lose out in some places because, of course, through went Coronel and through went Cranham.
Yeah, it just showed great how the control of the drivers there at the front of the field, dancing their karts around PF International. I believe we've had a change for the lead. Yes, we have. Devin Waltz has gone through past Roman Kamiab. Taking it there on lap number 3. Kamiab's not going to give this one up, though. They've got a good gap to Coronel behind. Let's have a look at a replay. I reckon this is going to be how it was done. It was down into hairpin number 1. Textbook move from Devin Waltz. Nicely orchestrated there. And I think these two will just hold for the next lap or so. They want to grow that gap, but they know how big a threat Rocco Coronel is. They don't want to let the Dutch driver back into the equation at this middle part of the race, so Kamiab will probably just sit there for the next lap and a half.
I can imagine so, but that brings us on to our next favourite game of spotting sector times throughout this one. And, well, so far throughout this race, we have seen some good sectors throughout, but we'll keep a close eye on them. Gareth Fairhand picking up a warning flag as we keep an eye on this gap. It's 1.9 seconds between Coronel and our race leader at the moment, Devin Waltz. But let's see what happens. Jesse Phillip, though, setting the fastest lap of the race, is pushing through nicely in the field. It's currently up into P9 and is battling away at the moment. Bosco Arias, Marco Gas just behind.
Indeed. So we are into the second half of this one. Joel Pokola's progress is continuing. He's up into the top 5 now. This is the fight involving the 265 Riley Cranham. Yeah, he's lost a little bit of pace, it would seem, in this race. He's gone backwards. He's now got the attentions of Jesse Phillips, Bosco Arias in there as well, and Marco Gost. Marco Gost, this is a good run, needs it, because he's had problems so far this weekend. Back with the leaders, Waltz and Kamiab. Last time around, 56.3 for Waltz, 56.4 for Kamiab, 56.4 as well for Coronel. So it's fairly even Stevens at the moment across the top 3 in terms of race pace. So whilst that is happening, I think again Kamiab will be thinking, let's just stay here in second place. We don't need to do anything unnecessary at this stage. Coronel is not closing in at the moment. Turner Brown still there in 4th place. He's being reeled in though by Joel Pokola, so Joel Pokola could be having a go in the not too distant future. Also moving up through the order, Kanish Grau, Anthony, the driver running for Sodi Karts this weekend, up 10 spots into the top 15.
Yes, indeed. Again, good runs throughout this entire field as well. So we'll keep a close eye on those ones. What does this do to the intermediate classifications, though? Kamiab, currently sitting there in second place, would retake the lead, 200 points to his name, and you would think that was 4 race wins, as unfortunately there, the 320 going no further. That is Lucas Guerreiro there as well from Brazil. A DNF for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. Not a good start to the day.
Yeah, it's been a tough World Championship so far as Kamiab's made the move. Kamiab has made the move, but has he got it done? Because back comes Waltz. Yes, he has. Good pace, good power for Roman Kamiab off of hairpin number 2. Now, the next sector is really key for me, Anthony, because if Kamiab can break away, just give himself a lead of a kart length or 2, put it in the mind of Devin Waltz to say, don't try it. Don't try and throw one down the inside on the last lap. Kamiab should be on the way here, but Waltz is going to have the benefit of the toe. Drafts to the back of the rear bumper there, onto Kamiab's rear bumper once again as they nearly come together, going up onto the bridge. Warning flag for Joel Pokola. down into hairpin 1. This is going to be a key run now. Kamyab's going to sit it to the middle of the road. He's going to force Waltz if he's going to want to overtake to go around the outside. Picking up off the corner here, really key for Kamyab because he's going to hold it down to driver's left, middle of the road again. Next challenge to get off of the corner. Kamyab cuts across once more. Defence for Waltz. Waltz, realistically, one more opportunity here into Bobby Game corner. Kamyab's aware of it. Once again sits in the middle of the road. Waltz has a little look. Kamyab's just got to thread it through the Mike Wilson complex, and he's going to take victory.
He certainly is. A nice overtake to get into this position, and a great defensive lap there for Roman Kamyab. He'll add to his tally and claims another win and puts himself now 206 intermediate classification points. So Roman Kamyab, a superb drive for the young Briton ahead of Devon Waltz. Rocco Coronel really closed in on that last lap. Again, understandable, the battle happening between these two cost them a lot of time. Coronel, though, finishing that race a second further down the road. Turner Brown finishing in P4 ahead of Yoel Pocula's 11 places gained to finish in P5. Riley Cranham from Jarrett Clark, Bosco Arias from Marco Gast, Jesse Phillips rounding out the top 10. All three of those last three drivers in the top 10, all 5 places gained. Here's a look at the rest of the results from P10 downwards. Daniel Kelleher, Andrea Mani from Knish Grounds, Montero Rousseau and Asher Oshdin having a much better result. NASA panel still secured to that CRG, running at the top 15 out on circuit.
Gustavo da Silva was P16 ahead of Mateo rivals Toby Gale, Cara Fairhand and Fausto Arnada. That was the runners in your top 20. A good drive from Marcello Totato in the 3-1-1, up 11 spots to 21st for CRG. Gilles Herman up 7 to 22nd. Yuri Levar, Vanessa Shilkinace, Edward Kennedy take us down to 25th. Also finishing out their tough race for Cole Denham. Alexander Dahlstrom as well was in the double figures of positions lost, unfortunately. Roland Nagy, Levi Segura and Zach DeLay all in the top 30 there to see the checkered flag. 2 retirements, Lucas Correa and Evan Purcell. Nat Johnston and Samuel Woolley did not start. I really liked how Roman Kamyab executed that one. He was thinking about how he wanted to finish the race and what kind of gap he wanted back to Coronel. 4-5 laps from the end. That is, once again, Roman Kamyab, for me, Anthony, showing a lot of maturity out there.
Yeah, exactly that. So great to see him really shining in this second half of the weekend, again, delivering some really good, strong results. And this is how he started that race. Really defensive lunge there. From his point of view, that was driver's left, moving over to the left-hand side for us there on screen. Moving over to the right, but there you can see how difficult that made it there a little initially for Turner Brown to try and hold on to second place, but yeah, really put him on the back foot there, and he had to go all the defensive lines there to try and defend himself. That wouldn't last long though, because Devon Waltz immediately on the attack at the exit of the bridge. Then this later on in the race, Coronel and Riley Cranham going through. You can see how close that was there. Just that front wheel making contact with that rear bumper. They nearly locked her front and rear bumpers there as well. Just shows how tight it is on the exit there. And then this, the change for the lead down the inside, and it kind of stayed like that for the rest of the race, didn't it, Andrew?
It did, and I say this is where, for me, Kamyab's reading of the race and how it was potentially going to go really impressed in my book. There were some further moves down the order. And doing it on the penultimate lap as well.
Smart.
You know, a really smart way of doing it, of not letting Devon Waltz almost get a little bit too tight in defence. You know, he took the initiative, he got P1 on the road, and knew, again, with his knowledge of this circuit, that he'd be able to defend for that single lap to take it to the checkered flag. Very well done.
Indeed. Well, plenty more races coming up, because we'll be heading over now back to the senior grids, Group D versus F. That is coming up next for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship here at PF International. 10-lap race, 14-kilometre race distance, and starting at the front of it, at the end of time, qualifying in a CRG, Ethan Jeff Hall. We caught up with him after his qualifying session.
Down in the paddock once again, the qualifying practice is complete for all of our categories, and our final pole position holder in group today is Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, a really good lap there. Got your brand new CRG suit on, and seems to have gained you a few tenths out there.
Yeah, it was a great qualifying. Obviously, it was quite tough with everyone coming out the pit lane as I was starting my first push lap, but you know, it is what it is. Still did a great job, and the team did an amazing job to get the kart sorted.
You've raced here and many other tracks around the country since you were a young boy. How special is it to be in these colours in a World Championship on home soil?
Yeah, it feels great. Obviously, with CRG this weekend, it's my second race in OK, so we'll see how it goes. But it's an amazing feeling to be here representing CRG for the World Final. So yeah, I'm really happy.
And the final in Kristianstad for that previous appearance didn't quite go your way, but there was some good pace there, and we had some mixed weather in Sweden as well. Do you think that's prepared you in good order for this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it was a tough week. I didn't manage to finish the final, but we had some ups and downs. I think we were fifth in the last heat, so I think that's set us up nicely for this weekend.
What are the unique challenges of driving an OK powered kart around this circuit?
Obviously, it's very fast and a lot of grip, so it's important to be smooth and try not to work the tyre too hard, but hopefully we can do that and have some good results in the qualifying heats.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for your time, Ethan. Have a good weekend and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
You say great to chat there to Ethan Jeff Hall, and like you say, yeah, it's only his second time out in this class, and I've got to say he's taken to it like a duck to water. And like he said it in there, it didn't go well in Kristianstad, and we thought, oh, that's a kind of a baptism of fire there for a driver who has really stepped up into the class, new team, brand new class as well in an engine. But this weekend at PFI, it seems like home turf has helped him out.
I think it's helped him out, but I do think the experience that he had, even though it wasn't all positive in Sweden, has prepared him brilliantly. I think he's a very capable driver.
Yes.
Let's be absolutely
100%.
clear. It's 100%. He's a very capable driver. Been doing some great work in his car racing this year, as well as Ethan Jeff Hall. But you know, just to get the cobwebs off, almost, because he's not been in a kart as much this year as previous. So. Yeah, and we saw the pace. Like, we straight away saw the pace, whether it be in a free practice session or a good heat. It's like, okay, that's starting to tick, and now it's all started to knit together very well for Ethan Jeff Hall.
Certainly is. Well, engines fire up as the grid heads out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup for senior qualifying heat D versus F. Ethan Jeff Hall starting it on row number 1. We'll have Thibaut Ramikas to accompany alongside. Ramikas having a very good start to his second half of the day. Alexander Bondarev and Marcus Shulkunas running up row number 2. They'll have Dries van Langendonk and Salman Zamfari on row 3. Joseph Smith and David Walter on row 4. They'll have Sebastian Korpeng and Hugo Marti on row 5. Salim Hanar and Harley Keeble on row 6. They'll have Emily Koivisto and Harry Hannum on row 7. Jakub Mikalev and Xavier Avramides go from row 8, with Mark Domnitsky and Jakub Kamenek on row number 9.
Stylianos Kolobos and Daniel Gunchard go from row 10. Tiziano Monza and Matteo Giacardi go from row 11. Nico Lachnalate and Tom Dussel need to move forward from row 12. They're ahead of Anatoly Khavalkin and Bernardo Minoldi on row 13. Levi Arn and Rhys Newburn are looking for good results from row 14. Completing the top 30 of this field are Maria Neto and Blake Nash. Row 16, Maximilian Rafalik and Kuba Ryskin, all Polish. Row 16 there. Archie Tillett is on row number 17. Should be alongside Tom Louis, but unfortunately Louis does not take the start.
Well, there we go. Drivers making their way round now on their formation lap. They've had plenty of time to get some temperature into those tyres. And, of course, it was at this stage of the weekend where tyres may start to come into play here. These Maxxis tyres, they really work hard over the course of the weekend. These are the prime tyres that these drivers are using, the senior category with the yellow band that is out there. Now, these tyres really do work super well. They get like about 3 or 4 laps, absolutely rapid, quick time on that one.
Yeah.
Then they drop into a consistency phase where they just last for a really long time. And the pace is still good in that consistency phase, because when we look at past results from previous races at the circuits that we've been to in the same category, these Maxxis tyres have been performing so much better and have actually been about a second faster in some circuits, half a second faster in some others, and the same here. They've been on pace and they've been right where they want to be, even in their consistency phase. But drivers will have to think when they want to deploy that extra 1/2 set. into the tram lines, lights go out, we race down in towards turn number 1, and it's a great start there for Ethan Jeff Hall. He holds on to the race lead, but keep an eye behind because Ramakas didn't get away well as Bondarev gets up into second place. Alexander Bondarev now looking very strong, and he goes to the lead down the inside, and Ramakas follows as well, and Ethan Jeff Hall tumbles from first down to 4th.
Yeah, I think that took Jeff Hall a little bit by surprise. Bondarev bowls down the inside.
Oh.
It's a bit of a rougher moment now for Dries van Langendonk and for Ethan Jeff Hall. That's allowed Ramakas and Bondarev away. Bondarev looked the wrong way. I thought Ramakas was going to get him there into the Fullerton S's. There's one cart already off now. I think
He's
that's
gone through.
Yeah, that's a driver who's gone from hairpin 1 through the cut through.
It's Harry Haddam in the JDR. That's who it is. Sorry there, Andrew. But yeah, it just completely missed the braking zone there and gone straight to the cut through. I thought, why have we got yellow flags at Fullerton S's? The field hasn't got there yet, and that's the reason why the JDR going straight through.
Daniel Grinchard has also, I think, had problems because he's appeared at the front of the order. Oh, that's going to bolt Bondarev a little bit as Ramakas was down the inside. Dries van Langendonk's got for a move as well. Round the outside goes Dries van Langendonk coming off the bridge there. Brilliant move, but the danger for the rest of the field now. Ramakas is clear. Is this where Ramakas hits the turbo once again and breaks away from the rest of the field? They've got to get themselves organised and quick.
They certainly have. If they keep scrapping like this, they won't gain any time at all. Ethan Jeff Hall back down the inside, gets through and gets past Dries van Langendonk. Van Langendonk with the bad exit now has just bunched everyone in now. As you can see here, drivers scrambling to try and gain places here. Sillimanar battling away with Hugo Marti just behind. David Walter is there as well with Marcus Schilkunas. Then you can see you've got Silliman Zanfari there as well in the 102. Battling away. Blue flags out. That will be for, of course, Daniel Ginchard, who I think you're bang on in what you were saying there. Got caught out with that incident with Harry Hannum. Went straight through the chicane and kept on going. But here right now, Ramakas 1.1 seconds further up the road, but Bondarev and Jeff Hall, I think, have had an agreement with themselves now.
Yeah, and it's the right thing to do, that they've got to see if they can close Ramakas down. The thing for Ramakas, though, is he's learnt. I think he's actually learnt off Joe Turney a little bit with this year, of the ability to get a 1 second lead, take it chill, put the emphasis on the other driver. It's like, come on, chase me. Use your tyres to get the gap down. And then when it just gets down to maybe 3-4 tenths, then he goes again. We'll see if that's how it pans out across the course of the remaining 8 laps. There's all sorts going on through the Mike Wilson complex. I think Kawanek is on the move up the order past the number 27 and Marcus Schilkunas. Poor Marcus Schilkunas has really lost out on that last lap. He's dropped 5 places. Initially being overtaken by Harley Keeble. Ramakas 55.474. Bondarev 55.3. So yes, it's Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith in trouble coming off the bridge. Is there a bit of smoke? He's looking down at the engine and it's grinding to a halt. Joseph Smith retires on lap 4.
Well, that is heartbreak for Smith because he's been having superb races over the course of the day. Yeah, he looks at the spark plug there at the top, and I think it's not sparking anymore. And there's more drama as off the track. That, I believe, is Schilkunas. Yes, indeed, it is Schilkunas, and he's gone off with Jakub Kamenek as well. Both of them are off the circuit and go no further. Schilkunas is going to get the 1 attempt to restart it. Remember, he'll have to lift the compression valve to head of it go. He does get it going, but he's at the back of the grid. There's a lot of debris on the back of that kart. Here's how it happened.
It's coming out of hairpin number 2 as there's some movement up ahead.
Oh,
and both
they just
of them
get
run
tangled.
out wide. And then have a little second touch for good measure. You can see Schilkunas spin, keep the engine revs going. But the problem is, it's been a fair amount of rain here in Lincolnshire over the last week or so. As Matteo Giaccardi is the latest driver to have problems. He's in the repair area. Another one's gone. It's Korpeng. Korpeng's gone. They're falling like flies out there. As Sebastian Korpeng retires, I think that's 5 or 6 retirements we've got now, and we're not even in the second half of this heat.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies, as you mentioned, but I'm not sure what's going on here. Quite a few mechanical failures going out there in the second half. Of course, you have got drivers who have been tangled up with incidents, but that does put a worry on maybe some of the other Kart Republic drivers out there. Is it all going well? Well, Ramakas still leads the way right now, but Bondarev is right there. Ethan Jeff Hall has closed in, so that lead from Ramakas has changed as down the inside, through goes Bondarev. and Ramikas goes down to third. Ethan Jeff Hall back up into second.
Really good pace from Alexander Bondarev the last couple of laps, and right now it looks like from the body language of Ramikas that he can't quite respond. Lost a lot of pace, particularly on the last lap. Has a little bit of a change with the radiator cover. Investigation flag, though. A little bit more drama in this race. The race leader, Alexander Bondarev, is under investigation by the race officials. Not quite sure in the comms box what for. Ethan Jeff Hall will see that. He'll see number 29 ahead of him on the road, number 29 on the display, and think, hang on a minute, I could have another race win on the cards here. The number 47 of Tiziano Monza is also under investigation. Another driver is out. It's the number that's the number 66 of Joseph Smith that we saw having engine trouble earlier on in the race. Salim Hanar has now set the fastest lap, 54.714. As another notification from race control, Maria Neto has received a warning.
Yeah, Maria Neto not having a great weekend as well. I think she retired on the last lap of her previous race as well. Tumbled right down the order, so again needing to get those better results in the second half of this one. Bondarev is comfortable at the front, but not too comfortable because Ethan Jeff Hall has just eked away at that lead right now, and the CRG is looking absolutely planted. It's like a different driver than what we saw in his first appearance in Kristianstad in Sweden in the FIA Karting European Championship. Here now in PFI at the Worlds, he is looking so much stronger as he is looking to go for the move here on Alexander Bondarev, but Bondarev right now is not giving up place. Ramikas is there, but Van Langendonk is closing in as well. The driver who's in fourth place might have a chance of getting a win here.
This is when Dries Van Langendonk's eyes will just open at the opportunity. He's taken so many race wins in the OK Junior. So far this year as Jeff Hall goes down the inside. Ramikas is there. Nothing Bondarev can do. Has to slot down into third place, but Dries Van Langendonk is with them now. You've got a number of FIA titles in this battle. Bondarev, the OK Junior European Champion from 2023. Dries Van Langendonk took that title earlier on this year and, of course, won the world title in OK Junior 12 months ago. As out of the race, Markus Šilkunas, we saw trouble for the Lithuanian down at hairpin 2. As out is Avramidis. Avramidis is the next retirement down at the Mike Wilson complex.
Yeah, I saw him tumble down the order, and I'm seeing more drivers tumble down. Harley Keeble and Bernardo Bonaldi also having troubles out there. But yeah, you bang on in what you're saying there, as we've seen more changes here. Bondarev is back down now into P4. Ramikas and Van Langendonk have got through. But you bang on with what you're saying. So many talented drivers in this top four battling with each other. And one of them is this weekend could be another world champion, but in the senior category. There, Xavier Avramidis from Australia, clearly not happy with something. And yeah, chatting with the mechanic, but yeah, no bueno on that one. He's out of this race. Check over the shoulder for Ethan Jeff Hall as we go on to the final lap of this one. Ramikas is there, Van Langendonk in third, Bondarev in fourth, but I don't think here we're going to see anything. They've opened themselves up, and I think they're going to settle for the positions they're in. But for Ethan Jeff Hall, I'm sure he'd be happy to take back that lead spot.
I'll be very, very happy indeed. We've both had the pleasure of watching this young man race for many, many a year, all the way from his introduction to karting in cadet racing within the UK. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves again. It's a heat. It'll move him up to second place in the intermediate classification. But the last time that the World Championships came to PF International, it was a British winner in the senior category. His name was Danny Curl. I think Ethan Jeff Hall is going to stick his name amongst the home favourites here in 2024 as we go through the qualifying heats. Ethan Jeff Hall for CRG takes the heat win brilliantly by half a second clear of Thibaut Ramikas. Ramikas is definitely back in the game now. He gets back up into the top 10 in the intermediate classification with that. And Dries Van Langendonk not too far back either in third. Alexander Bondarev makes it the top four, covered by less than 1.25 seconds.
Absolutely superb drive there for the field, but for some drivers who started at the sharp end of that grid, not the results they will have wanted. And you have to look there to Lithuania's Markus Šilkūnas. Unfortunately, DNF for him. This was in that race. Oh dear, that's not what you want to see. That's, I think, Bernardo Benoldi getting caught out. This might be why. Oh, there goes the rear bumper, and that's an unfortunate one for the TV kart driver. I think for the S8 racing team, that might be a bit of a technical flag going out.
Yeah, that was Rhys Newburn having problems right at the end there. There's your provisional results. Jeff Hall from Ramekers, from Van Langendonk, Bondarev and Hanar, your top 5. David Walter scores well once again in 6th. Hugo Marti, Tiziano Monza, Suleiman Zanfari and Mark Dibnitsky all in the top 10. Big moves up the order for Dussal and Kovalkin, both up 13 spots. Daniel Guinchard in 13th on the road. Blake Nash, 16 places gained for the American into P14. Stylianos Kolovos completed the top 15.
16th downwards sees Emilio Koivisto. Then it's Maximilian Rafale from Jakub Rashki, Jakub Mikulev from Maria Neto, Harley Keeble from Nico Hanalate, Archie Tillett from Rhys Newburn. Then it's Levi Arin from Bernardo Benoldi, Matteo Giacardi rounding out the 27 finishes in that one. Handful of retirements: Xavier Avramides, Markus Šilkūnas, Sebastian Korpeng, Jakub Kamenek, Joseph Smith, Harry Hannum, not finishing that race, and of course the non-starter of Tom Luye. But there on your screen, Ethan Jeff Hall, a nice race win. Certainly had to work for it though, Andrew, because the start of the race all went his well. Bondarev with a good getaway as well, getting up into P2 from the 3rd place spot on the grid. But the rest of the field behind, all fine, but this first overtake here, Bondarev down the inside, that started to shake things up.
Really good control from Bondarev.
Really
he didn't throw himself too hard into that move. He just needed to park in on the apex, control the speed, and he'd have the lead down. I forgot about that moment that Ethan Jeff Hall was up on 2 wheels coming off of hairpin number 1. Nearly ended in disaster on the very first lap. And Ramekers and Bondarev at this stage looked to be away. There was drama early on. Harry Hannum in the Jack Dex Racing prepared MS kart was out on lap 1. Daniel Guinchard also had problems on lap 1, moving out of the way of everybody there because effectively it appeared. I reckon he may have cut through hairpin 1 as well.
Yeah, and that 13th place finish for him might not be the case of that one, because technically he did cut half the track, so we didn't have the same race distance. This moment here, for Joseph Smith, there was a lot of smoke coming out the exhaust there, so that might have been a chain coming off. Of course, he's revving the car and it's just not going. And yeah, went a bit backwards for him. That was Jakub Kamenek and Markus Šilkūnas. Šilkūnas getting restarted, but later did retire. Beached on the grass there, had to get it restarted. And then this one here, Sebastian Korpeng as well. They just started to drop, didn't they? And I think that might be engine problems.
It's curious how many of the drivers were having those kind of like power unit issues. This was another view of the move. Bondarev through coming off the bridge. Again, he likes an overtake through that part of the circuit. I was surprised that Ramekers didn't have a little bit more pace in the middle of the race, though.
Yeah, exactly that. But he certainly drove back on it, finished 2nd place, got down the inside here on that lap. It brought everyone in. This is where it started to get a little bit shaky as there's Xavier Avramides. And again, that was a breakdown. I thought that may have been an incident involved with another, but no, he pulled it off the circuit. Clearly something not working with the kart. This moment here, very dramatic moments right at the back of the field here. It's Levi Arin going down the inside of Bernardo Benoldi, and unfortunately for your man Rhys Newburn, just getting that rear bumper clipped and it coming loose. And lucky for him, that was at the end of the race, so a technical flag didn't come out in time. But across the line, Ethan Jeff Hall across the finish line takes a race win ahead of Timo Ramekers and Dries van Langendonk. Well, there you can see some of the families out there watching the racing here at the FIA Karting World Championships, and even got the ear defenders on. That's a good thing, because these karts are all mighty loud when they're in one big pack.
They are indeed. So next out onto circuit, it is OK Junior once again, and Group A and Group F for their next qualifying heat of 8 laps, 11 kilometres around the PF International Kart Circuit here in Lincolnshire for this 2024 FIA Karting World Championships. Great to see so many people coming down to spectate. If you are at home, if you're in the area, even if you know a bit of a drive away here in the UK, and you can make it down tomorrow for the finals and for the superheats and for the finals, do please make the effort to support if you can. Tickets are available on the door. Let's have a chat from earlier in the weekend with Noah Baglin.
Well, here we are at the end of OK Junior qualifying practice for the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships on home soil. Your pole sitter is Noah Baglin. Noah, what words can we describe to use that lap? We were talking about, you know, things in the 0.7s, and you just go in there and smash a 0.3 right at the end. What a lap.
Yeah, it's very exciting to do it on home soil, and to be honest, I thought I didn't get the lap because on the last lap I missed the corner completely and I didn't know if to fill in the pits or not to save the tyres. But yeah, I'm very happy because my coach told me P1, and by then I was exciting and perfect start to the weekend.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. There's a lot of heats to go through, you know, this afternoon, all through Saturday, before we're even talking super heats and finals at the end. You know, I know the goal is to win this weekend. You know, but what else are you looking to achieve here this weekend?
I mean, we don't ask for much. Obviously, we want to win the race, but because it's my first year, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think hopefully we get a podium, and obviously I can't look into the final because we've got so much heats to go, but hopefully we get good heats and we carry the momentum on.
And you seem to have turned a corner. The start of the season was a bit difficult, and I think it was probably halfway through the European round at Slovakia, and then you really hit your stride in Sweden for the culmination of those European Championships. Do you feel a lot more confident now at the start of the year?
Yeah, obviously, in my opinion, in Mini before, I used to not have the better qualities, let's just say, and do good in the races, but I think I've switched it back a lot now and we're good in quali. And for this, like, if you come over the P10, it's quite hard at this track because it's so tight and narrow and it's hard to overtake, but when you start P1, obviously, I mean, it's easier, if that makes sense.
And how big an effort have the team put in to put you in this position?
So much. We were struggling a bit in practice just to find what kart we can do, and like in the wet yesterday it turned wet on the last session, but yeah, my coach, my mechanic and KR have put so much effort into me to help me get this. It's amazing.
Well, best of luck, Noah. You'll be on pole position for every single one of your heats through the rest of today and tomorrow. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Noah Baglin, starting this one on the front row. Got a P2 in his last race earlier on, and he'll have this time around Jacob Ashcroft for company alongside. Jacob Ashcroft, brilliant start to his weekend, great qualifying. First heat was amazing, but those races later on has just been caught out with some very unfortunate DNFs out on the circuit, but he's looking to reclaim some great spots in this one. Drew Waltz and James Anagnostiadis starting on the second row of the grid as well, and for them in the previous races, a P6 and a P10. Engines fire up, karts make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. It is Noah Baglin and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 1, Drew Waltz and James Anagnostiadis on row 2, Kip Bolowski and Kasper Reipold on row 3, Harrison Mackie and Iskander Solfakari go from row 4, Oliver Rasmussen and Alex Malota round out the top 10 on row 5, Thomas Pradir and Endo Arata go from row 6, they'll have Manuel Maguez and Jagrat Troja on row 7, Vladimir Vanikov and Armin Karri Osman on row number 9 with Kingsley Zheng and Sebastian Mins on row number 9.
Michael McGoy and Dean Hugendorn start on the 10th row of the grid. Marco Manson and Lewis Island go from row 11. On 12, it's Yutaro Sakai and Tamas Gender. Theo Tobal and Just Mulder start on row 13. Enzo Ruggiero and Remy Samchik start on row 14. Alex Brunner and Ludovico Mazzola start on row 15. Vinny Ferro and Caio Zorzetto go from row 16. Max Endicott and Victor de Alencar completes the 34-strong field. All drivers present and correct out on circuit, Anthony Jordan.
Excellent to see. Well, let's get a good start in this one. So many drivers in contention for this one, and looking down at the intermediate classifications, none of them currently in this one right now, but when they finish this race, they might bump themselves up in the order by quite a bit. But like you say, Baglin with that P2 earlier on, certainly looking strong this weekend. Another driver looking strong, Kip Bolowski, starting this one on the 3rd row of the grid. A race win in his previous one. Certainly looking strong over the course of this. Again, needs to gain those few extra positions in this race. Drew Waltz as well, P6 for him. We said about Anagnostiadis with P10. Kasper Reipold in the last one. The driver starting on the outside of row number 3. P19 in the last one. Not the best run, especially at this point of the weekend. You don't want too many of those, do you?
You don't want too many of those. You don't want to lose the momentum either of how the weekend's going or how the championship is going. The drivers go past the red line that marks the point at which they cannot do any more overtaking. They just form up into the 2x2 formation. Baglin and Ashcroft. Well, I'm sure previously at some point these two drivers have shared a front row or looked at a front row together. Have they ever done something quite like this in a World Championship? Into the tram lines, eyes on the lights. Do they go out? They do. We're racing once again in OK Junior. Good start for Baglin. Good start for Drew Waltz as well. Jacob Ashcroft has kept himself in the front runners there in about third, maybe fourth place as they wrap round onto the bridge for the first time. All clear through the first couple of corners. That's a good start from Noah Baglin, but here comes Waltz down the inside. Baglin, beautiful defence around the outside, left the lane on the inside there, just pinched Drew Waltz down onto the apex. That's allowed Jacob Ashcroft back through and Kit Malofsky up to third.
You saw there one of the Koskis going wide. That was Casper Reipold, and there's more drama at hairpin number 2. Two drivers off the track. It's the 240 and the 250 going no further. Tamas Gender, one of them. Remy Samchek, the other, out of this race. Eyes on the front though. Baglin in control at the front, checks over the shoulder, can see Ashcroft is there in second place, but is under pressure from the driver behind, Kit Malofsky, looking to go for the move here into the Bruno Ferrari. Yes, it is denied as Baglin goes defensive, opens up the door on the inside here, but I think it's just closed as the rest of the field slot through. Ashcroft still holding on to second place.
That's really good for Noah Baglin here because he's breaking away at the front of the field. Ashcroft defends into hairpin 1 once again, is determined to not let Kit Malofsky get through here and into second place. Sometimes around this circuit, a bit of a bunching effect can be your best friend as all. Very close there. I think a little bit of tyre smoke there on the run into the Fullerton S's. Anagnostiadis is through into third place. Harrison Mackie is also on the scene, is up into the top 5. Now has got to find a way past his teammate Kit Malofsky. Two long-term runners within the history of Fusion Motorsport, potentially going to go wheel to wheel here, but Baglin, his lead is over a second.
It is, but I think Ashcroft found himself a little buddy. No, I'm going to take my words away there because James Anagnostiadis signalling to Ashcroft, said let's work together, but has thrown the dummy. It's a thing we see time in, time out in all the classes here. They say they'll work with you and then later go for the move, but now Anagnostiadis is going to go defensive because Ashcroft is trying to get it back. Ashcroft now repeats the favour. He says, right, go, go, go. But after, Anagnostiadis just thrown the dummy and done the exact opposite of what he wanted, he's going to go defensive because he doesn't trust that Ashcroft will stay there behind.
Yeah, it's all part of the gamesmanship here in OK Junior. The pace, though, is good. They've broken away from Sulfikari, who's leading the next group behind. Sulfikari's worked himself up from when did Skender start? It started on the fourth row of the grid, so gain of 2 right now for Sulfikari to 6th place. Jaguar the Trojan also gaining out there, up 4. Sebastian Mins up 6. And that's all your big movers in the top 12.
Certainly is. Eyes on this battle then over the bridge because you've got Mackie at the back of it now. This group of 4 as Ashcroft runs wide on the exit of the bridge. Now's wheel to wheel with Bolowski. Bolowski throws his hands up in protest and through will go Mackie. The two Fusions now both get past the energy course of Ashcroft as he goes down into P5 now, but it's not the end of the world. Zulfikari is there behind and he's still in contention with these drivers now if he can latch onto the back of them.
Indeed, the hopes are not lost for any of these 4 right now. They're a good couple of laps and they'll be back onto the tail of Anagnostiadis. There's fights going on in the middle of the pack there as Mins has gone through. And that's Mins back up into the top 10 now. End of lap 4. Warning flag for the 214 of Kit Malofsky. Baglin leads by 0.47, but big lap just went in there from James Anagnostiadis. Baglin a 57.0, Anagnostiadis a 56.4. Tremendous pace from the Australian who's closing in on his teammate now, as down the inside goes Sfari. That's good for 5th place.
Certainly is, but again, he's going to have to fight for it because, again, Ashcroft has got the outside line. He'll get the switch back here. He'll go wheel to wheel. It's kind of Sfari will go defensive on it, but Ashcroft keeps his kart right there and retakes that position. Absolutely superb drive there for Jacob Ashcroft, but he leaves the door open into Bobby Cave. The two make contact, but amazingly, Ashcroft holds on to that one, but not in the second half, as the two make even more contact, and backwards goes Ashcroft. Through goes Waltz as well, and he's now got the Troja, Mins, Rasmussen and Reipold right behind him.
Yeah, I don't think either driver will be happy with how that phase of play went through the Mike Wilson complex. Just need to take a breath, need to keep themselves in the running. We're on lap number 6. Anagnostiadis has closed in another big lap from Anagnostiadis, 56.3 that time. Baglin also set a personal best. But it wasn't anywhere near the pace, unfortunately, of Anagnostiadis. I think this is just a question now of when does Anagnostiadis make the move? Does he play it a little bit longer? What is the pace of the Fusions like at the moment? Both of the 56.4s are Belovsky and Mackie. This will be the end of lap 6 in a few moments' time. We saw with Roman Kamiab a few races ago making the move on the penultimate lap. Turned out to be a winning deal.
Oh dear, off the circuit there, the 315 tumbling down the order. That is Marco Manson, unfortunately, for the Australian for the Forza Racing team, going no further. In fact, I think it's from New Zealand, actually, the flag a little bit small on my screen. Change to the lead, Anagnostiadis into the race lead. Now Baglin down to 2nd.
Yeah, and Baglin didn't fight that one too hard, I think understandably, because if they're going to fight down into this part of the circuit, hairpin 1, hairpin 2, they stood to lose more time relative to the two Fusions behind. That was quite a nicely orchestrated switch between Anagnostiadis and Baglin. Baglin, this is what's impressing me with Noah Baglin now compared to, say, the start of the season when we were in Valencia. I would say he's one of the most matured drivers across the course of the season. Start of the year, he was scrappy, he was getting involved in things that were a little bit unnecessary. He's now thinking bigger picture. He's now thinking, you know what, if I can't win these races, P2 will do. That's a good haul of points, especially when it's so tight here this weekend. It's not done yet because Belovsky is closing in. Anagnostiadis disappearing off the front. Baglin's going to have to work hard again to keep this 2nd place, but he's not getting himself thrown completely out the battle like he was earlier in the year.
No, he certainly isn't. But again, here at PFI, you've just got to be careful because those overtaking opportunities come at nearly every single corner. And straight away there, Baglin, much tighter entry line into hairpin number 1. Loses time to Anagnostis. Now is losing time to Belovsky. Belovsky's going to get the switch back here. The two go wheel to wheel. Wheel banging all the way down in towards the Fullerton S's. And, well, Baglin just absolutely denied there Belovsky the chance to get through. And now Harrison Mackie gets up into 3rd place. Belovsky's backed out of it completely on this final lap. But James Anagnostiadis, absolutely fine and clear. He will take the checkered flag. He will take the win across the line from Baglin. Belovsky in the 4th place from Harrison Mackie. Drama on the infield section there as backwards gone the 319 of Sfari as well, the Brazilian Parallel Motorsport driver, going no further on the final lap of this race.
Real shame for Ferro. It's been a tough weekend. And it's been a tough season for James Anagnostiadis, but if you're going to leave your best to last, well, the World Championship is a pretty good place to bring that A-game. James Anagnostiadis takes the win at a strong timed qualifying, and is another driver who, as we go through these rounds of qualifying heats, is getting better and better and better. Good result for Prema as well, a 1-2 for them on track, with Baglin the 2nd half of it. Harrison Mackie 3rd there, gets himself up to 6th place in the intermediate classification ahead of Belovsky, who is also up the standings to now at P7. Sfari P5, Mins P6, Ashcroft, Hugendorn, Waltz, and the Troja all in the top 10. Endo, Prodir, Reipold, Islin and Malota, they were in the top half of the top 15.
16th place downwards sees Oliver Rasmussen and Alex Brunner, Vladimir Ivanikov and Yuratara Sakai, Aaron Carrier Osman from Michael McGow, from Manuel Maguez, Kingsley Zhang from Max Endicott, Theodore Tabal from Enzo Ruggiero, Then it's Smolder from Ludovico Mazzola, Charles Ozzetto from Victor de Alencar, rounding out the 30 finishers in that race. Just the 4 retirements. But for James Anagnostiadis and Noah Baglin and the Prema team, that's a 1-2 in that qualifying heat, certainly showing that the team has got a good setup this weekend. Again, a satellite team with the Kart Republic chassis. It certainly is delivering this weekend, and that is another great result for Anagnostiadis, especially after the P10 result he had in the race before that. So showing that the pace is certainly there. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And again, initially a great start for Baglin, breaking away at the front. It was a good getaway for Drew Waltz as well in the 245, up into second place, not having to fight too hard in that early stage. But this first little dive down the inside really put Baglin on the sort of charge and sort of the defensive a little bit there, as he had to think about what to do.
Yeah, he's had to think very carefully about how to play these early stages. Unfortunately for Tamas Gender in the 250 and Remek Samchik in the 240, their races would end at hairpin number 2. And not good point scores there. They've got some work to complete later on this afternoon. Numerous times we saw close moments on the infield straight between hairpin 2 and the Fullerton S's. That was between Bolowski and Ashcroft. James Anagnostiadis was starting to move his way up through the sharp end of the order. This was another moment between Bolowski and Ashcroft. Both of them, I think, a bit frustrated at one another. And another very good drive from Harrison Mackie. You see all of this action going on. Harrison Mackie just nice and calm at the wheel, not getting too flustered, as we've seen from him, and on both the national and a continental level across the course of 2024. Another good run to 3rd place.
Yeah, exactly that, pushing his way very nicely through the field. This is the halfway point of that race, and there you can see Ashcroft just trying to battle his way throughout this field. There was this kind of Fakari getting the move down the inside. Then he would try to retaliate back down the inside, as close as you'd like to get it there. Wheel banging down and towards the Fullerton S's, but showing the commitment from Ashcroft there that he wouldn't give up these positions lightly. There again, the little bit of a touch there through Bobby Gain corner. Then on the exit here, you can see a little bit more. And for both drivers, I suspect they're not too happy with how that one came out, but Ashcroft certainly bearing the brunt of it. He then had to deal with Sebastian Mins just behind. There was a later retirements there. That was Marco Manson just at the end, the Forza Racing driver from New Zealand, not going anywhere. But there was the lead change on that same moment. Anagnostiadis back into the lead.
Yeah, had closed in at a rate of about 2 to 3 tenths a lap, then was nice and patient behind, didn't force the issue. Baglin and Bolowski nearly 4 wheels on the grass there on the last lap. That was the battle for 2nd place. It kind of locked together a little bit there.
Yeah.
I don't think the officials will take a particularly happy view of that one. Mackie stepped through into 3rd place towards the end of it. Anagnostiadis takes the race, victory by 8.5 tenths ahead of Baglin, Mackie, Bolowski, Fakari top 5.
Indeed. Well, excellent racing there. One more okay race to go for the morning half of today. Groups A and C will be coming up next for the Senior OK category before we then go to Heat 1 for the first OKN race for the FIA World Cup this weekend. But there on your screen, starting this one a little further back in the field, is Sofia Sfari, who we did catch up with at the beginning of the weekend. Here's what she had to say.
Oh, this is going to be hard. I never test here, never drive here. I mean, I drive here when I was like 10 years old, but I can't remember the track, and I have a knee injury, so this is why I didn't race last week. So it's going to be really tough, but I'll do my best and I'm going to work with my team. I started racing when I was 7 years old. My first race was in Las Vegas. And yeah, I keep racing in Europe, USA. And I stopped karting, but came back last year. And now it's been like 2 years I'm racing in OK. And that's actually my last race in OK. My last year of school, I did online school, so I could come back in karting. And yeah, I missed racing too, so this is why I came back. The tracks looks good for me, but people told me that track's very hard, so I'll see. The best for me is going to final, but it's going to be really hard, so I'm just going to try to do my best.
Well, let's see what Sofia Sfari can do in this one. But like you say, it is a tough cookie to crack, is the World Championships. And she finished 111th last year but starting this one 34th on the grid in this race. So again, very tough cookie to crack in the World Championships. Right, now at the front of this one, groups A and C. This is the fastest group in qualifying versus the third fastest group in qualifying. We have got Joe Turney and Freddie Lloyd, two drivers who, well, for us, it should be quite an exciting little race to witness. Engines fire up. Let's quickly take you through the starting lineup, and we'll discuss a little bit more about that one. It's Joe Turney and Freddie Lloyd on the front row of the grid. Kai Rillards and David Cosma on row number 2. Alpac Soy and Finn McLaughlin round up row number 3. You have Andrea Dupe and Noah Wolf on row 4. You have Maria De Rocca and Ian Eichmanns on row 5. Lewis Gilbert and Miguel Costa on row 6. We'll have Guy Alberghino and Vivek Canthan on row 7. Ken McQueen and Gabriel Kernican go from row number 8. They'll have Yanu Peschel and Pedro Hiltbrand on row 9.
Mika Lamassiere and Santino Panetta complete the top 20 on row 10. Aaron Garcia and Olin Galli on row 11. Alan Crosset and Austin Lee go from row 12. Dom Simek and Louis Castellini on row 13. Alexander Chartier and Simone Bianco on row 14. Hugo Besson and Vagon Clemenson complete the top 30 on row 15. Augustin Sepulveda and Roland Kuklana on the last row of active runners in this race on row 16. It's a 34-strong field completed by George Quartermain and Sophia Zanfari. That is because we have two non-starters, Jensen Burnett and Louvois Sam Butler. I'm going to predict here, Anthony. We had the joys of some A versus B races yesterday. There was a particularly good one, if I remember correctly, in the senior category. I think this is going to be like a second one, particularly with this intriguing battle between Joe Turney and Freddie Lloyd. This is the established name, Joe Turney. He's European champion. He's been going for this world title for a good number of years. Freddie Lloyd has just arrived on the scene relatively, and regular viewers of racing here at PF International will be fully aware of his talents over the years. But yeah, this I think is going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, I think that's a very good way of putting it. And you know, these two battling away at the front should be fantastic. But you have to remember, this isn't a superheat. It's not a pre-final. It's nothing like that. It's not a final. It's just a qualifying heat. But every time we say that, fireworks usually happen. There, live on board, Finn McLaughlin for the VDK Racing team, the Irishman, looking like he's had a relatively decent weekend so far in this one. Has had some good results, had some shaky results as well, but has right been in there in the sharp end of the order. Let's see what he can do in this one. Front of the grid is organised. The back of the grid isn't organised, but we are green flag and racing down in towards turn number 1. Great start for Joe Turney. And again, look at the start he gets off the line. Broken away massively. Rest of the field gets through. Tyres squealing left, right and centre. But there you can see Kai Rillards with an excellent getaway as well. He's up into second place. And the rest of the field as well. David Cosma, Alpac Soy, Finn McLaughlin, Freddie Lloyd. At the moment, it's tumbled down the order a little bit. He's having to defend a little bit. But he's all the rest of the field. It's a good getaway.
I could tell you what, I had a big intake of breath there because Ian Eichmanns in the middle of the pack, the bright yellow helmet for Pirelli ART, had a mighty moment, was all over the curb, having a good look at the pond reefs on driver's left, as there's an incident I can see out of our window. Two karts involved, the number 90 and the number 94. Noah Wolf is making his way up through the order, through the Mike Wilson complex. Out, it's Simek. The other is going to be Sepulveda, so their races are over, and you can see that's been quite an impact because those two karts are well and truly locked together.
Yeah, the marshals are going to have not a lot of time to try and get that off, but blink and they've separated, so that's all good, and they sort themselves out. Back with the racing though here, and the front runners, they've broken away. You've got to look a little further down in the order. This is Andrea Dupe, Lloyd in that battle as well as having to defend this 4th place spot. This is 4th place all the way down to, I want to say, about 27th place right now on our screen. Yellow flags out into this sector. Of course, they won't be allowed to overtake, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. We go on board with Finn McLaughlin down towards the Fullerton Essex. You can see it there, big head of the curb there for Lloyd, and McLaughlin not hitting it. You can see the two different driving styles there, and it seems to have worked out in McLaughlin's favour. Down the inside into the Mike Wilson complex, and he gets through, but there is the Van Amersfoort Racing driver of Noah Wolf, who's also gained positions, and he's now right there behind Andrea Dupe.
Big breakaway there at the front of the field. Turney, Rillards and Aksoy are 2.5 seconds clear of Andrea Dupe in 4th place. This is more good news if you're Joe Turney, because Kai Rillards has had some shaky results so far this weekend. Alpaxoy has been decent, but not probably right at the sharp end of the field. These are not drivers who, you know, if he wasn't able to get a win over as Rillard steps down the inside and takes the lead of the race, I don't think Joe Turney would be too concerned about it from an intermediate classification perspective. It just feels at the moment he is pacing his way through these qualifying heats, trying to save himself for as much as possible for the bigger races on Sunday. Let's see what Rillards does now, because on the flip side, he needs wins. He really does need the points here to recover after, I think, I want to remember a DNF from earlier on in the weekend. Aksoy looking for another strong result as well. Yeah, it was a P32 for Rillards earlier on. That was in the A versus B race.
It certainly was, but again, as we talk about this, you know, tyres are a factor, and a lot of these drivers may be starting to think about switching them up. And if we see drivers making moves, as we've got a side-by-side action here with Finn McLaughlin and Noah Wolf, this is the battle for 4th place, and that's all kicked off there nicely, and McLaughlin's got through, but then Wolf is under pressure now from Freddie Lloyd, trying to fight back. David Cosma right there behind as well. But all the meantime, with them scrapping away and fighting, these three are just able to go to work right now. Still Rillards, Turney and Aksoy, 1, 2, 3, breaking away from the rest of the field. I want to come back to those tyres, like I was saying. We saw it at Kristianstad, where some drivers were able to make these tyres last all the way throughout the qualifying heats phase. They didn't deploy a single new tyre until the superheats. I wonder if that's the same situation that we're seeing now, because we're seeing not many drivers go right up through the field like they have just put on a fresh half set of tyres on their wagon. So again, from what we're seeing here, and again talking about Joe Turney with his tyres, you say he's just looking after them, he's not fighting them too hard, he wants to make them last through this qualifying heats phase.
But another element is this circuit as well. This is one you can overtake round. Some circuits you go to, especially with the speed that the OKs go through, you've got to be patient, you've got to wait for 1 or 2 overtaking spots around the track. As we've been saying throughout the weekend, here you've got 5, 6, 7 opportunities to make moves. So if you've got that reading of the road, you don't necessarily need a new set of tyres to make that kind of progress if you've got inherent speed after a bit of bad luck in the qualifying sessions. Should just note as well for the intermediate classification, I'll come back to that, because I've just got the feeling that Joe Turney's wanting to make a move here. Is he going to have a look down the inside into hairpin 1? No, he's just going to wait for now. Freddie Lloyd is actually a little bit further down the IC now. We've been talking about him being... Oh, now Turney's going to go down the inside for the... I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming for Joe Turney. Retakes the lead. Rillards, understandably, didn't fight that one too hard.
One of your calf muscles twitched, I guess, there,
just got
Andrew.
the sense.
You got the sense that a move was coming, and it certainly came, and Turney now controlling this race. Rillards still there in 2nd place, though. Aksoy, I think, is just pleased to be there right now. He's part of this group. He's had those ups and downs, as Alpaxoy. He has had the good results, but he's had the big results as well further down. But he sits there in 3rd place and actually going for the move there on Kai Rillards. His pace is superb. It is for the Turkish driver, certainly delivering, but at the moment staying there in 3rd place. And I suspect they may stay like this for the next couple of laps. Finn McLaughlin, now with the fastest lap of the race, is left that group behind and is making miles in on these groups ahead.
It's been interesting here because McLaughlin's got a little bit of an advantage on tyres because of the retirement from the previous round. Just to finish the point on Freddie Lloyd, there's a problem. Oh, there's quite a sizable problem in the in hairpin 1. We'll come back to that. Let's have a look at a replay. This is from the start. This is how we lost Sepulveda in the number 94 and Simek in the number 90. There's been another incident. Here it is. The 108, the 62, and the 71 are out. This is. Oh, that's Pedro Hildebrand. That's Pedro Hildebrand out of the race. That is a potentially big moment in the story of this year's World Championship. McQueen is out as well. Lemustier is the 3rd driver involved, but Pedro Hildebrand, one of the favourites, the champion from 2016, had a DQ yesterday, so as one of those already on the back foot, has already had one bad score. That's going to be a 2nd one. It doesn't put him out of total contention for, say, getting through to a superheat. but in terms of being at the sharp end, where you'd expect Pedro Hiltbrand to be, it's looking like 2024 is not going to be his year.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to help him at all. And the same for Caden McQueen. He's had a real stinker on this one. Another retirement for him. The youngman not getting the results he wants. And as well, of course, for Mika Lamassoure out of this race. Eyes on this one, though. We're on lap 9. Turney is now clear. Half a second, 0.6 of a second clear from the rest of the field. You can see there from that shot, the rest of the field coming through. But here now, Rillards is going to go defensive. Alpac Soy kind of pleads with them a little bit there, saying, no, don't do that. We've got no one behind us. I don't really care about second place. You just stay there. A third place is still good for me. But he's going to go defensive anyway. Now Alpac Soy is forced to make the move done, but he can't get it done. He stays behind, and all the meanwhile, McLaughlin slowly reels them in. But time is very quickly running out. If Axoy is going to go for the move, it's got to come quickly, sooner rather than later. There is Gabriel Kernighan out of this race. The driver for Power Motorsport from Brazil goes no further.
There's been a lot of retirements in this one by the rates we've seen in these heats so far today. We're down to 27 runners from the 34 who started. We're on the final lap. Joe Turney, wow, what a drive this has been. Again, he lost the lead to Kai Rillards in the opening stages and has fought back and driven away from the Belgian. 1.2 seconds clear. He is going to have a mammoth lead in the intermediate classification. Now, the difference in a World Championship, no championship points here. This is not like the European Championships where we'd get a haul of points to take with him through those 4 rounds. I think this is just going to allow Joe Turney a bit of breathing room, let him relax for the latter stages.
Yeah, exactly that. Nice and clean then out of the final corner. Joe Turney extends his intermediate classification lead. Maximum points, 4 out of 4 races, 200 points to his name. Leads Matthew Higgins in the points from Ethan Jeff Hall and Jimmy Elias the top 4. But in that race, Joe Turney on the start-finish line and tumbling down. It's Murilo de Roca, the Brazilian for DPK. Didn't even make the finish line out of the final corner, and he tumbles from, I think, what could have been his best race result of the weekend. But for Joe Turney, he takes another win ahead of Kai Rillards. Alpac Soy from McLaughlin, Noah Wolf finishing in P5 ahead of David Cosma, Andrea Dupe from Guy Albag, Vivek Cantham from Lewis Gilbert, Miguel Costa from Holland Galley, Santina Panetta, Adam Garcia, and Ian Eichmann rounds out the top 15. Holland Galley, 10 places, going to finish in P12.
Difficult race for Freddie Lloyd. Some of the harsh realities of racing in the senior OK category have come to bear there. Down 14 spots for Lloyd, who also, to finally finish the point that we were trying to do whilst during the race, he had a 5-second penalty in his previous race. So that's why he's fallen away from the top of the intermediate classification, for those not aware. So Freddie Lloyd, P16. Great race from Roland Cooklane, up 15 spots to 17th. Hugo Besson, Alan Crosset, and Vegard Clementson also moving forward and into the top 20. Alexander Chartier, Yuri Peschel, Louis Castellini, Austin Lee, Sophia Zanfari, and George Quatermain, the last of the 26 finishers in that one. Quite a few retirements, a high rate of attrition. Murilo de Roca on the last lap, Kernighan, Hiltbrand, McQueen, Lemassiere, Bianco, Simek, Sepulveda all retired. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one, from those 10 laps. The start, quick for Turney. This was the view on board with Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin, who had that mechanical problem in his previous race and was looking to strike back, running up towards the bridge. And that really just shows you how the circuit kicks up to the left. This was Andrea Duper down the inside of Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd having a difficult race out there, falling back through the order. I think that's the problem. When you have a good few races, all of a sudden you get a target on your back. As out of the race went Sepulveda and Dom Simek. This down the inside, this was McLaughlin moving his way through. Another strong race for Noah Wolf as well. He would go on to secure a top 5. That was Wolf's move down the inside of Andrea Dupe, initially for, well, I think that was for 4th place. This was the change for the lead. Kai Rillards went down the inside, some good pace. Still wouldn't count Sodi out at this stage of this World Championship. When they're on form, they're on good form. That was the change for the lead. McLaughlin versus Wolf down into hairpin 1 was good fun to watch from the onboard camera as McLaughlin went through into 4th place. Wolf would defend for 5th. This was again with Freddie, Lloyd, and as I say, this is I think one I'd put down to a bit of experience as Lloyd was overtaken by a few drivers late on. Again, second half of the race, Turney growing that pace. He would take the lead back from Kai Rillarts and then stretch away. That was the moment we lost Pedro Hiltbrand and others. Is that the end of realistic hopes for the former world champion in this year's World Championship down at hairpin 2?
Yeah, judging by his body language there, kind of just walking away from the kart, shaking his hand, I think he wasn't impressed with what happened there, and unsure of what happened. Of course, no idea if a driver at fault. It was just 3 into 1, didn't go. But Joe Turney, he adds to his tally. That is 4 race wins out of 4 for him. 2 more for him to go. Can he get maximum points at the end of today? There you can see wind's picked up quite a bit out there, isn't it? But we're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with the first of the heats at OKN. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship here at PF International in the heart of Lincolnshire in the United Kingdom. Next race is coming up, and it's the first race of the weekend for the OKN World Cup here this weekend. And it's their first qualifying heat. Now, they've had to wait quite a lengthy time over the course of this weekend. They had to wait quite a long time for their qualifying session yesterday. But at the end of that qualifying session, it would be this man here, Harrison Whittam on pole. And here's what he had to say after that session.
Well, it's late in the day here at PF International, but we've seen a bit of history here in Lincolnshire with our first time qualifying for the OKN World Cup. And Harrison Whittam, you have emerged on top. A good day, a long day, I'm sure. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's been a great day. I mean, the wait's been a bit long, 6 hours between the session and the last session, but yeah, it's been brilliant to finish it on pole.
First proper question, what's it like to drive for those new to the category? I mean, you've got a lot of experience around this circuit. What's it like?
I mean, the category's great. I mean, I absolutely love it. The medium range and the engine is brilliant, so it's been quite easy to get used to be honest. And yeah, it's just been amazing to drive.
And in familiar surroundings as well, you're running with the same team that you do your national racing with. You've got your teammate here, Thomas Spearing as well. So you're doing a little bit of work together towards the end of the session. Are you happy how you're working as a team?
Yeah, we've been working as a team really great. Everyone's been getting on really well, and it's just been a brilliant experience.
Moving on to racing tomorrow, what are we thinking?
I'm not sure, to be honest, yet. We'll just have to see how they get on.
And how special would it be? I know it's a long way to go, and we'll see what happens on Sunday. How special would it be to win here, particularly on home soil?
Yeah, it'd be brilliant to win the World Cup on home soil. It'd be the best thing ever.
Well, we'll see how you do. Well done again, Harrison. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, like we say, Harrison Whittam, I should say, starting this one on the front row of the grid. That's how much it's been. 1-1. There we go. You got one wrong the other earlier today. I get one wrong now. He starts this one on the front row of the grid. He will be joined by France's Hugo Heron on the front row of the grid, and the rest of the grid as follows. South Korea's Kyu-Ho Lee and Mohamed Wali from South Africa go from row number 2. They'll have Federico Rossi and Thomas Min Spearing on row number 3. Zsombor Kovacs and Enzo Parando round out row number 4. They'll have Gino Rocchio and Gabriel Kafka on row 5. Cole Hewitson and Gerardo Peralta round out row number 6, and they'll have Francisco Merengi and Lucas Moria on row number 7.
Turkey's Barta Yildirim starts on the 8th row of the grid. Is joined by Brazil's Heitor Farias. From Italy, Nicolas Tomasella starts on row 9 next to Alan Truska representing Czechia. Umbora Razafindratsimba starts on row 10 alongside South Africa's Michael Bezadenho. Nicholas Evangelou starts on an all-Cypriot row 11. He's joined by compatriot Marilyn Antonio. Matilda Itzkovic and Jan Lango from the 12th row of the grid. It's a 26-strong field completed by Xiang Haopeng and Simon Levente.
Busy one in this one. It was an interesting qualifying session for the OKN, so their World Cup. You saw some drivers working really well together, pushing their way in as what you would expect in a qualifying session. But we saw some drivers battling and racing like it was a qualifying heat. Now, you could forgive them in some aspects because they had just witnessed a plethora of qualifying heats throughout the day, and then they went out for their time qualifying, and then I think they were in race mode a little bit because they just witnessed a load of them.
I think it was race mode, but also just having a little bit of uncertainty. It was a journey of discovery. One of the big differences for the 6-minute qualifying practice sessions in senior and in junior, we tend to see them sit in the pits, don't we? Because they know they've got those 4 laps of that peak Maxxis performance, and they want to time it right for the end of the session. In OKN, they all went out straight away. So we actually saw the best lap times with about 1 minute and 30 to go, because again, they're on the same tyres. It's the Maxxis options. It's the same tyre that you see in OK Junior on board these karts. So yes, that made it a little bit unpredictable in the midfield, but not what I wasn't surprised at was to see Harrison Whittam on pole position. He knows this circuit very well. He's already won a national championship round here this year. What can he do in the World Cup? We're lights out for the first time in OKN into the Bruno Ferrari S's, and it's a good start for both Whittam and Heron at the front of the field. Kyu-Ho Lee for Beyond Racing Team has got up into second place through the latter parts of the banking. All 26 drivers are on their way down to hairpin 1.
It's a good getaway then for the whole field, but everyone has to try and watch out at hairpin number 1 because, again, the Constantine effect kicks in and there is drama at hairpin number 1. You can see the yellow flags waving. 2 karts are off into the barriers, and I can't quite see the kart numbers there, so I can't tell you who it is involved, but they will clock up on my timing screen as drivers who have not come through. I think one of them might be Mohamed Wali on the energy course, and I think the other is the VDK Racing of Gabriel Kafka, unfortunately out of this race.
Good reading of the situation there by Hugo Heron. Gained 2 places through Bobby Gaiman into the Mike Wilson complex. End of the first lap ever in the OKN World Cup in the heats. Harrison Whittam leads. Kyu-Ho Lee in second. Hugo Heron in third. Good start for Hungary's Zsombor Kovacs is up to 4th place. Federico Rossi in 5th. Let's have a look at what happened here in hairpin 1. It's just 2 karts both going for the same piece of road there on the exit of hairpin 1. That is how we saw both Kafka and Volley out of this race.
Yeah, it was good driving there actually from Gabriel Kafka at the end of that one to kind of steer it off the racing line and out of harm's way because he had the rest of the field coming through. eyes on this one, though. Further down in the field, one of the parallels there looks like Sfari trying to hold on to position, but I think he's just lost out on a fair few of them now as they go wheel to wheel here in towards Bobby Game corner. And again, you've got to be careful here because you can get 2 karts through, but you've got to be so careful to do it because look how close these drivers are getting right now. And through goes there Gerardo Peralta on the BDK, battling his way through, but all of these drivers now having to dig really deep here. Cole Hewitson is having a good race at 1 position, same as Nicholas Tomasella as well. 6 places gain, is just outside the top 10 in P11. QO with the fastest lap of the race, though, is hunting down Harrison Whittam, who leads the way by half a second.
It's not a surprise that we're seeing some big charges through the field because this is what we were expecting off the back of that mixed qualifying yesterday, where some drivers weren't quite able to maximise tyre performance at that right point of the 6-minute session. Keo Lee has just gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1 and is starting to put the race leader Harrison Whittam under a little bit of pressure here. The gap is half a second between first and second place through the Mike Wilson complex once again. Hugo Heron has got some good pace as well. Very quick in the twisty stuff in sector number 2. End of the 3rd lap. 10 laps for OKN in this heat. Biggest mover out there. I think you're looking a bit further down the order to Simon Levente. It's up 8 places to 18th.
Certainly is. So big changes throughout this field as again side-by-side action there, and through goes Cole Hewitson trying to battle away with Endo Paranda there as well. But eyes fixed on the entirety of the field as Enzo Parando going down a little bit there. Through goes Hector Farias as well. Up now into P11, still on a good charge throughout this field. We're on lap 4 at the moment. Wheel-to-wheel action here. The 2 parallels getting caught up with each other. That's not what you want to see at all. And I think, is that Hector Farias as well as Enzo Parando? Yes, I think it was, because he's just tumbled down the order now after that.
Down to 15th place goes Prando, just ahead of the driver from Madagascar, Razafindrat Simba, in the 4.17. Getting through onto lap number 5. How is the pace looking? At the moment, still Keo Lee, a little bit quicker than Harrison Whittam. Last time around 56.934 for the driver from South Korea. For Harrison Whittam, 57.062. And now Whittam's going to need to use his local knowledge here to defend into hairpin 1. Does so very well. Keo Lee looking for a route down the inside. Whittam covers it off through hairpin number 2. This is going to be the challenge now for the driver from Wales, because Lee's down the inside into the Fullerton S's. Nothing Harrison Whittam could have done about that. New race leader, Keo Lee.
Yeah, nicely done, and a carbon copy there of what we've seen time in, time out over the course of this weekend. The big sense down the inside, but unfortunately off the track, the 4.16 of Gerardo Peralta from Mexico is out of this race and is tumbling down the order, and here is how it happened. A wheel to... Whoa, wow, my goodness me. That was a shaky one. Who was that with? I couldn't quite see the kart number as it went through. But that was a big shaky one there.
It's a mighty, mighty moment. I hope that Peralta is all okay, because I've received a bit of a bang on his shoulder and on the crash helmet as well. The safety features doing their job. Hugo Heron's got a chat to his Whittam, but dives down the inside and retakes the race lead. And a really good move through hairpin number 2. A keen move because he could see the French driver. Hugo Heron has had a lot of experience this year in continental racing, has Hugo Heron, and here he is in the OKN World Cup for these FIA Karting World Championships, on the move up to 3rd place, and now looking to challenge Keo Lee for 2nd place. That was a well-timed move by Whittam.
Certainly was, but like you say, everyone's closed in right now. You get on right there, as you just alluded to, Andrew, and is looking very, very quick as well. You've got as well Federico Rossi just behind. He's there in P4, runs a little wide on the exit there of the Litchfield Bridge, but he is right in contention with these lead 3, the same as Zombor Kovacs, just further behind as well in P5. Thomas Minspearing is having a bit of a calm race as a change once more. It's QO Lee back to the front, Whittam back down to 2nd.
No reason to panic for anyone at the front of the order, though. This is still got another 3 laps to run, this first heat in OKN. Federico Rossi's appeared on the scene. The kart being run by PRK. here this weekend. Up to 4th place, started on the 3rd row of the grid. Just see him there, the Italian in the all-white helmet. And his pace is good, 57.0 last time.
He's going to go for it.
Here he goes, has a little nibble at Hugo Heron onto the bridge. Or sweeping around as Whittam has a little look down the inside coming off of the bridge. Kyo Lee is wise to it, keeps his steering open down into hairpin 1. Whittam has to defend now from Heron. This could be the opportunity for Rossi to try and get through there in P4. Kyo Lee could be breaking away here. This could be a very, very important moment in this race.
Yeah, Kyo Lee does not need to defend now. He can just take that normal racing line and try and break away as Zsombor Kovacs dives down the inside of Rossi, puts himself up and he says, think. Let's try and close in. Let's not battle between ourselves. But Heron is still there. He's not been able to get past Whittam. But yeah, you bang on with that one. Whittam is on the defensive now if he can try and close this one back up. But time is very quickly running out. We go on to lap number 9. 8 laps are completed. The last lap board is going to be out this time to the field. And Kyo Lee has got a nice little lead there.
Has indeed. 0.7 of a second to the nearest 10th as we're on to the penultimate lap. A little further down the order. Good drives from Nicolas Tomasella and Alan Truska. They're both up 7 places respectively. Although I think there is an investigation, or there's a notification for one a few moments ago for Nicolas Tomasella. Simon Levante, we mentioned earlier, is also up 9 places now to 17th. What have Whittam and Heron got between now and the end of this race to challenge Kyo Lee? Well, Whittam just put in a fastest first sector of anybody in this race so far, and was a little bit quicker in the second sector as well, so maybe it's not quite done yet. It's at that level where if there's one mistake from Kyo Lee, he's going to get swamped up once again. He needs to keep it together. We're on to the last lap. Kyo Lee for Beyond Racing Team is 1.3 kilometres away from taking a very good start to his weekend.
Yep, certainly so, and he's looked absolutely superb on this one as the sun is shining on the first qualifying heat for the OKN World Cup here at PF International Circuit. Down in towards hairpin number 1, and Whittam is on the defensive right now. Heron tried to find his way through. He's going to look to the inside here as well, but no, he's not going to be able to do it. Kovacs covers off from Rossi behind. Thomas Spearing is able to close in as well, but again, he's just that little further down the road. It's all down to these 4 drivers now. They've not been able to keep up with Kyo Lee, but I think Whittam's got it covered. He's leading going into the Mike Wilson complex, and usually if that's the case, it's usually how it ends as they go through out of the corner. It was a little bit defensive there, but I'm not sure why. Kyo Lee goes for the win. He wins the first heat of the weekend for OKN, and it is Harrison Whittam in second from Hugo Heron. Zsombor Kovacs finishes in 4th place ahead of Federico Rossi. Thomas Spearing finishes in P6 ahead of Francisco Marengi. And it's Gino Rocchio who finishes in P8. Cole Hewitson and Nicolas Tomasella rounds out the top 10. But a superb drive there for Kyo Lee. 1.1 seconds clear is looking mighty quick this weekend.
Tremendous run from Kyo Lee there. Had to fight hard for it twice. Had to go for the overtake to take the race lead. But Kyo Lee emerges as the early leader then in OKN. Their first heat is complete. Their second heat will be later on today at 16:53 local time. There's the provisional results. Lee from Whittam, Heron, Kovacs and Rossi, top 5. Thomas Spearing in 6th ahead of Francesco Marengi. The first of a couple of Italians there, 7th and 8th, 8th being Rocchio. Hewitson 9th, Tomasella 10th, Truska, Prando, Mura, Yildirim, Farias inside the top 15. Razafindra Tsimba in 16th place ahead of Levante. Buzadenho, Itzkovic and Zhang into the top 20. Evangelou, Liang and Antonio, all finishers, 23 of them, 3 retirements, Peralta, Raleigh and Kafka.
Indeed. Well, a shaky one for 3 drivers, and hopefully for the Mexican Gerardo Peralta, there is okay after his incident out on circuit. Got an almighty whack from another, and in this replay section we might be able to find out who that was with. The initial start though was good for many, but for two drivers not so well. Gabriel Kafka and Mohamed Wali unfortunately going for the same part of the track and it not ending well, both of them out of the race. Onboard Koufax going for the moves early on Federico Rossi, getting that move down the inside. That allowed Hugo Heron back up into third place and was able to latch on to the field behind. More actions happening thick and fast down the field as down the inside there. Looked like that was the 403 gaining positions. That was Enzo Paranda as well, gaining those moves in the early stages. Lap number 4, shaky moments again. So many drivers getting caught out, and again, that was Parando.
And as I say, they've had a lot of patience, watched all the racing, they had their qualifying practice. I can imagine there was a lot of almost built-up energy of like, right, we're going to go racing now at PF International, which meant a couple of drivers, they just needed to keep themselves calm. This is when it got really interesting for me, Anthony. Keoghley down the inside of Harrison Whittam. That was on lap number 5. Whittam would respond back, so it was the parallel of 4:21, possibly. No, it won't have been 4:21 because Valley was already out of the race. This was the response from Whittam back down the inside of Keoghley. But Keoghley would come back once again.
Certainly would, and this would be here in towards hairpin number 2, just straight down the inside. Hugo Heron right there now on the scene, but he was just able to break away at this point. This is the reason why he was able to break away. That initial attempt there to retake it for Harrison Whittam off the Litchfield Bridge just didn't work out in his favour. It put him backwards. It allowed Keoghley to break away, and Keoghley in the first OKN qualifying heat of the weekend for their World Cup has certainly ended in his favour. The South Korean taking the win ahead of Harrison Whittam and Hugo Heron in third place. Well, like you said, they'll be out a lot later on today at around 5 o'clock later on today. And you can see that coming up. But we are going to take a short break. We'll be back in around 46 minutes. But the Historics will be heading out on the circuit. So if you are around the circuit, please do stay there because there'll be a fabulous show of historic karts from all the way back in the ages, from around the 50s, 60s, everything like that. A beautiful array of historic karts out on the circuit, but they'll be going around for a quick session now, 20-minute session to show what they've got. And I've got to say, the sound and the smell of classic karting, Andrew, is one glorious. You can never forget because we've heard it a lot and smelt it a lot at Shennington in previous years.
Yeah, we've had a pleasure of seeing many of these karts at, say, an event at Shennington every year. But to have them here for the 60th anniversary of the very first CIK FIA World Championship is a very, very special thing indeed. We're going to take a short commercial break. The Historics will be out on circuit in a few moments' time.
It's the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships live here from the PF International Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire in the United Kingdom. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather in the commentary box getting ready for the second half of the Saturday's racing here at the 1.3 kilometre circuit that is PF International. Year of opening 1994, event record set by Noah Montero, 54.394. That was done in the time qualifying in the pre-round a couple of weeks ago. But the racing here this weekend has been absolutely electric around this 1.3 kilometre circuit as we take a deeper dive into it. 178 metres down the start-finish straight. It is 200 metres down the back straight out of the Litchfield Bridge and in towards hairpin number 1. Total track length 1,382 metres, track width 8 metres with an elevation change of 6 metres out of the banking and over the Litchfield Bridge down in towards hairpin number 1. Corners, 15 of them, 8 to the right, 7 to the left, and those 2 hairpins very appropriately named as hairpin 1 and hairpin number 2, with overtaking opportunities, well, being everywhere. You can get them in towards the Bruno Ferrari S's, the banking, the Litchfield Bridge, hairpin 1, hairpin 2, the Fullerton S's, Bobby Game Corner, and the Mike Wilson Complex. They're all amazing places to get overtakes around the entirety of the circuit. But top speed, drivers will be reaching in the senior OK category. They'll be reaching it in 2 separate places. Down in towards the Bruno Ferrari S's at 123 kilometres an hour. That translates to 77 miles an hour. And in towards hairpin number 1 as well, exactly the same. Average speed around 57 miles an hour. That converts to 91 kilometres an hour around the 1.3 kilometre circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, we have had 13 qualifying heats this morning, one of those of which was the first qualifying heat for the OKN World Cup. We're now going into the second half of the day, 11 heats, which includes the second round for the OKN World Cup. But the first race is qualifying heat C versus D for OK Junior.
It is indeed, and this is where it really starts to step up. The drivers all know what their jobs at hand are, whether they've had a good start, whether they've had a not so good start, and they need to get some big results. There's going to be some really dramatic racing here this afternoon, and I'm sure that this young man here is going to be part of that. Christian Costoya, runner-up in the World Championship last year. We caught up with him after qualifying.
There is another opportunity to be World Championship here at PFI. The conditions changed a lot compared to last week. There is a lot much colder, so much challenge for the teams, for the drivers to adapt, and it will be a big challenge to improve and to be in the first 2 rows to be in the final. There is a lot much different the condition compared to the other circuit, also to Franciacorta last year that was much hotter than here. But anyway, I think the team, we can adapt to these conditions, making a good work, and everything is possible. As always I says, we make a bit of tests, and there is a lot of drivers, a lot of British drivers here that is like home race for them. But I think with these races and these tests, we have almost the same experience than them, so it will be much easier. Yeah, I think this is a bit too tight at everyone, but the races will be a lot of fights.
Well, great to catch up there with Christian Costoya ahead of this weekend, and certainly has done very well over the course of this one, qualifying not too badly for him. The Spaniard starting most of his races at around the 4th row of the grid in class. So again, really shaky start there for him, but again, good results nonetheless. Andrew, we're moments away from getting these races started. There you can see the group lined up ready to go. Mats van Rooyen starting this one on pole position. Another driver who has really shone in this one. As the engines fire up, we get ready to go racing. Back after the lunch break, OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E heads out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Mats van Rooyen and Jack Iliff on row number 1. Zach Green and Nicholas Schaufler on row 2. Archie Lovett and Kenzo Craigy going from row 3. Archie Owen and Christian Costoya on row 4. You'll have Scott Marsh and Zhang Jose on row number 5. Lev Krutelov and Augustus Toniolo on row 6. You'll have Henry Domain and Benjamin Magnac on row 7. Bautista Panetta and Matas Vitva round out row number 8. You'll have Paul Andriotis and Mariano Lopez on row number 9.
Dean Pedersen and Kian Bernard go from the 10th row of the grid. Filippo Pancotti and William Kalija go from row 11. Klara Kovalchik and Amir Sabarov on row 12. Marcel Shabo and Victor Rad go from the 13th row of the grid. They're ahead of Matvey Durganov and Oscar Gallon on row 14. Florentine Hattemer and Sky Parker go from row 15. Filippo Sala, expect to see Sala flying through the field from row 16, is joined by Sun Yibei. The 34-kart field is completed by Christian Blandino and Oscar Poblerai.
Well, there we go. Field making their way off their out lap. Now onto their second formation lap. This will be the one where we'll get the 2x2 rolling start and back into racing formation. So far in the intermediate classification, very handy pops up on our screen at the same time. Roman Kalyab leads that one with 206 points to his name, ahead of Turner Brown, Nicholas Schaufler from Rocker Coronel, Harrison Mackie and Noah Baglin. The top 6 out there, and there's minimal points between all of them. 7th race downwards sees Kip Walowski, Kenzo Craigy, Christian Costoya and Alfie Slater inside that top 10. So Christian Costoya, who's in this race, certainly has a really good opportunity to gain those positions up. It kind of shows the results that he's had. They've been consistent for the Spaniard so far today. But tension's starting to rise a little bit here, Andrew, because this is where it starts to get a little bit more important now for some of the drivers who have not had the greatest of results. Now is where you want to get the good results, and this is where you start to see the deployment of fresher tyres.
Time is running out, and I had a little walk through the paddock earlier. I won't say which karts were going onto new tyres, but I did see
a fair
few karts having some new boots put on them. Here we go then into the tram lines. Mats van Rooyen on pole position. Jack Arliff alongside on the front row. Eyes on the lights. Do they go out? Yes, we're racing once again in OK Junior here at PFI. Good start for Van Rooyen. Good start for Zach Green as well. In the green, white and black of Jamie Green Racing. He's straight up to P2. Nicholas Schaufler's had a good start, as well as one of the Forzas is having a little look at Green there going down off of the bridge. It's actually given Schaufler the opportunity to get up to P3. Green down the inside, takes the lead away from Mats van Rooyen. Very efficiently done there from Zach Green. Knew he'd had a good opportunity from P3 on the grid there, Anthony. Superb work from the Briton.
Yeah, no one behind there to put the pressure on as we go on board with Archie Owen, who I think has had drama out of hairpin too, because he gets absolutely swamped. And there's a huge car park at hairpin number 2. Multiple karts involved, starting with Yang Jose. Looks like Lev Krutelov is one. Henry Domain, Benjamin Magnac is another. Mateus Vitva, Paul Andriotis is one. I think you've got Amir Sabarov another, and Victor Rad one more. They have all not clocked up going through sector 2 and are out. It's still only local yellows at hairpin number 2, and hopefully the marshals there can work very quickly to clear the debris off the circuit. Some drivers getting restarted. One of them successfully does so. It looks like it's one of the Ward Racings going, but the rest of the field gets in towards hairpin number 1. But the marshals there have done a fabulous job of clearing the circuit.
Brilliant job, because the whole circuit was blocked going through hairpin number 2. By the time the leaders have come back round, it's clear, and now there's a change for that lead. Schaufler through past Zach Green into the Fullerton S's. One of the favourites for this World OK Junior title. There is the site of the kart park that has been formed on the inside of hairpin number 2 to confirm out of the race. Zhang, Krutelov, Domain, Magnac, Vitva, Andriotis. Sun Yibei did get going again, but has another one of those quite deranged front Nassau panels. I think he quite possibly may get a visit to the pit lane in the near future. Back at the front though, what a battle we've got on here. Schaufler from green. Schaufler moves defensive to the inside in preparation for hairpin 1. Kenzo Craigy's had a good run here. Is up to 3rd place in the red, white and green Prema Racing entry. Mats van Rooyen in 4th. Archie Lovett having a good run here. Let's take an on-board look with Archie Owen. I think we're going to see how it all occurred through hairpin number 2. Oh, yeah, that was from a few karts forward. Magnac, oh my goodness me. Archie Owen nearly going over running over the top of Benjamin Maniac's radiator there, and that was the end result.
Yeah, exactly, and the rest of the field absolutely nowhere to go then at that one. And there, Sun Yabi into the pit lane, the driver from China. Unfortunately, will have to retire. That Nassau panel was detached at the bottom and would have thrown up a potential switch. Here we go then, it's all changed for the race lead, because now it's Kenzo Craigy in the lead of this one. Down in towards hairpin number 1, you've got Zach Green to the inside of Mats van Rooyen. He's got through, but what happened to Schaufler? He's gone down to P5 now. Marsh is right there behind him. He's got the close company of Costoya, Iliff, Toniolo, Panetta is there as well. But eyes on this one, down the inside.
Oh.
It's a little bit of contact between the two of them, but can Lovett get the move done on Mats van Rooyen? I think he can, but van Rooyen sends it back down the inside. Schaufler goes through. Marsh goes through as well. Toniolo as well on the other Tony car tries to get involved. But now the two Forzas go wheel to wheel, and the two teammates nearly collide themselves off the circuit. But that allows Craigy to break away. It allows Green to hold on to the lead of that second place group. But the drivers behind are fighting for position. Schaufler again trying to look back down the inside of the banking. It's not going to work out, and there's more. One of the Paralins going down the inside. It might have been Mariano Lopez, but I think got caught out by Kim Bernard just behind. Here's what happened for the change. That was the first one. You can see it was Green down the inside, and Craigy got a 2 for 1 there on the banking.
Held it tight, got to down the inside there goes Schaufler on the CRG of Van Rooyen. That is for third place. I really do feel this could be a defining moment of Kenzo Craigy's World Championship. He's got a 2.2 second lead. He's pulling away. He's got to believe. He's got to trust that he's got the race pace that we've seen across the course of the race meeting so far to get himself at the moment. He'd be up into third place in the intermediate classification. If Schaufler doesn't see the end of this race, it could well be second place. In fact, at the moment, it would be a tie. It would be a tie with Roman Kamyab for Kenzo Craigy. This could be the time to make his mark, and look at that on the screen as well. Investigation flag for the intermediate classification leader, 203 of Nicholas Schaufler.
It may have been on that move between himself and Matt Van Rooyen, but again, we'll have to see what happens as, that car park there in the middle of the shot just comes into view. Marsh and Schaufler here, absolute wheel banging between the two of them. They've had to stay in position though. Marsh still has his teammate Toniolo just behind though as well. The two Tony Cup racers trying to push their way through past Schaufler, but he is becoming an absolute rolling roadblock at the moment and is denying anyone from getting past. He is making that DPK kart as wide as it possibly can be. But in the meantime, he's not losing too much ground on Green up ahead. You can see here, he's not broken away from the rest of the field. He's not making moves on Craigy. Craigy at the moment is clear by 2.3 seconds. This is the largest gap we've seen so far this weekend for a race lead. And at the moment, Craigy, it kind of felt like he inherited it slightly with that 2 for 1. And Green's off. Is that a puncture?
Rear left, it looked to me as if something was going wrong there. We'll see it on the replay. Yes, it is. Oh, Zach Green, what has happened there? Into hairpin 1, under braking. It's not the end of his championship hopes, but that is a bitter, bitter blow for one of the home favourites.
Well, Zach Green as well now becomes under investigation. I suspect that's for a previous incident, but down in towards hairpin number 1. What failed on that kart? Because it just pinged and it went. Usually when you see something like that, you would think engine seizure. The engine seized up and it didn't go anywhere. But we'll have a look at that later on, because we're on to the final lap of this race and the battle for P2 is now on as Schaufler has inherited it. Here's the replay. What happened? Watch it. It's just to the right-hand side. And yeah,
oh no, is it a bent axle?
No, I think it's a hub. I think the wheel came off.
Oh,
the wheel did come off. Yeah, the axle failed. That's what it was. The axle failed on his kart, and he was out on that penultimate lap. There's another view of it, and it just shows how quickly it can go wrong. And that's at one of the fastest parts of the circuit as well. That's a scary one. Back here with the racing, though, Craigy leads the way. Schaufler now is clear. This is Marsh and Toniolo. They're battling away, and then everyone else behind. Lovett, Costoya, Van Rooyen. Iliff has just gone to the back of that group now as Lopez, Bernard, and Panetta have gone through. But it's all kicking off here at the front. But for Kenzo Craigy, 3.5 seconds up the road. He's going to see the checkered flag. Kenzo Craigy wins from Schaufler and Marsh.
What a drive from Kenzo Craigy. He's answered the critics there and some. Gets himself up to a share of second place in the intermediate classification. Schaufler takes second place on the road and will inherit the lead in the IC. Third for Marsh, fourth for Toniolo, fifth for Lovett, sixth for Costoya. That is a really, really, really big win for Kenzo Craigy, who will be very happy indeed, and that, I think, will really give him the belief now. He's not been outside of the top four consistently through the week so far, and now he's got a very nice score, 206 points, 16 points advantage over Costoya, who's immediately behind in fourth. Drivers will head on in. There is your provisional result. Craigy from Schaufler, March, Toniolo, Lovett, Costoya, Van Rooyen, Mariano Lopez up 10 places there to 8th, Kian Bernard in 9th, and Bautista Panetta in P10. Iliff, Sala, Pedersen, Kalija, Durganov take us down to 15th place. Shabo, Kowalczyk, Parker, Owen and Pancotti all in the top 20. Hattemer, Poblerai, Gallen, Blandino. Zach Green, though, what must be going through his mind? That mechanical failure pitching him out of the race at hairpin 1 with a couple of laps to go. It was going to be another big haul of points for Zach Green, but it's 25th in the classification. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. This was the very start of the race. Mats van Rooyen, great start for Zach Green as well, utilising that inside line to get through into second place. This was the view on board with Archie Owen. Kenzo Craigy getting along to the inside as well there. I think that was Costoya just running a touch wide through the latter part of the Bruno Ferrari S's. There would be drama, though, elsewhere on lap 1. That was Green going down the inside of Schaufler to beautifully take the lead, but it would all go wrong for numerous drivers into hairpin 2. This was the view on board with Archie Owen. I think the incident actually started a little bit further forward. That was Benjamin Maniac going round. Archie Owen lucky in a way to get away with that, but out of the race would go Victor Rad, Amir Sabarov, Paul Andriotis didn't get through all of that. Matthias Wittmer, Benjamin Maniac, Henry Domain, who understandably looks quite disappointed, just feels again like his World Championship is slipping away. Lev Krutilov and Zhang Jose would also not make it through. Back at the front, after the double waved yellow, through that localized area, through went Schaufler to take the lead. Green responded back. That was a brilliant bit of driving from Kenzo Craigy. He saw a gap on the inside, judged it to perfection, and then broke away. Broke away that I don't think we've really seen from Kenzo Craigy so far in this FIA Karting European Championship. That was a mighty close moment. Was that a key moment? That hit to the rear left of Zach Green's machine. We know that it was the rear left that would fail later on in the race. He did very well to catch that slide through the Fullerton S's. This was more moves from Scott Marsh. Marsh, knowing he lost a little bit of his space for error earlier on in the weekend with a disqualification from a heat, knew he needed to get some good points, had a good scrap with Nicholas Schaufler out there. Zach Green was still up in second place, but this was the moment. There you see the vibration and nothing that that Green could have done. The damage to the hub, to the outboard, almost taking, I think, one of the side pods off of the Jamie Green Racing prepared machine, and that would leave Zach Green undeservedly out of this race in P25. He would have wanted a lot more points from that one. The win, though, to Kenzo Craigy by 3.4 seconds ahead of Nicholas Schaufler. Scott Marsh in third. A potential tide-turning moment in this year's FIA Karting European Championship. The next time that we will see Group C out on circuit, just referring to the schedule, I believe will be at 4:36. Yes, that'll be when they go out against Group G. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme, where I believe Anthony Jordan is with our race winner.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one, Kenzo Craigy. Kenzo, first of all, congratulations on the win out there. So far, it's been a really tough weekend of racing. Let's talk about that overtake, though. The banking, you got really lucky with that one, didn't you? A nice move down the inside. Talk us about what happened.
Yeah, well, I knew obviously Zach was going in for the move quite early because he was moving about quite a lot for the whole lap. So I was just getting prepared because I knew especially if they overtook under there, they'd both run out wide. And obviously I got them both, and then they all started fighting behind me, and then I just drove home nice and easy, saved the tyres, and yeah, it was a good race.
Let's talk a little bit about the whole weekend here. The intermediate classification now, the points are going up, but you're joint third at the moment, 206, I believe, intermediate classification points. You're in a good position right now. How are you going into these next last qualifying heats? Are you going in with a chipper mood, or is it feeling a little bit, we need to do more?
To be honest, I don't really look at the intermediate classification until it's published, because you know anything can happen in these heats, and you don't really want to see, oh, I'm first. Try not to put too much pressure on yourself. So you just keep on going as it is, and hopefully we should have a good result in our last heat, which should put us high up.
As a whole, how do you think this year's World Championship is going for you here at PFI? Does it feel nice to be back in on home turf?
Yeah, obviously it's nice to be back on my home track. Weekend's going well so far, top 5 in all of our heats. So yeah, I'm really pleased with how the weekend's going, and can't thank my mechanic and all of the Car Republic team, Mercedes, and everyone who's helped me.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on a race win there, and we'll see you out there later on today. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff from Kenzo, Craigy and the juniors, but don't go anywhere. More racing coming up. Andrew, let's head back over to you. Seniors coming up next.
They are indeed. The D and E groups will be out on circuit shortly for their next heat. Busy programme of races here at PF International for the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships. 10 laps to decide this one, and a number of strong drivers already in terms of their performances so far this week will be out in this one. Green flag is flying. Let's take you through the grid for this one. On pole position, the number 67 of Ethan Jeff Hall, racing for the CRG Works team. Alongside him on the front row, another Works driver, this time for Kart Republic, Noah Montero in the number 9, will be looking to get another win for KR. Alexander Bondarev and Scott Lindblom go from the second row of the grid. Reigning FIA Karting European and World OK Junior champion Dries van Langendonk starts on row 3 alongside the ever-impressive Matthew Higgins for Energy this weekend. Joseph Smith and Matt Corby on row 4. Sebastian Kopeng had a retirement from the previous race, starts on row 5 alongside Yu Capo. Salim Hanar and Oscar Repetto will look to move forward from the 6th row of the grid. Emily Koivisto and Mateus Morgato, world champion 2 years ago, start on row 7. Jacob Mikulev and Elliot Kaczynski start on row 8. They're ahead of Mark Dimnitsky and Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence, the local driver here, has won many a championship and race around this place. He starts this one from row 9. Stylianos Kolovos and Enzo Nienkotter start on row 10. Tiziano Monza has raced well, is going to start on the 11th row of the grid for this one, and is joined by Ludovico Busso. Nico Lachnalate and Austin Gale go from row 12. Anatoly Kovalkin and Luis Francis start on row 13 ahead of Levi Arn and Hao Xiandeng on row 14. Maria Neto and Peter Stiller completes the top 30 there on row 15. Maxi Rafalik and Harry Cottrell have it all to do from the 16th row of the grid. It's a 33 kart field completed by Archie Tillett on the 17th and last row of the grid. Radek Vavra is a non-starter. There's a quick sight into race control here at PF International. Head of race control for this weekend, Chris Lambrecht in the centre, flanked by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester. All of our team know this circuit very well indeed. They've got their eyes over a huge bank of cameras. Every single square inch of this PF International circuit is covered by those cameras. There is not a single thing that they do not miss as a team. They're in constant communication with the team out there on track, led by race director Nigel Edwards. Pasquale Lupoli, deputy race director, out there as well with Gonzalo Planta, judge of facts. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Once again, eyes on the lights. They go out, we're racing again in OK. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Jeff Hall takes the advantage from pole position. Bondarev straight up into second place. I think Van Langendonk has also hopped to third. Yes, the junior champion has. Montero down to 4th. They're all wrestling with one another over the Litchfield Bridge, down into hairpin 1 for the first time. Steady start there for the seniors, Anthony Jordan.
It certainly is, yeah, nice little getaway, and it is always nice to see these sort of races, but at the moment, Bondarev still piling on that pressure. to our race leader in this one, Ethan Jeff Hall. A little bit tighter on the entry in towards hairpin number 2 there, but just settles back down and holds on to second place. Still close running there. Van Langendonk in third, looking very strong. And the rest of the field as well. You can see there Higgins in the order. That energy course, he's pushing in strong now. He's had good results, and he has certainly been one to watch here in the senior category.
Yeah, he's had some really good speed. Oh, I tell you who's got good speed. Dries van Langendonk down the inside with ease to take second place away from Alexander Bondarev. Beautiful move from Dries van Langendonk there. And down the inside, Montero looks for third place and has got it. Joseph Smith is going to step through as well. He had a retirement due to a mechanical failure earlier on today. It's looked good. The speed's been good for Joseph Smith so far in this World Championship.
Certainly has, and he stays right there at the moment behind Noah Montero. Doesn't go for the move just yet. Be curious to know what happened to his kart earlier on, where he pulled off the circuit. Bit of a shame for him on that one, but it seems to be all working now, and he's not lost any hope in this one. He's there, up 3 places, so he's had a pretty decent start in this one, not piling on too much pressure right now from the rest of the field. Got to say, after the lunch break, these drivers seem to have simmered it down just a little bit right now. We saw some feisty racing earlier on, but now I think they're just starting to think sensible races. They're thinking, right, just get to the end of this one. There in the points, you can see Ethan Jeff Hall with a win here would make him lead the intermediate classifications. That may change later, though, as down the inside in the background, I think Matt Corby tried to go for a move there on Scott Lindblom off the bridge. Not sure how well that ended, but it certainly looked like Matt Corby got ahead of him there.
We're always trying to keep on top of all of the different stories through all the heats and all the judicials. There is a key one to let folks know about. The eagle-eyed amongst you may be noticing, hang on a minute, how come Matthew Higgins is now behind Ethan Jeff Hall in the intermediate classification? Go back to the last race. Matthew Higgins received a post-race 5-second time penalty that dropped him down the order in that one to 6th place. So that is what's turned it round at the moment, with Ethan Jeff Hall leading this one. The point swing as things stand in this heat would mean that Ethan Jeff Hall will be jumping past Matthew Higgins at this stage of the competition. Further down the order, good moves from Mark Dubnitsky, up 5 places. I wonder, is that a kart that's got some new tyres on it for the CRG number 31? Anatoly Khavalkin is also on the move. He's up 8 places, now in 17th.
I've got to say, yes, on my walk down to do that interview with Kenzo Craigy earlier, I did take a spotting look at some karts, and there's quite a few with brand new boots on it. So yes, we have got into that phase of the weekend now. Drivers are not getting desperate, but they're thinking, right, we need to gain places now. We can't be messing around at the back of the grid anymore.
Well, sometimes it's the lowest risk thing to do, is you know, get those new tyres on, race sensibly, take the advantage that you're going to get from them, because you know at this stage that not everybody is going to go for them. Yes, you'll have to have a little bit of a tough time later on in the in these heats and maybe the super heats tomorrow, but you know, that's future drivers' problem. Let's get some points on the board. That's the thinking behind those going for the change now. We're on lap 5. Ethan Jeff Hall looking at a good rhythm here, 3.5 tenths clear of Dries van Langendonk for the lead.
It's a good rhythm, but it's a rhythm that I think is at risk right now, because he's not broken away from Van Langendonk, Montero or Smith. If anything, they've closed up a little bit and are starting to reel in Jeff Hall. And when you have only one driver closing in on a race leader, it's like, okay, that's a worry, but it's not the end of the world. We might have to deal with one driver. But when you've got 3 others there trying to close in, this is where it starts, okay, this is risky, because now if one makes the move, then the others make the move. And then I go backwards even further and further. And then before you realise it, you're in P10, and then you're like scoring no points, or far too many points that you want to be scoring. But at the moment, it's all fine. Like you were saying, he's holding the gap, but it's still a risky one.
Montero close to Dries van Langendonk off of the bridge. I don't think he's close enough to get down the inside. You see Scott Lindblom's making some progress out there. He's got past Matthew Higgins for 6th place. Matthew Higgins, just wondered, well, we did wonder about this yesterday, and we've been talking about the setup choices and how you always have to have a bit of a compromise round this circuit in some way, shape or form, and that whether the energy course with its lightning speed on the straights was maybe going to suffer a little bit on tyres in the twistier parts of Sector 2 and Sector 3. It's the first time that just the body language of Higgins' car to see him going backwards and not forwards at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. But again, it's not early doors. It's quite on in the weekend at the moment. But again, they've just got to think long game at this point of the weekend. Out to the Litchfield Bridge, then they go. Still Ethan Jeff Hall, but here comes Noah Montero. This is the closest he's been to Van Langendonk. Not going for the move this time, but he may think, if I start losing time behind you, I'll go for the move, and he's going to go for that move down at hairpin number 2. No drama, no time wasted whatsoever, no drama whatsoever. Gets up into second place. The gap opens up a little bit, but again, Van Langendonk didn't retaliate to that, which means they didn't lose too much time, and it means that they're probably thinking, let's work together, let's close in on a Jeff Hall, because the timer is running out. It's not running out at a long rate. Now here, Joseph Smith could have the chance of getting past. If they feel like Van Langendonk is holding them up, they will go for the move, but nothing just yet. Maybe onto the banking. No, thinks against it. Again, you can lose a lot of time there on the banking purely because it's such a fast corner.
Yellow flags are out for something through to the first couple of turns. In fact, no, we've gone slow procedure. We've gone to a slow procedure. Not sure what it is for, but the most important thing is that the field is now neutralised. Just wondering if there's anybody who's fallen down the order. Emily Coivisto has fallen down the order, Anthony, down to 33rd place, would be the first retirement from this race. This could be very good news for Ethan Jeff Hall, because whilst the turnarounds on the slow procedures have been pretty quick, we're already on lap 8. This could be the end of the race, or we'll only get one more lap of green.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. Of course, yes, like you were saying, the only driver who has gone down on our grid is Emilio Coivisto. We're not sure of the situation at the moment, but like you were saying, the track has gone slow procedure, and yes, you are bang on. This is good news for Ethan Jeff Hall. No one can overtake him. The only downside that he's got is that he's lost any sort of lead that he would have had initially on this one. Now we are on lap 9 of 10. There is Emilio Coivisto in the hands of one of the medical crews, and that looks to be, like I of course, Gonzalo Planta, or Judge of Facts, I should say, Gonzalo Planta, and he's got a bit of a limp on there, so hopefully Emilio Coivisto is all okay, and we see him out later on today, but certainly that's a bit of a shake-up here. Now, yes, we'll be going on to the last lap this time, and we're not seeing any green flags out of yet, and oh dear me, just in the nick of time there, the camera pans around and just sees Emilio Coivisto going heavy into the wall there at Bobby Gain corner. Not sure if assisted there or was just under own steam, but that is a big heavy hit there into the barriers, and well, hopefully again he is okay. We exit out of Pitts Bend, back onto the start-finish straight, and still waved yellows going on to the last lap of this race. So it's never a nice way of seeing a race end, but nevertheless, that would mean that Ethan Jeff Hall would claim this race win ahead of Noah Montero, and that's a little bit taken away the chance of Montero to get that position done, but for Ethan Jeff Hall, he can claim that one, and of course, because of the race not ending at all, we will see the checkered flag, but it will be under, effectively, what is deemed as a safety car procedure in the world of car racing, but in the world of karting, this is a slow procedure, the whole race being neutralised, no overtaking permitted as the field makes its way back around. So then, it would mean that Ethan Jeff Hall would lead the intermediate classifications, 215 points to his name, ahead of Joe Turney's 200 points. But remember, Turney at this moment in time is undefeated. Matthew Higgins third, ahead of Van Langendonk Montero, fifth in the intermediate classifications. But as the checker flag comes out, at the same time as the yellows, it is Ethan Jeff Hall who takes the win ahead of Noah Montero. Van Langendonk finishes in third place ahead of Joseph Smith. Matt Corby finishes in P5 ahead of Scott Lindblom. Matthew Higgins from Alexander Bondarev. Yukapo from Mark Dubnitsky. Matthias Morgato. Salim Hanar, Oscar Repetto, Elliot Kaczynski, and Anatoly Kavalkin finishing in P15. That was a good race there for Kavalkin. 10 places gained and finishes inside that top 15. Well, there, the drivers will make their way back into Parc Fermé. We will head down there and chat to I assume, race winner from that one, Ethan Jeff Hall, in a few moments' time. Andrew Mather heading down there as we speak. There is a look at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. The top 15 we have gone over. You can see they're separated by 4.5 seconds at the end. That would have been assisted by the slow procedure. Jakob Mikolev finishing in 16th place ahead of Gus Lawrence. Luis Francis from Tiziano Monza. Sebastian Corpeng finishing in 20th place ahead of Stanislaus Kolovos. Maria Neto ahead of Austin Gale. Enzo Ninkota from Maximilian Rafalik. Henry Cottrell from Leviarin. And it's Peter Stiller from Ludovico Busso from Hutiandeng. Archie Tillett from Nico Hanalate. And of course, the one retirement from that race, Falcon Racing's Emili Koivisto from Finland. Unfortunately, the retirement from that race and the cause of the slow procedure, and the one non-starter, Radek Vavra, not taking part. But there, Ethan Jeff Hall on your screen ends that race on top. And say slightly helped out with that one with that slow procedure. No stress at the end of that one, managing to get to the end. There was one of the mechanics there. That was mechanic for Matthew Higgins, JP there, just congratulating him. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. And initially, great getaway for Ethan Jeff Hall. No drama for him at the start. Rest of the field slotting through. That was Matthew Higgins getting down the inside through the Fullerton S's. This was Doritan Langendonk making the early move through the Bruno Ferrari S's on Alexander Bondarev. Bondarev then would later get essentially shoved out the way there by Noel Montero. Him and Joseph Smith would both get through, and that would put Bondarev backwards in the order, dropping down into 8th place at the end of that one for the Prema Racing driver, the Williams Junior driver. Also, then later on as well, more actions further down the field. Some drivers getting squeezed out onto the grass there as everyone trying to gain positions in the latter stages. Anatoly Kavalkin, of course, in around that area, trying to gain those places, and of course getting those 10 places gained to finish in that P15. And then this very scary moment here, big impact with the wall there for Emili Koivisto, but great to see that Emili was up and walking away. But you can imagine pretty battered and bruised after that contact at Bobby Game Corner. Checker flag would go out then. Ethan Jeff Hall would see it, and he would now end this half of the day leading the intermediate classification with 215 points. Well, they'll be out later on today. Make sure you stay tuned for that one, Groups D and E. Qualifying Heat B and F will be coming up next, but don't go anywhere too soon because we're going to head down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it is over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, down here with Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, I know you like a good race, so that was probably not the way that you wanted to win that one.
No, obviously finished under the slow boards, but apart from that, it was a great race. Obviously taking the heat win, so I'm very happy.
And another cracking result for you, another big haul of points. From your perspective right now, how's this World Championship going?
Definitely very good so far. Obviously, it's my first World Championships in this class and my second race, so. But from the way things are going so far, I'm extremely proud of myself.
Any bits that you're finding out across the course of the day as tyres are getting older, tracks will bring in, there's a bit of surprise, or is it all nice and steady?
It's all nice and steady. The racing's slightly different. Obviously, you don't have the clutch to help you off the corner when you're racing, so that side of it's quite different, but I think I'm adapting quite well, so yeah.
You've got some big races still to come up. What are the hopes for the rest of the afternoon? Do you start looking towards those super heats already?
Well, I think we finished our heats, but just gonna look forward to the super heat, keep my head down, and do the best we can.
Fantastic stuff. Well done once again, Ethan. Fantastic drive here at PF International. Anthony, back up to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I can confirm there, yeah, Ethan Jeff Hall is a far superior broadcaster than myself and yourself there, Andrew, because, yes, he's not back out today. That is him done for the day. There will be no more Group D out on the circuit for the senior category. The same, I believe, for Group E. That is them done for the day as well. OK, Junior, though, qualifying Heat B versus F is now making its way out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. And this one, again, is looking to be a relatively interesting one. Roman Kamyab and Jacob Ashcroft starting this one on the front row of the grid. For Kamyab, it's been a pretty decent day. For Ashcroft, those results are getting better now in the second half of the day. again, but it's just been a really shaky weekend for so many drivers. Turner Brown as well, James Anagnostiadis coming away with good results later on, or earlier on in the day. Rocco Coronel and Casper Reipold as well, also some really strong results. There you can see so many people joining us from around the circuit. That is one of many viewing spots on the circuit, but you've got the entirety of the banking surrounding the circuit. I've got to say it's filled up nicely with everyone watching parts of their favourite parts of the circuit. There you can see again some of the hard-working marshals at work currently right now, helping clear the circuit, keeping it in tip-top condition all the way throughout this, and we could not go racing without that Orange Army, so we do thank them from the bottom of our hearts, because without them, we could not go racing indeed. Well, sun is still shining out here at PF International. The air temperature has rocketed up to a staggering 20 degrees, and 20 degrees in September in the United Kingdom is somewhat unheard of. So absolutely fantastic to see how good the weather is treating our drivers this weekend for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships. Plenty more races to come up over the course of the day. We've already had 2 races back. We've got Groups B and F that is coming up next, of course, for all the juniors. A and F for senior. Then we go to A and D, B and C, and then junior for C and G. And then that rounds out the seniors for the whole day as well, because then we go to OKN. And then we end the day with 3 junior races. And, of course, the historics going out for a 15-minute demonstration. That at 5:30, which here at the circuit you'll get to enjoy. And the viewers at home, you will get to enjoy as well, because we'll be taking a good look at a vast array of machinery dating back to 1961, and maybe even a little further. But the green flag waves, we're going to look at karts from this era, 2024, as OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F heads out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Roman Kamyab and Jacob Ashcroft go from row number 1. They will have Turner Brown and James Anagnostiadis on row 2. Rocco Coronel and Casper Reipold round out row 3. They'll have Cole Denham and Iskander Solfakari on row 4. Sam Woolley and Alex Malota give us our top 10 on row 5. You'll have Alexander Dahlstrom and Endo Arata from Japan on row 6. Bosco Arias and Jagrat de Troja on row 7. Jesse Phillips and Armin Kari Osman go from row 8. You'll have Andrea Mani and Sebastian Mins on row 9. Gustavo da Silva and Dean Hugendorn rounding up the top 20 on row 10. Asher Osteen and Lewis Islin go from row 11. You'll have Yuri Lavar and Thomas Gender on row 12. Kanish Rao and Jos Mulder on row 13. Vanessa Shilkanaten and Remy Samchek on row 14. You'll have Gilles Herman and Ludovico Mazzola on row 15. Lucas Correa and Charles Zato go from row 16 with Zachary Dole and Victor de Alencar 34th on the grid. One driver who has not left the pre-grid is the Cali kart driver of Sam Woolley. He has not left the pre-grid. He is out of this weekend. I believe injury ensued for the driver from the United Kingdom in the 267. So unfortunately, it puts us down to 33 runners before the race has even started. Like we were saying in the intermediate classification, it is Schaufler who leads that one. But of course, with the points dwindling ever more, we expect that to change as this race goes on. Kamyab second, 206 points to his name. Craigy joint on those points. We heard from Craigy earlier on. Costoya fourth with 190 points. Brown with 182. Coronel sixth with 176 intermediate classification points. They're rounded out by Baglin, Mackie, Bolowski and Iliff in the top 10 for the intermediate classification. Of course, that will determine where these drivers start for the superheats tomorrow, and of course the rest of it, because of course going into those finals, if you do well in those as well on top, you get pole for the final and you're in the best possible spot for later on in the weekend. Drivers making their way round the final sector. We are moments away from getting this race started. OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F. The grid looks set at the front. It's Kamyab and Ashcroft on the front row. Ricky Flynn versus Energy Course. Into the tram lines, lights go green, we race down in towards turn number 1. It's a great start for Kamyab. He covers off Ashcroft with a quick sweep to the left-hand side. There's a bit of drama at the background, but everyone gets through the tunnel unscathed now. Through the banking they go up onto the literal bridge. Do they all get through cleanly? They're 3 wide going out of the bridge, but amazingly though for the field, it's all good. It's Kamyab who leads, Ashcroft is there in second place, and it looks to me that Turner Brown has held on to third.
Some very good awareness from the second half of the field. There's down the inside, looks Brown on Ashcroft. That's a robust one, and it's not actually gaining anything because Anagnostiadis has gained 2 places out of that. So Brown stays in third. There's a spinner down at hairpin 2. It's the 244 that's gone round. It's Asher Oxteen. Oxteen, it just goes from bad to worse for the American in the 244. No, that never looked like it was going to be a successful restart. So unfortunately, Asher Oxteen is out of this race. Kamyab, that was a huge third sector from Kamyab. He's got 8/10 over the rest of the field as Brown's down the inside of Anagnostiadis. Good move up to second place.
Yeah, nicely done. And already you can see there the gaps opening up at the front here, as we'll keep an eye on the rest of the field behind. Still Ashcroft there in P4. Anagnostiadis in third place. Coronel in fifth. Ripod from Denham. Malota from Zulfikari. Phillips from Endu. Dahlstrom from Armour. Kari Osman rounding out the top 13. There's 3 karts going off at hairpin number 1. And they will tumble down the order to the back. Who do we have here? It's a bit difficult to see the kart numbers from that angle.
I think Lewis Islin might be one of them.
I think so.
The Birrelais RT.
Andrea Manni is the other one as well, I think. Well, he dropped down the order quite a bit there, but Dean Hugendorn definitely one of them, and maybe even Thomas Gender as well, who actually gone purple in sector 1. Changed for second place. Anagnostiadis now past Turner Brown and is up 2 places, hunting down the driver who leads, Roman Kamyab, who sits ahead by 1 full second.
I really do feel this is the best we've seen James Anagnostiadis drive all season. I think this is going to be how we lost those drivers down at hairpin 1. It's all a little bit clumsy.
Yeah.
There, that is the end of things for Lewis Islin, Thomas Gender and Dean Hugendorn. Dean Hugendorn, who really has not had the kind of World Championship that I think many people were expecting before this weekend. It's not completely done that. I still think he's going to make it through to the superheats, but the odds are looking long that we'll see the Dutchman part of the front contenders.
Whoa.
Wow, that was one of the Ricky Flynn's coming in as more after the corner. Gilles Herman has got caught out in all of that. There's the problems for the 257 of Amin Kara Osman. Amin Kara Osman had a bit of a difficult run here earlier in the year when he came for a bit of race practice in a national championship round. He became quite noted on social media as well for a bit of damage to his kart in that one. It's not been a kind place to him, PF International, so far in 2024. This was it again down the inside. It was Phillips coming in, and then Endo, 3 into 1. Malota in the air. Yeah, that's not another. Actually, I think the 257 just had a completely separate incident there. That was quite strange.
Well, the initial overtake was Iskander Zulfikari, as there's been more drama here. One of the Wards and one of the Ricky Flynn's. Actually, I don't want to say that's a Ricky Flynn. I want to say that could be Yuri Lavar. Yes, I made that mistake earlier on. Yuri Lavar and Endo Arata out of this race. Both trying to get it restarted. One fails, and that's Endo Arata out of it. Can Yuri Lavar get it restarted? He gets the 1 attempt, and no, it's not going to go. He's out of this race as well. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good score for Lavar there. Another driver having a difficult run of things here today. So yellow flags out at Marshall Post 5. Bit of a kart park arriving. Well, last race it was through turn 2, wasn't it? Hairpin 2 rather. This time it's hairpin 1. This is the battle that we're looking at all around third place. Kamyab's being closed in here. Anagnostiadis has got a good pace right now. 56.7 last time for Kamyab. 56.4 for the Australian. He just looks at real. I've not seen James Anagnostiadis look this at home with the kart so far in 2024. It's a really good sign of things after he's had such a tough season, that all of the trials, all of the challenges, has it just given him that confidence, that know-how to drive round this circuit at a World Championship competing pace. He's all over the back of Kamyab now. Kamyab even having to go a little bit defensive coming off the Litchfield Bridge. Very much aware that he's there. They're not a million miles away from that chasing pack.
No, he certainly isn't. So we'll keep an eye on this one. As you can see, the progress of Kamyab and Anagnostianis on your screens. And at the moment, that's going to change once again because Anagnostianis down the inside of hairpin number 2. Tries to defend it there from Kamyab again in towards the Fullerton S's. And Kamyab backs off it, doesn't want to be a part of that one. And Anagnostianis leads the way now. And that is nicely done. That is quite early on in the race. We thought maybe he would hold on to the back of him maybe a little bit longer, let it play out a little bit more, maybe do it on the penultimate lap. But no, he's done that quite early, which puts him in a predicament of having to now possibly have to defend for the next couple of laps.
You say that, he's pace down the straights. Oh, no. I was going to take that back because Kamyab's had a really good run onto the bridge there. He's going to be all over Anagnostianis. Is that change for third place with that Ashcroft down the inside? Yes, it was. Good response from Jacob Ashcroft as Caio Zorzetto is under investigation. Brown back down the inside. Oh, that was well avoided by Ashcroft. Through goes Rocco Coronel. Turner Brown, again, we saw it earlier. It's very easy to get deep on the brakes into hairpin 1 as the fight for the lead is on, and Kamyab's gone through.
Exactly what I was talking about. It felt early from Anagnostianis to go for that lead change because then he would have to be on the back foot throughout all of it. He won't be able to break away, and he's not done that. Now Kamyab's in control, but maybe this was part of the plan. Maybe this is where Anagnostianis could think about what he could do. We go on to the last lap of this race now, and can Anagnostianis retake that position, or will Kamyab take this to the line? Absolutely nothing between them as Turner Brown gets a warning flag, and it looked like Gilles Herman getting an investigation flag as well. That's going to put them on the back foot, but here now, Kamyab goes defensive. Coronel is looming in the background. The two nearly make contact in wheel-to-wheel banging. The two do make contact on the exit, but it's front to rear, and now Coronel is right there. He gets the first one. He gets past Anagnostianis. The Red Bull junior driver beats the Mercedes junior driver in combat here at PF International in their karting years. There's yellow flags out at hairpin number 1, but it's Kamyab who leads the way. There's drama in the background. Looks like Jandrak Troja is tumbling down the order, but for Roman Kamyab, he looks to be winning this one. He timed that re-overtake for the lead perfectly. It is Kamyab across the line in that race of the day. Roman Kamyab wins from Coronel and Anagnostianis.
I tell you what, Roman Kamyab has got his tactics absolutely spot on. That is the second time today we've seen Kamyab make a move late on the penultimate lap for the race lead and then take it through the final lap, not going too defensive. He just looks so assured at the wheel of the 230 Ricky Flynn Motorsport LN chassis machine. That is another win. It puts Kamyab back to the top of the intermediate classification, 256 points. A good number of points ahead of Nicholas Schaufler. Rocco Coronel goes up to 3rd, Turner Brown 4th, Kenzo Craigy 5th ahead of his teammate James Anagnostianis, but there is still a good number of races to go here at PF International across the course this afternoon.
There certainly is. Let's look at the rest of the results from that one. Remy Samchek from Ludovico Mazzola, Andrea Mani from Gustavo da Silva, Bosco Arias from Victor de Alencar, Vanessa Shilkanate from Ara Caribia Osman, Zachariah Dole from Zorzetto, Correa from De Troja, Endo from Lavar, Islin at the back. Of course, the retirements that came in, Hukendorn and Gender also retirements at the end of that race. A fair few of them, Andrew, through that 8-lap race. But still, for Roman Kamyab, I think, bang on, his racecraft so far this weekend has been, well, pretty on point.
It's been brilliant all season. He's regularly been the front-running Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver in this OK Junior category, and I think he's just buoyed on by the fact that he's back on home soil. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that heat. Here was the race start. Steady one for all others. There's one slide, I think it was one of the DPKs. Look at this. This was the mighty good driving by everyone in the lower third of the field. It was one of those moments where I held my breath, hoping that nobody was going to make contact. So great driving there by everybody to make sure that there wasn't a significant incident.
I think that was Bosco Arias, the driver, who got caught out there at the start in the DPK. Eyes on the front here at this point, and yeah, immediately you're seeing these moments coming through. That was the first of the retirements, unfortunately. Asher Osteen out of the race on that CRG. He's had a pretty torrid one. He's had NASA panels going up in the air, spins here, and that one is just the cream of the crop, really, and really putting him in a bad spot. And then this one here, when we were talking about it, no offense to the drivers, but it just looked a bit like, oh, no, oh, bang, and straight into it. Did look a little bit messy, didn't it?
Clumsy. Clumsy, I think, is the word on that one. This was the move from James Anagnostiadis for second place, getting past Turner Brown, would later go on the attack. Very curious situation here. This was Alex Malota, slightly pitched up in the air by another one of the drivers, and also out on that spot in that region. I think Aratarando was having problems. There were more issues out there. Jagrat Choja would end up retiring from the race, as would Lewis Islin, Dean Hugendorn, Tamas Gender, and Yuri Lavar, as mentioned. This was the key move, though, down the inside. This battle between Anagnostiadis and Kamyab. Good moment here for Rocco Coronel. Read that spot on through into what was third place at the time after that battle between Ashcroft and Brown. Kamyab down the inside on the penultimate lap again, like he did one race ago. He knows where to place his car. Even here, even just the way that he came off of hairpin one there to stop Anagnostiadis being able to get a switchback. Perfectly done.
Yeah, indeed. And for James Anagnostiadis, he'll have to settle for a third place after taking that lead on the penultimate lap of the race. But for your man in the lead, Roman Kamyab puts him in a really strong spot now. 256 intermediate classification points in the lead. Right, we now head back over to the senior category. Qualifying heat A versus F. This is where it starts to get interesting now, because this is their penultimate race of the day. There's one more senior race after this one. So this is where it all falls down to many of them. But for this young man here, Blake Nash from the USA, part of the Tony Kart Racing outfit, we caught up with him at the start of the weekend. Here's what he had to say.
I'm obviously feeling very excited. It's my first time running this event, and yeah, I mean, it's just one of those races that you've always kind of dreamed of doing since you started karting. It's one that I've always watched back home, so it's pretty unbelievable to be able to be here and be a part of the event. It's for sure very difficult. It's been a little bit eye-opening just because the driving style over here is very different than what we see in the US, but I think altogether it's been very good for me as a driver and as a person, just to be able to learn this new aspect. They take it very professionally over here, which is, I think, very cool to see, and it's been a great experience to learn all throughout the year. It's been a little bit difficult at first, just because, you know, the only team I've ever raced with has been my father's and my family's, so yeah, it's been a little bit difficult to step away from that and that comfort that I get, but the people at Tony Kart, all the workers, the team, they're so nice, they're so professional. It's made it a bit easier than I think it would be going with another team, and for me, just to learn, I think it's been a great experience to be able to work with all that experience that's under that tent. It's just you have to be very, very precise out here. Any little mistake in qualifying or in the heats is very, very costly. So just trying to be, you know, as perfect as I can, and learning every session that I go out on track, and trying to get better and improve. That's been the biggest thing that I think I wasn't really picking up in the US. So I think it's very, very specific to this style of karting out here, and yeah, just trying to be the best I can and learn everything I can, taking this step towards a world championship.
Well, great there to chat to Blake Nash ahead of this weekend, and great to hear, of course, his transition over from racing in the US over now into Europe. He's been racing a lot with the Tony Kart team, and he's picked up a lot as well. Right then, drivers make their way off the pre-grid down onto the track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for the penultimate qualifying heat of the weekend for the senior OK category, and it's the points leader, theoretically, Joe Turney. who leads the way in this one ahead of Thibaut Ramikas, Kai Rillarts and Marcus Schilkunas on row number 2, from Alpac Soy and Suleiman Zanfari on row 3. Andrea Dupe and David Walter go from row 4. You'll have Murillo De Rocca and Hugo Magdi on row 5. Lewis Gilbert and Harley Keeble go from row 6. They'll have Guy Albag and Harry Hannum on row 7. Caden McQueen and Xavier Abramides go from row number 8. Yuri Peschel and Jakub Kamadek round out row number 9.
Mika Lemassiere and Daniel Grinchard go from the 10th row of the grid. Aaron Garcia and Matteo Giaccardi start on row 11. Alan Crosset and Tom de Sol go from the 12th row of the grid. They're ahead of Dom Simek and Bernardo Benaldi on row 13. Row 14, Alexander Chartier and Reese Newburn. Hugo Basson and Blake Nash, we just heard from him there. They start on row 15. Augustin Sepulveda and Kuba Breisky go from the 16th row of the grid ahead of George Quatermain. Tom Liuye was due to start on row 17 but does not take the start, neither does Louvre Sambudla. Oh, is that problems for Lewis Gilbert?
Yes, it is. Yeah, Lewis Gilbert in the 70, the Kraft Motorsport driver, walking away from his wagon and will go no further in his final race of the day. And that's heartbreak for him, because that could be very, very costly.
Could be costly indeed. The Scotsman will not be in the front rows, I'd imagine, of the Superheats tomorrow. He has had a good weekend so far, a good number of top 10s, which might be enough to keep him in. But it's going to be a nervous wait now for Lewis Gilbert. Onboard camera is out there, and it's fixed to the number 44 of Andrea Dupe of the Prema Racing squad, and that will give us the view from 7th place on the grid.
Certainly will do, as the smoke will clear now, as the engines are all slightly bogged down as they've tried to get temperature into those tyres. It's a beautiful evening here in the Lincolnshire countryside. We've still got lovely blue skies, 20 degrees, and a grid of 35 karts about to do battle. Lights go out, we race down it towards turn number 1. It's a great start for the inside row, and Turney and Rillarts get through into P1 and 2. Yellow flags under the bridge, but I think everyone's got out okay. One slow car, but no, I think there's one more stuck in the barrier. We'll find out who that is in a few moments' time. Down the inside and down it towards hairpin number 1 goes the field, but it's a good start for the top 2, and I can confirm the drivers who were in trouble there, Matteo Giaccardi and I believe Tom Dussel as well, but Giaccardi's got going. Tom Dussel is the one that's stuck in the barrier.
One of the CRGs is in trouble. I think that's Alan Crosset. Yes, it is. The 106 Brazilian is out of this race on lap number 1, and we've gone slow procedure. Slow procedure, then the race is neutralised. Joe Turney is your race leader. This is very good news for a race leader who I'd imagine in this race wants to save tyres. Well, I say save tyres. If he wants to apply his new set in the Superheat, there's no real need to save these tyres if they're not going to be used any further. Well, I suppose half of the tyres on the kart will be used in the Superheat later on tomorrow. But Turney from Rillarts, Ramikas, Aksoy, Schilkunas, that's the top 5 as we're on lap number 2.
You know, indeed, here's a replay of the start, and oh yeah, actually that was quite a significant bang into that wall there, and yeah, for our one driver who's out of this one, Tom Dussel for CRG. Hopefully he is okay. Alan Crochet has also had drama in this race, and of course we had Lewis Gilbert a loss earlier on before the race even started, but yeah, for a handful of drivers there, that's been a very shaky start as we go under slow procedure.
We're talking tyres. For anyone who has applied their new set or new half set in this race, that's an absolute disaster, because you can't now use the Maxxis Prime at its best.
Yes, exactly, and that means when you go into the Superheats tomorrow, if you're one of the drivers who was making it and you have deployed your tyres in this one, yeah, you're kind of on the back foot here, because everyone else who didn't deploy them now can use them later on. Indeed. And they've got less time to worry about it. There, a nice close-up of Gonzalo Planta there, keeping an eye on the field under slow procedure, making sure they are all staying, well, as it says on the digiboard there, slow, out on track. Turney then was the leader before the yellows coming out. Rillarts from Ramikas, Aksoy from Schilkunas, Walter from Dupe, and then it's Marti from Zanfari. Albag, the top 10 at the moment. Flags still waving. Marshall's on scene, and I think the main problem that the Marshall's having to deal with right now is the fact that that kart has wedged itself pretty solidly underneath the barriers there, despite the best efforts of 3 Marshalls. trying to pull it out. And there you can see one more, Marshall, I think, on the run to assist there a little bit. I think that's Gary, or as I miscommunicated with him the other night, that's, I think I called him Yorkshire Pudding Man, because he looked very similar to someone in the carvery. But certainly they've been working very hard. In fact, they've got the kart out now, I can see from the commentary box, which is all good. So I suspect we're going static, and that is an almighty amount of damage to that chassis.
But it's done its job.
It's done its job.
It's done its job of protecting the driver from serious injuries. So we have gone static yellows here on lap number 4. So normal procedure would suggest that this is going to be the last lap of the slow procedure, and back to green at the next point when the drivers go under the start-finish gantry. Turney will look to get the jump on Rillarts. It's quite familiar now having Kai Rillarts behind him. Kai Rillarts starts, I think we've got to say, have been very, very good. Let's have another look at them. Turney's going to get the run from P1 and see how Rillarts immediately hops in ahead of Ramekers. Nothing that Thibaut Ramekers could have done there. This was the view on board with Andrea Dube. You can see how close it can be through and under the tunnel. That's David Walter immediately ahead of us. This is another view of the impact for Tom Dussel. That is a very quick stop.
Yeah, you can see there, and again the damage to the wagon there, and that NAS panel completely dented in. The A-frame there as well, though, that holds the steering column, that stayed strong, and that's what's kept him in a really good position there. That was later on, again, the other retirements coming in. And unfortunately for many others, wasn't what we seen. We're back under green flag conditions now, as under investigation is the number 88 on that restart, and that is Jakub Raschke, who's currently down in 23rd place. But the rest of the field have got away well. Turney holds on to the lead, but he's not broken away this time. He didn't time that too well, or maybe Rillarts timed that restart absolutely to perfection and stayed with Turney on the restart. Down in towards hairpin number 1. Is everyone going to get through this time around? They're 3 wide on the exit right in the background of the field, but everyone gets through nice and cleanly. Down in towards the Fullerton S's, it's still Turney who leads from Rillarts, Ramekers from Aksoy, Shilkunas and Walter, Duke, Marty, Albag and Sfari, the top 10.
Good bit of pressure from Rillarts on the race leader off that restart. He read it absolutely perfectly. Good starts confirmed. Now we're back up to green. Caden McQueen is another one of those drivers who, with a good result here, Caden McQueen could still wrestle his way through into the superheats and keep himself in the competition. He's up 4 places to 11th. Similar story for Yuri Peschel, up 5 to 12th. Also keep an eye on Dominic Simek. Simek's had some problems out there, a couple of retirements. Another driver who knows it's now or never in terms of this 2024 FIA Karting World Championship. Rillarts has a little look, half in attack, half in defence. Ramekers just follows his countryman's wheels, tracks. Now Ramekers down the inside, takes second place, or does he? Because Rillarts is going to cut back here. No, has to concede it. And once again, Anthony, I think we're going to be treated, potentially, I hope, to another Turney versus Ramekers battle.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because if Rillarts can retake this position back, they put them into themselves, and they just release Turney from the rest of the field. Again, I think they're at this sort of stage now where they're like, right, Joe is just breaking away now. He's got maximum points. We can't really do anything about it. So let's fight amongst ourselves. Let's sort this out. And there we're seeing it. Rillarts straight back down the inside on the banking. He's not going to allow Ramekers to break away. But crucially, they're going to have to drop Turney here because they're going to have to fight amongst themselves.
Indeed. Looks like Aksoy's getting keen to find a way into 3rd place. Shilkunas is having a better race. Also out there in 5th, David Walter. Oh, bit of a switchback there from Rillarts, and he's made it work. Made it work to retake 2nd place ahead of Ramekers. Here comes Aksoy down the inside, and through goes Alp Aksoy up to 3rd. Lovely move past Ramekers. Into problems. Is that Gicardi? No, it's Dominic Simek. Dominic Simek. That, I'm afraid, is going to be the end of the Czech drivers' FIA Karting World Championship for this year. There's damage to the rear right. He is out.
Yeah, that is a big shame. Kicks the grass in anger and walks away from his kart. But I still focus, though, on the battles up ahead, though, because they're Ramekers, who is trying to hold on to these positions now, and now has Marcus Shilkunas for company just behind. He's still got David Walter, Andrea Duke, Marty Keeble now is inside the top 10 in P9. Guy Albag just there behind as well. Yuri Peschel's had a good race. 6 places gain from Caden McQueen in 12th. We've not said much about Caden McQueen because he's had a couple of retirements, hasn't he, in his heats? He's not had the best of them. but hopefully he can still make it into those 2 beats later on today. Very wide there for Kai Rillarts out of the Fullerton S's. The gap between himself and Turney has opened up now to over a second. So again, it's really down to if Ramekers can get back past Rillarts, and as he's on that rear bumper, I suspect that's very doable.
Very doable indeed. Rillarts checks over his right-hand shoulder, sees that the younger Belgian is there, just moves ever so slightly to driver's right to fend off any thoughts from Ramekers of going for a big one into turn one. You can see that Ramekers wants to get through. He is darting all around the rear axle of the number 22. Rillarts cuts to driver's right again. Defensive for hairpin number 1. Is there going to be an opportunity for a switchback? David Walters beautifully positioned himself down the inside of Alpac Soy to gain a spot. That's the Tony Kart driver up to 5th place. We're on lap 9 of 10 here. This is surely going to be another win for Joe Turney, but it's anyone's guess who's going to take 2nd place.
It certainly is. Well, drivers are making their way into this final sector. Let's see what happens here as Joe Turney holds on to the lead of this one. Kai Rillarts holds on to 2nd place, but Ramekers is right there in 3rd. He's not going to go for the move just yet, but it might be on this lap. Last lap board comes out, this to the field, and under investigation is Thibaut Ramekers. The driver who's in 3rd place now sees the investigation board with his card number. Well, that certainly is going to shake things up here. We have no idea what that's for, but let's see what happens as defensive goes Rillarts into hairpin number 1. That's the first attempt to get down the inside. It's gone. Rillarts is hogging that white line all the way to the end on this one. He wants 2nd. He doesn't want anything less right now. He doesn't care about Joe Turney. He's gone away. He's further down the road. He cares about finishing this one in 2nd place, and he cares about finishing potentially inside the top 10 in the intermediate classifications with this P2. Out of the final corner, Joe Turney gets maximum points. Joe Turney starts on pole for tomorrow's Superheats, but Kai Rillarts holds on, I believe, to 2nd place, and it's Reese Newburn again. Reese Newburn for the S8 Racing team on that TB kart is out of another qualifying heat, and the Young Britain's weekend goes from bad to worse on the final lap of this race at the Mike Wilson complex. But for the other Britain, for this man here, Joe Turney, it is maximum points to his name, and he will start tomorrow's racing on pole position in the OK category. Joe Turney from Kai Rillarts, Thibaut Ramekers from Marcus Schilkunas, David Walter from Alpac Soy, Harley Keeble from Andrea Dube, Hugo Marti from Yuri Peschel, finishing in P10. Then it's Suleiman Zanfari from Harry Hannum, Caden McQueen from Guy Albag, Aaron Garcia, Marilla De Rocca, Blake Nash, Bernardo Benaldi, Mika Lamassoure from Hugo Besson, Augustin for Sepulveda. Then it's Jakub Rashki, Alexander Chartier, Mateo Giacali, Dan Ginchard from George Quatermain, Xavier Avramidis, and Jakub Kamenek finishing in the 28th spot. Multiple retirements in that race. But for that man there on your screen, Joe Turney, maximum points. He starts tomorrow on top, and this is how he did it. The start of that race, initially, no drama. Got a great start, able to break away. No drama whatsoever. This is the view from Andrea Dupe's kart at the start of that one. Again, the physicality there. You can see David Walter having a bit of a moment, and there, a big hit into the barrier there for Tom Dussel, unfortunately, and that's a lot of damage to his kart there. The CRG driver, hopefully he is okay, but that was a big, big hit to the barriers there. And later, more retirements there. You can see the 106 of Alan Crochet having drama. The race restart then, and it was timed pretty well there for Joe Turney, but timed very well for the rest of the field as well. Rillarts not able to attack, but was still close behind. Ramekers getting up into 2nd place after that restart on lap number 6. Lap number 7, Rillarts fought back and got back up into P2. Ramekers then would have to hold on to 2nd place, and again later on send it down the inside. Losing the back end a little bit, though, would put him into a danger spot, because down the inside, Alpac Soy would fight back. Dominic Simek out of the race as well. major frustration there, but again, understandable. Your last attempt to go racing today on Saturday, and unfortunately it ends in a retirement for so many people. Joe Turney at the end of that one claims his 5th qualifying heat win out of 5, and he will start on pole position tomorrow. He is undefeated so far this weekend in the senior OK category, and tomorrow is looking like a very strong day. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Andrew Mather, who I believe will have Joe Turney with him.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Jordan here with our latest race winner, Joe Turney. Joe, that looked easy to us in the box, but I'm sure it was anything but.
Yeah, not at all. I think obviously the slowdown period at the start helped a bit because obviously no one can pass, so it took a few laps off the race. The restart wasn't amazing, but I didn't try to do anything special. I just wanted to get through this race without any problems or penalties, and managed to open a gap at the end, so pretty happy.
Weather's always unpredictable around here. We talk about the rain a lot. I don't think any of us were perhaps expecting it to be as warm as it is this afternoon. Is that a bit of a challenge?
Yeah, to be fair, we came testing here, and the temperature was quite high as well. So I think we're pretty prepared for what's to come. Yeah, tomorrow we're not sure what's going to happen, but we'll take whatever comes.
It's a bit of a different position at this stage of a world weekend versus the European, because you've won 5 out of 5, but there's no championship points. It's just one of those pole positions for a super heat tomorrow that you get in return. Mentally, how do you take the next few hours? How do you prepare tonight?
Just as we always do, like prepare everything, analyze everything, make sure that we're in the best position for tomorrow. Yeah, have a nice evening, have some food, and then get to bed early for tomorrow.
And the support that you've had here this week, not just from your family and for the team, but so many from the karting scene here in the UK. How special is that to have you pushing you on?
Yeah, really nice. Obviously, it's my first home race in about 5 or 6 years. So yeah, really nice to have people cheering for me and telling me how things are going. So no, I'm really happy.
Good stuff. Joe, I'll let you get to your debrief with the team. Good to hear from our leader in the senior category there, Anthony. Back up to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, tomorrow is going to be an exciting one there for the leader of the senior OK category, Joe Turney, starting that superheat on pole position. But that is not the end of the day for the senior category. They've got one more race coming up a little bit later on. But between now and that race, we have OK Junior qualifying heat A versus D. That is going to be heading out onto the circuit, and it is Noah Baglin who starts this one on the front row of this grid, and will be joined by the driver from Germany, Ian Crailing, on that 2-1-0. And in the intermediate classifications at the moment, it is very close still for the juniors. Roman Kamyab leading that one with 256 intermediate classification points from the rest of the field. But there's a look at what you can expect for the rest of the day. We've got, like you were saying, 2 more junior races before the second of the OKN qualifying heats of the day. Then we end the day with 2 junior races, but between that and that last junior, we do have the historic karts. All the historic karts heading out onto the circuit around 5:30, and you can catch that here live at the circuit, and of course live at home as well. We will be broadcasting that one later on today at 5:30, so make sure you stay tuned. Karts from very exciting years back in 1962, 1964, all the way leading up to the 1980s as well. A vast array of classic history karts out on circuits. Well, more races coming up very, very soon. Like we're saying, OK Junior qualifying heat A versus D heading on to the track in a few moments' time. And again, like we say, Baglin, Crailing starting that one on the front row of the grid. Drew Waltz and Illy Christian are on row number 2 for that one. And Illy Christian is a driver who has certainly gained good momentum over the course of this weekend, but did suffer a little bit with a retirement earlier on today. So there has been the ups and downs here and there out on the circuit. But as you can see, for a lot of people, it's been a long old day. And there's some of the medical crews who are positioned out on the banking at turn number 1. They are primed and ready for any of the situations that arise here at the circuit. But as the sun sets off in the distance, engines fire up, and OK qualifying heat A versus D heads out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that starting lineup. It's Baglin from Craigy, Waltz from Christian on the top 2 rows, then Kit Bolowski and Aston Sharp on row number 3. Harrison Mackie and Luke Cornder on row 4. They'll have Oliver Rasmussen and Alfie Slater on row 5. Thomas Pradir and Boris Lysin go from row 6. They'll have Manuel Maguez and Zhao Zijun on row 7. Vladimir Vadakov and George Edgar go from row 8. They'll have Kingsley Zheng and Bruno Kriek on row 9. Michael McGow and Mark Pilapenko round out an All-American, row 10 and the top 20. Marco Manson from New Zealand and Louis Cochet from France go from row 11. They'll have Yotaro Sakai and Mero Peldis from on row 12. Theodore Tabal and Sana Z on row 13. They'll have Enzo Ruggiero and Makar Savalev on row 14. Alex Brunner and Simas Bachuska round out row 15 and the top 30. Vinny Sfari, Maxim Bobajov, of course, not there out on track. We do hope he's okay. Max Endicott and Jacopo Martinez at the back of the grid for this one. We talk about drivers who need an important race at the end of the day. For one driver who really needs to gain those positions after qualifying, Jacopo Martinez, the 215, who has had some good results. Same as Max Endicott as well. He needs those good results as well from the back of the grid. But the Italian and the Briton have certainly had their work cut out after qualifying. Just did not go their way.
Yeah, it didn't go their way at all. You know, Martinez was one of, I heard someone quote, 20 drivers in with a realistic shot of winning the World Championship in OKJ. And Martinez was one of those, and I think still is one of those. But, you know, this is where he needs the miracles in this part of the competition. If he can get to the final, he'll get some new tyres for the final, and then it's a longer race, you never know. But this is a really, really important race for one of the front runners in this year's European Championship. His title run for the world title could end here.
It certainly could. Engines fire up and the drivers get themselves into the tram lines. Are we going racing? The first time of asking, the answer is no. It is a false start. They go round again. And that, if I'm right in saying, Andrew, is our only second false start of the day, which, if that's right, that's a good statistic right there, and a good ratio we've had.
Yeah, it's been pretty good from the drivers today in terms of getting the starts right. Yeah, you're always going to get one or two that don't quite go the way, but you know, our race director Nigel Edwards keeps a very high standard here, and has got plenty of experience. Well, there'll be anyone in the world who's got more experience of judging races round this circuit than the team led by Nigel Edwards. There is your situation in the intermediate classification. Cambiab 256, not in this race. Coronel 220, Brown 216, Craigy 206, Schaufler 202, and Agnostiadis 192. All those drivers are not in this race. The highest ranked driver who is in this race in the intermediate classification is your pole sitter. Noah Baglin could, with a win here, move back up to second place.
Certainly could, and of course you may have noticed from that first false start, Baglin and Crailing have switched sides of the grid. We've only seen this being deployed in the senior category. Now we're seeing it in the juniors, and quite late on in the day. Baglin's had a couple of pole position starts, but has always started on that inside line, so not sure what's prompted the change this time around. Into the tram lines, lights go out. We are racing this time around, and it is a great start for Baglin, Christian and Sharp, who get 1, 2, 3 now up into the banking for the first time. The rest of the field get through the Bruno Ferrari S's unscathed, but Sharp is under pressure from Crailing behind, but Crailing has to contend, and there's a bit of a contretemps there, and drivers are off the circuit. They get going, but one of the karts is just grass tracking down the hill in towards hairpin number 1 and tumbles to the back. But the eyes focused on the front, because look at that. Baglin and Christian, 1-2, breaking away nicely.
Both need big results for very different reasons. Baglin to continue the form that we've seen so far in all of these qualifying heats. Christian to kind of get back on the horse, get back on form after a retirement earlier on in the day, in an earlier heat, coming round to complete the first lap of 8 then. Into Pitts Bend. Noah Baglin leads once more over the line. At second place is Christian. Good start for Aston Sharp confirmed, but 3 places from where Aston Sharp started this one in the top 3. Good start for Alfie Slater again. up to 5th place. Driver who's really impressed so far this weekend as Christen's gone for an early one. That's a great overtake by Christen. Went for a really early apex coming off of the Litchfield Bridge and made it work.
Yeah, but you said a crucial word there, an early move. That is very early on in this race, and that means he's going to have the pressure for a long time in this race. Sharp's there in 2nd place now, having to deal with the likes of Baglin and Craigy just behind. But there he's dealt with it nicely, because there you can see as well that Slater's got through. Baglin's gone down to about P5 now. Slater's going to go defensive into Bobby Game. And now the Sodi car, Boris Lysen's going to get a chance to go down the inside. And now Baglin's got caught out wide. Waltz goes through, and Bolowski tries to get through as well, and he does get through. So Noah Baglin here is now on the back foot. He has tumbled down the order, all from that one overtake halfway round the lap. Well, Christen leads the way, Sharp in 2nd place, Crailing now 3rd, but that changes as Sharp goes for the lead. Christen's going to fight it back. There's wheel banging between the two of them. They go side by side over the bridge. Sharp tries to hold it in the inside, gets denied. Crailing has the run down the hill now. He'll get the run down in towards hairpin number 1. They go wheel to wheel. It's Crailing to the inside. He gets through, and Sharp immediately points to him saying, just go, go, go. Don't defend. But he's going to defend straight away.
Yeah, he's got to consolidate the position and make sure that he doesn't bounce straight back into the pack. This is kind of the form that we saw from Crailing yesterday. There's an incident down at hairpin number 2 that we'll catch you up with right now. It's the 2:23 and the 3:09 out of the race. That is Tomas Prodir for the Works Tony Kart team, and the 3:09 of Mark Pilipenko. I've got a feel for Mark Pilipenko. It's great to have new drivers coming through. Great for the experience of those young drivers, but Mark Pilipenko has had a really, really rough time in this World Championship as there's blue flags out.
Yes, now that's Alex Brunner. Now I suspect he may have skipped hairpin 1 there straight through to the Fullerton S's, because he suddenly shot right up the order and then he tumbled back down and there were blue flags out. So I suspect, yes, he may have missed half the circuit on that one. Sharp straight down the inside, gets back up into 3rd place, but now he's having to defend here from Slater, Bolowski, Lysen, and they're losing touch with Christen and Crailing, who are leading the way. Slater's going to go back down the inside. Bolowski's going to try and follow. Sharp slams that door's closed, and now he holds on to that position.
Great move by Alfie Slater there, and I'm seeing another thing that's different to perhaps what we saw in the European Championships from a few drivers here this weekend. Alfie Slater's one of them. He's just really calm. Really, really calm. He's not overdriving the kart, which I think at some times across the course of the year he has done. He's up to 3rd place now in this race. He's also back up into the top 10 as, Sharp tries to wrestle his way down the inside of Slater and has done so. Bolowski's going to have a go now. Slater holds it round the outside for P4. Boris Lysen is in there. I think Oliver Rasmussen's trying to break through. Keep an eye on Harrison Mackie in this race as well. He's going under the radar a bit at the moment in 10th place. Slater's still at the front of this battle, which Noah Baglin is now trying to get back involved with. Are we going to see another battle like we did in the previous round of races between Bolowski and Baglin? This is, if you're just tuning in, folks, this is what it's been like in OK Junior since the very first lap of the first race yesterday after time qualifying. It's still a wide open competition to decide who's going to be the world champion at this level this year, and all these drivers know it.
Yep, they certainly do, and we're going to see another change here. Oh, that was very strange. Crailing got that move done on pure power alone down the start-finish straight. That must have been a mistake on the exit of the pits bend for Ili Christian, because he didn't even defend it. He allowed it to just drive straight past. That's a very peculiar one to me. It's a spin off the bridge, and 2 drivers involved. Is one of those Mackie? I think it might be. Harrison Mackie is one, and I think the other is Drew Waltz, unfortunately, for the Forza Racing team. They tumbled down the order on the exit of the bridge, and that is 2 drivers who are looking so strong out of this race. Here's how it happened. Well, there, Drew Waltz gets pitted in the corner and just tagged. Mackie trying to go down the inside there. He just hooked that front wheel on the other kart that was stationary and just went round, and that is such an unfortunate one.
Yeah, just so many karts in one confined space. Back at the front of the order, 2 laps to go. There's a couple of investigation flags coming out that will keep track of as to who is getting those investigation flags. Kingsley Zeng is one of those. I think the 277 of Aston Sharp is also the other. New fastest lap of the race from Kit Bolowski. Bolowski looking to finish strong yet again. So in terms of the IC, Kamyab would hold the lead, 2:56. Coronel would be second, 2:20. Brown would be third on 2:17. And take your pick of who's going to be 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, because at the moment, 5 points is covered. Oh, it's Bolowski's got a problem!
Yeah.
Bolowski, who is one of the drivers in that battle for 4th place in the IC after this round, is out!
He certainly is, and that is at the Fullerton S's. His kart grinding to a halt. He'll go no further, and he really suffers in the intermediate classification with that one in what could potentially be his last race of the day. That one there, we go on to the final lap of this race. There's Bolowski into a safe point now, near to the TV screen, and it's probably the first time he's ever looked behind those barriers, but that's still not a great way to end this weekend, or the end of the day today. Boris Lysen's on the fastest lap of the race. He's pushing up nicely here, but Crailing leads the way. Christian's there in second, Sharp in third. I don't think we're going to see a move here unless Crailing goes defensive.
Indeed, there's more drama in the first hairpin. We'll catch up with that in a moment, as Alex Brunner is the latest driver to go under investigation. Ian Crailing is going to get his weekend back on track. It was not a good result. It was outside the top 20 in the last race. This will bring him back up to 6th place in the intermediate classification. Crailing wins again here at PF International. Illy Christian also brings himself back into play. A great response from the Canadian for Tony Kart. He is second. Aston Sharp, 3rd place for Mick Barrett Racing. Brilliant result there, although we should mention is under investigation. Noah Baglin 4th. It's not a win. Doesn't get back up to 2nd place, but he does go up to 4th, and he's at the front of that really tight pack with Craigy and Crailing and Schaufler in that part, and that could all be crucial. That could, you know, as the races go on across the course of the afternoon, Baglin's still on for a front row start here in one of the super heats tomorrow. There is your provisional result. Crailing from Christian, from Sharp, from Baglin, from Lysen. 5th place, top Sodi card home in that one. Alfie Slater 6th. He loses his run of being in the top 5. That's still a decent haul of points. He's back up into the top 10 in the intermediate classification now. Rasmussen P7. Bruno Grick up 10 spots there. Great drive from Bruno Grick to 8th. Luke Corder and Michael McGoy complete the top 10. The American up 9 in that race. Ivanikov, Zhao, Cachet, Sakai, Martinez. Martinez up 19 spots in that race. He's pretty consistently got up into the top 15. We'll wait and see, as all the scores are tallied up, whether that is good enough to keep him firstly in the top 72 drivers that will go through to the super heats tomorrow, and then high up enough in those 72 to have a chance of qualifying for the final. It's the top 36 that go through to the final. But there's your race winner, Ian Crailing. Well, he's put a lot of work in alongside his European Championship season in preparation for this World Championship event. It's paying dividends right now. So we have a look at some of the highlights from that latest heat. So Baglin had changed sides. He took the advantage there. He saw a few drivers off in the background. There was indeed a bit of grass tracking from one of, I think, the Fusions. There was some more grass tracking through the Fullerton S's in the early stages. Baglin held the lead. Christian went down the inside. Great move coming off the Litchfield bridge down towards hairpin number 1. He did have to defend. Aston Sharp had hopped through into 2nd place at this point. And Ian Crailing, who hadn't had the greatest of starts, was now starting to pick his way through. Kit Bolowski was on the scene yet again, getting past Noah Baglin. They resumed their battle from earlier on. Christian and Sharp in close quarters, racing up and round onto the bridge, and still in close quarters coming off the bridge as Crailing joined in the attack. Down the inside for 2nd place went Ian Crailing on Aston Sharp. Alfie Slater at this stage of the race was looking for another top 5 and works his way back up to P4. Through hairpin number 2, this was a good switchback from Alfie Slater. Just nice and calm at the wheel, turn in, no fuss, no overdriving, really good stuff from another one of Ricky Flynn's top drivers. A couple of drivers out of the race in the middle phase of this one. Mark Pilipenko retired. We would also see Harrison Mackie retire from the race not long after. Bit of a curious situation, this one. Illy Christian not really wanting to fight too much with Ian Crailing, pointed Ian Crailing through. This is where we lost Harrison Mackie, so unlucky, just to get caught on the front bumper of Drew Waltz there. Kit Bolofsky would also retire some 2 laps from the end of the race. It's not the end of his World Championship, but it is a major setback in terms of where he's going to be in the intermediate classification. In the end, Crailing takes the win by 1.5 from Crailing from Christian. Ashton Sharp P3 ahead of Baglin and Lyson. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here with our race winner from that one, Ian Crailing. Ian, brilliant racing from you this weekend, and that certainly ends it very nicely for you on Saturday. How are you feeling after that victory?
I feel really good, really happy. We have still 1 heat to go, but we are still in the front with the points, and we will start in the front for tomorrow, that's sure. And we just keep pushing with the speed and the team. And big thanks for the teams to stand in front here and World Champs. I'm super happy.
This is going to be a very busy weekend. Today was a busy day, but let's talk about tomorrow, because that is going to be a frantic one, isn't it? So many races we've got to get through, but it all is going to fall down to that final. The main question is, are you ready for tomorrow? Are you feeling up to the challenge?
I'm ready always. I was waiting for this since last year, and I think everyone wants to win this championship, but I think I will win it because I want it and I have big advantage.
Excellent. Well, congratulations with that win today. We'll see you out there later on this weekend, of course, but congratulations, and yeah, have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. The engines are fired up. Andrew, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, the engines are refired at a resplendent PF International, getting ready for the next one. This is Groups B and C, taking each other on in the senior OK category. Let's take you through the grid of 36 drivers expected out on circuit. At start with Dmitry Matviev will be on pole position for the Kart Republic Works team. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by another KR-equipped driver. Freddie Lloyd is on the outside of row number 1. Jimmy Elias and David Cosma Christopher start on row 2. Andy Consali and Finn McLaughlin on row 3. Jensen Graham and Noah Wolf from row 4. Zach Drummond and Ian Eichmans complete the top 10. Lewis Werrell and Miguel Costa, they go from the 6th row of the grid. They're ahead of Luna Flusha and Vivek Kanthan on row 7. Guillaume Bouzard's had a decent day. Starts this one from the 8th row of the grid. Is joined by Brazil's Gabriel Kernigan. Row 9, Michael Adair, another driver who needs a good one here. Remember, for all of these OK races, this is their last heat. It's now or never if you're outside the top 72. Pedro Hiltbrand, the former world champion, is also there on row 9. Leo Nielsen and Santino Panetta go from the 10th row of the grid ahead of Davide Bataro and Olin Gali. Gali's had some great drives through the field. Needs to do so again from 22nd on the grid. Fred Green and Austin Lee go from row number 12. They're ahead of Philippe Carras and Louis Castellini on row 13. Leon Brunner and Simone Bianco form up in an all-Italian row 14 before Sarah Matsui and Vergaard Clementson complete the top 30. Mark Brovko and Roland Coclain start on the 16th row of the grid, and then it's Glenn Guest and Sophia Zanfari completing row 17. One more driver out there. Ryan Ekberg starts alone on row 18. Jensen Burnett is a non-starter. Well, a haze covers Bobby Game corner and into Mike Wilson complex. The field called to attention with Dmitry Matviev on pole position, and I don't think he's switched this time. Okay, so Matviev has had a couple of goes starting on driver's left. He's gone back to the conventional driver's right start for this one. Into the tram lines. Eyes on the lights. They're red. Do they go out? Yes, we're racing. Green once again in the senior category. A little bit rough and tumble in the middle of the pack, but it's another great start from Dmitry Matviev. Round the banking for the first time in this one. Looking clean, looking good. No yellows through sector 1. That's a lovely start from Groups B and C. Oh my goodness me, is that Noah Wolf going up to say hello to some of the spectators? I knew they thought they were going to get close to the action today here at PF International. I don't think they were expecting to get that close. Good start for Jimmy Elias as well. Jimmy Elias up to P2. Andy Kansani has also followed from that inside column of the grid, is up to P3, having started on the third row of the grid. Oh, as there's a more bit of grass tracking there. Was that the number 18 possibly? Which if it was, would be Olin Gully. We'll try and track that through in a moment. End of the first lap. Matveev leads. Elias P2, Kansani P3. Good start for Finn McLaughlin. He's up to 4th place. Drivers who had a bit of a rough time on that one. Noah Wolf has mentioned. Might have been Vegard Clementson who was running wide. The number 81 has fallen down to 34th place.
It was indeed the VDK kart skipping out of the Fullerton S's there. Rejoining though at the back of the grid. Matveev not breaking away here. Jimmy Elias right there on the rear bumper. Kansani there as well. McLaughlin waiting to attack. But here comes Elias down the inside at the Fullerton S's. And Matveev has to gear up the space. And look at the time he's lost. Now Kansani says to Matveev, you go, don't worry about me. But Kansani needs to worry about McLaughlin behind him. And he needs to worry about Freddie Lloyd behind him as well.
Absolutely, particularly if you've got Finn McLaughlin on your rear bumper into a braking zone. We've seen so many times in the 2024 International Karting season that there's not many drivers better on the brakes than Finn McLaughlin. There's a big stop coming up once they come off the bridge. Finn McLaughlin's trying to get Andy Kansani off the proper racing line, get him weakened before they run down to hairpin 1. Here they go. Elias is clear. Matveev doesn't need to think about defending. Kansani does, rightly so, covers off any kind of move from Finn McLaughlin. Lloyd has covered Jensen Graham. I've got to say, Jensen Graham's World Championship so far, for me, Anthony, has gone a little bit under the radar. He's consistently up there in the top 6. He's changed materials, of course. He started the year racing a Paralin. As out of the race is that Fred Green possibly falling down the order? Yes, it is, in different colours for Fred. Normally racing JGR colours here on the national scene. Is out of the race as well is Austin Lee. Not a good lap at all for Forza Racing.
No, indeed. I think those two actually tangled with each other because they've both gone off at hairpin number 2. So that is a big shame for them. Eyes on this field, though. Elias leads the way. Matveev, though, is on the pressure behind, but so is Lloyd. He piled on the pressure there, and he's got past McLaughlin, and he's moved up into P4. Now Graham is on the attack just behind now, so this is all kicking that group together, as now this is going to help it out, as down the inside, Matveev goes to the move. Elias gets back past. Now Matveev is trying to have to fend off Andy Kansani, but Kansani gets through on the power and gets the job done before they even get to the apex of the Fullerton S's. Now Lloyd's right behind him as well. Matveev is on the back foot right now as McLaughlin's going to charge back through. Graham's still there, like you were saying, consistently inside that top 10. Has had some really strong performances this weekend, the same as the rest of the field, though. The biggest mover at the moment, though, you've got to look to Roland Cooklane. 12 positions, and he's currently, well, 11 positions now, so he's just dropped down to 21st place, but still, for the rest of the field, it's all good. But at the front here, Elias has not been able to break away.
No, not yet, but he's, I think he's going to keep trying. Has a little look over the shoulder to see that it's his compatriot Andy Kansani on his rear bumper, but not so close that he'd be going for a move. That down the inside looked to be one of the KRs making their way through the order. Oh, is Davide Bataro out wide there, getting a good number of positions at Bataro in the early stages. Well, 13 of them have just been lost in some measure, probably down to around 10. Yes, back down outside the top 10 for the Italian.
Eyes on this one here. We're on lap 5. We'll be ending that one now to go on to lap 6 here. It's still Elias from Matveev. Kansani still there in 3rd place. It's a replay of the incident, and that's how Vegard Clementson got squeezed off the circuit there. 2 into 1 do not go, and unfortunately he was the driver on the outside going into the corner, and that usually ends up with you going off the track.
Yeah, that was a bit of an unscheduled Scandi flick for the Norwegian. Elias feeling the need to defend into hairpin 1. There's a bit of a tussle between Matveev and Kansani, that Kansani's won there. So Kansani back up to 2nd place. McLaughlin now going side by side, looking left, looking right. because he's got more attacks coming in the shape of Guillaume Bouzard in the victory lane there in the black and white livery. Jensen Graham still in the mix. Luna Flusha having a good run here, is up 5 places in the number 33.
Certainly is. As the drivers head across the start-finish line once more, communication between Elias and Consani, saying, right, let's work together, let's break away, you focus on you. But how many times, Andrew, have we seen that over the course of this weekend? Drivers saying, no, I'm not going to overtake you, and then bang, overtakes it next corner.
The difference here, though, is Consani's a driver who needs points. There's been a change for
There
third.
it is.
McLaughlin down the inside. And yes, indeed, Consani does go through, but I don't think they lost too much time there, the two French drivers. Vivek Canthan's the fastest pilot out there, 54.705. The key thing here, Consani really needs points. He had that retirement earlier on in the programme, so he's not appearing in the top 10 of the intermediate classification at the moment, but on balance he probably is a top 10 driver here this weekend.
There's that overtake again, Anna Consani down the inside, and you bang on right there. No time really lost between those two, but like you say, he still said to Elias at the beginning of that lap, saying, no, you go, and then 2 corners later, down the inside. But like you say, no love lost between them, I'm sure. McLaughlin enough to get in that overtake as well on the banking has helped him out, because he now is latching onto the back of Jimmy Elias, and it's going to go for second place here. Nicely done. And again, Elias not fighting that one, just dropping back and allowing that to happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of why that might be. Maybe he's looking at the points. At the moment, he's sat third in the IC, and I don't think he'll lose that third in the IC with that change with McLaughlin. Yeah, he loses 3 points, goes down to 205. He's still got a 5-point advantage over Matthew Higgins. But he doesn't want to send himself too far back into the pack. Maybe he's just trying to save something for these last 2 laps. I tell you what, Finn McLaughlin has got his eyes locked on the rear bumper of Andy Consani. He's a very well-mannered, well-natured driver, always smiling and up for a chat off the race circuit, but he is a viper on track. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 54.679 into hairpin number 1. He's taken time out of Consani there. Is there going to be a move down the inside? Yes, there is. Classic McLaughlin on the brakes into hairpin 2. The Irishman leads.
Nicely done there for Finn McLaughlin. He's waited and waited to just get to the front here, and he's slowly done it. Bit by bit, he's chipped his way through the field. All action is kicking off in the background, though. That's still kicking off right down the order. But let's see what happens here as we're seeing drama here. You can see Alan Brunner getting through there. Down the inside, has gone wheel to wheel there with the drivers further down. I think Vengal Clemson there, Roland Cooklane in that order as well. Cooklane is up 10 places in this race, but now might start to fall back. But on this final lap of the race, back here with the race leaders, Finn McLaughlin is pushing his way ahead, but Andy Consani is right there now, trying to close in on McLaughlin. McLaughlin runs wide. He's under pressure here now, Andrew. Can he hold on to it?
He ran a little bit deep. He was off the main racing line into hairpin number 1. He's going to have to sit in the middle of the road through the Fullerton S's and keep it tight so Consani can't get underneath. He's done that absolutely spot on the approach to Bobby Game Corner into the Mike Wilson complex. This could be a big, big win for Finn McLaughlin. It's going to elevate him big time in the intermediate classification. Out of the final corner, Finn McLaughlin wins at PF International again, takes his last heat of the day by less than 0.2 of a second. Andy Consani finishes P2. Dmitry Matveyev gets a good return of points, having started on pole position. He's P3.
Yeah, a nice little charge there for so many drivers, but for Finn McLaughlin, a 5th-place gain puts him at the top of this race, and like you say, does help him out there in the intermediate classification, secures I believe a 3rd row start for Superheat 2 tomorrow, I will say, with that position. P6 on that one would put him.
P6 will give him the inside of row 2.
Yes,
inside of row 2 for Superheat B.
My maths was wrong on that one with other things I was thinking about. So yes, that's still a good charge there for McLaughlin. Andy Consani as well, Dmitry Matveyev, Jimmy Elias from Lloyd, Bouzard from Cosma, Graham, Werrell, Drummond, Flusha, Galley there as well. finishing in 12th place with 10 places gained. Davide Potaro from Miguel Costa. Vivek Canthan rounding up to 15.
Yeah, very good stuff indeed. So the intermediate classification after 5 rounds of heats in the OK category, provisionally, we always have to say that word, stands as thus. Joe Turney, 250 points from a possible 250. Perfection from the European champion. Ethan Jeff Hall will be the other driver on pole position in the second superheat in OK early tomorrow on 215 points. Jimmy Elias will be on the outside of the front row, sharing that with Joe Turney in Superheat A. Matthew Higgins likewise will be on the outside for Superheat B. And let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one before we digest more in that intermediate classification. Another great start, Anthony, from Matt Viev.
Yeah, again, time to perfection, but that moment there, I think a great opportunity for autographs there for Noah Wolf, right up there with the crowd, actually running over some of our branding there as well. So I'm sure MondoKart.com will not be too happy with that, but maybe it's an authentic barrier now.
Bit of grip up there.
Bit of grip up there. This moment here, very interesting. 2 cars just getting tangled with the wheels. Vengar Clementon off the circuit, missing out on the sector marker, meaning a bit of work for our timekeepers up here in the timing tower. Then Elias going for the move on Matviev. That lead didn't get him away too well. And then the retirements of 2 of the Forza karts out there. Fred Green being one of them. The other, Austin Lee, unfortunately, both out of the race in the opening stages.
Yeah, real shame for both of them. At this point of the race, I thought Elias was going to disappear, but he just didn't seem to have the pace to kick on and hold, you know, a 2-3 tenth gap at the front. He fought hard. Matviev had a go down the inside. Antti Konsani came up to second place as well, showing that, again, that Sodi kart cannot be forgotten. It's not the favourite. It's not the absolute favourite in here in this category, but it's a good race package that we know the French driver can do good work with. We saw Davide Potaro out wide there, out of hairpin number 2, lost a couple of places, but apart from that, made some decent progress through the field. That was Konsani getting back up into second place. Meanwhile, McLaughlin was coming through. Great move on the bridge, going up to third place.
Yeah, indeed. And then Rilarts again back down the inside. He said, no, I'm not going to overtake. Don't worry about it. Then later, just squeezed through. And all the meanwhile, McLaughlin was slowly reeling them in. Got the first overtake on Jimmy Elias then on lap number 8. And then later on in the race would slowly close in again on the front runners. Matviev as well would go through. There was the McLaughlin move on lap number 9, giving him just one more lap to defend the position, and he defended it beautifully despite all the odds being against him. There was another angle of it, just down the inside. And again, a textbook little race there for McLaughlin.
Finn McLaughlin's race management, he's got down to an art of, you know, you'd be talking about a race and you're like, yeah, he's there, but you're not thinking, oh, yeah, he's going to win this. And just as the race goes on, he has this knack of bringing the race back towards him. Another great victory for VDK.
Exactly that. Well, that is all she wrote for the senior OK category for today. They will be back out tomorrow for their super heats. They'll be starting a little bit later on in the day. But we are going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere because the juniors are coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship here at PF International. We're getting through the second half of the day here pretty quickly here, Andrew, because the next race is coming up thick and fast. OK Junior qualifying heat C versus G is coming up next, and this is going to be an important one because, of course, Mats van Rooyen, Devon Waltz, you've got Zach Green out there as well, Jarrett Clark, a lot of driver names who have been looking very strong in the junior category.
Yeah, it could be another one of those that in terms of the mathematics could be deciding in terms of who starts where for tomorrow. It's not the last race for these drivers because we've got this last race of this rotation for OK Junior Group C and G, then the second heat for OKN, and then 3 more races in OK Junior to bring us to the end of a mammoth marathon run of OK Junior heats that started over 24 hours ago.
Exactly. It has been a long old set of races over the course of this one. I believe we had 14 races yesterday to end the day after time qualifying. And then we've gone into the multiple races we had today. We had 13 this morning, 11 today. It has been a very, very busy one for everyone here this year for the FIA Karting World Championships. Engines fire up, karts make their way onto the circuit. Let's see through the full starting lineup. Mats van Rooyen and Devon Waltz go from row number 1. Zach Green and Jarrett Clark on row number 2. Archie Lovett and Riley Cranham on row 3. We'll have Archie Owen and Nat Johnston on row number 4. Scott Marf and Jean-Mathieu Rousseau go from row number 5. You'll have Lev Krutalov and Daniel Kelleher on row 6. Henry Domain and Marco Gart go from row 7. You'll have Bautista Panetta and Job Poccola on row 8. Paul Andriotis and Montero Rivals on row number 9.
Dean Pedersen and Edward Kennedy go from the 10th row of the grid, ahead of Filippo Pancotti and Levi Sangera on row 11. Row 12 is Clara Kowalczyk and Roland Nagy. Row 13, Marcel Szebo and Fausto Arnaldo. Row 14, Matvei Durganov and Kara Furhand completing the top 30. On row 15 is Florentine Hattemer and Evan Purcell. Penultimate row of the grid, Filippo Salas. Similar situation to what we talked about with Martinez. This needs to be a good one to keep chances alive. He's joined by Marcello Tortato on that row of the grid. 33 runners in this one, completed by row 17, Christian Blandino and Toby Gale. Nat Johnston, now that we have all drivers out on track who were expecting Nat Johnston, who was due to start P8, is not taking the start.
No, he is not. Not there, which is very unfortunate. Right. Field making their way down into hairpin number 1. Intermediate classification looks as so. Kamyab, 256. Coronel from 220. Brown from 216. Baglin with 209. Craigy with 206. Kraling with 203. And the rest. Schaufler, 202. Anagnostiadas at 192. Costoya, joint with 192. Slater, 10th with 188 in the intermediate classifications. And all this means is who starts where for the superheats tomorrow. No championship points. It's a one-off round. It's the World Championships here in the junior category. It is far from over with, like we're saying, one more full rotation left in the category. Sun is getting very low in the sky. It's right in driver's eye going down in towards turn at number 1. Temperature still 20 degrees. It is a lovely evening here at PF International as we go into the tram lines. Lights go out. We are racing, and it's a great start for Van Rooyen and Green. 1-2 into the banking. Does everyone get through? They do not get through. There is pandemonium at turn number 1, and there are karts everywhere. It looks like everyone is okay. It's just racing backwards and several stallers on track.
Yeah, Matvei Durganov was one of them. We'll track the others through in a moment. Oh, I think Henry Domain's not come through again. What a shame for Henry Domain. Clara Kowalczyk's been delayed. Roland Nagy also hasn't come through sector number 1 yet. Durganov has mentioned, Kara Fairhand, Evan Purcell and Filippo Sala. That is a big one. One of the pre-event favourites has been in trouble in this one. As was that? No, it was a Sodi on a Forza getting a bit close and uncomfortable on the run through Bobby Game Corner. Let's track him through at the end of the first lap. A lot of drivers knowing that they need to make moves now. They've still got one more race after this one. Double waved yellows out at turn number 1. Van Rooyen leads. Green second, Waltz, Lovett, Marsh, Owens got up to 5th place ahead of Marsh, then Krutelov, Rousseau, Cranham and Clark. That's your top 10.
There it is at the moment, though, on your screens. And you can see here, drivers going defensive, one not going defensive, though. Right round the outside, is that Lovett trying to get through? It is, but he gets squeezed out wide by his fellow Forza teammate, Devin Waltz. Just holds on to his position. Mats van Ruin still in the lead, but Zach Green is right on his rear bumper as they go through, as the energy cause of Levi Zangara out of this race goes no further. What a shame that is.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend for Levi Zangara. We'll still have one more race to go, because in Group G, I think the penultimate race, we'll see Group G out again. Oh, Gerald Clark was very wide there, out of pits bend, all over the geo block and the curb. As Green has a little look for the race lead, trying to wrestle away open, and he's done it. He's done it coming on to the Litchfield Bridge. Mats van Rooyen had a big twitch as they kicked up onto the final bit of that long left-hander. But at the moment,
big lock-up.
Big lock-up indeed for Van Rooyen. He's going to lose second place, potentially more. Through goes Waltz. Lovett's having a go now, and Scott Marsh is back on the scene again.
That's nice timing for Scott Marsh. He's timed that to perfection to go on the attack, and he gets through past both of them. Now through the Fullerton S's, Marsh gets up in a nice position now. He leads that train behind, and he moves up into 3rd place with a gain of 6 places. But still, as we go on board with Riley Cranham here, showing you how much they try to fight through that final section there of the Mike Wilson complex. Back onto the start-finish straight they go, reaching a top speed of around 70 miles an hour in towards the Bruno Ferrari S's. They carry that speed all the way through and up the banking then. And we stick with this live on board, showing how fantastically fast this PFI International Circuit is. It looked like he turned in a bit too soon there, didn't he? He had to back out of that one there, adjust the radiator, try to cool the engine temp down a little bit. But as they go through, he still looks like he's in a comfortable position.
Well, this is the thing, is the tyres are really starting to wear now. This is not the last race for some of these drivers. You've got, especially on the front axle, you know, the tread's gone down a bit. The amount of rubber that you've got to use to give you that grip, you've got to chuck it in a little bit more. You've still got to be very smooth in this OK category. I think that's what Cranham is trying to achieve there. And he, as I say, he did turn it a little. Well, I don't think he turned it a little bit too early. I think it just gripped up a little bit more than he was expecting.
Yeah, it certainly does. But well, let's see, because that does happen, of course, with air temperature. You know, I've had it when I karted back in the day. I turned into a corner and be like, oh, that actually turned more than I thought it did. And then you have to do exactly what it just did. So it does happen in racing. Right. Eyes on this one, sun shining, front runners nice and open, spread out at the moment, as we see a replay here of Riley Cranham on board. Jared Clark looking to the inside. Oh, that's never what you want to see. That little hook up there. He was very lucky that he managed to get that unhooked, and yeah, Clark going a little bit wide there in the corner. I think, did he leave the door open there, Jared Clark, for another ride down the inside? Here it is from the outside, he goes through. Does that BMR squeeze through? I think it does. And I think there was a good little change there in the background. Everyone getting through. Again on board with Cranham here. Oh, another instance of it. Another instance of it. And he goes wheel to wheel there with, I think, Lev Krutelov. And just manages to squeeze through. That just shows how tentative and how close the racing is out there this evening.
It is indeed. You just need to be careful out there, though, Riley Cranham. As say, all eyes are going to be on him in that Sodi kart. He's one of the strong runners here this weekend. In terms of intermediate classification, we can't really bring you any updates in the top 10. There is no action at all. All of these drivers on circuit are outside of that top 10. I'm sure there's plenty going on in the top 20. It's just in terms of our live scoring in the box. It's not a piece of information that we have at our leisure. Investigation flag. Oh, now investigation flag for the race leader. So Devin Waltz rather in the 224. Has caught the attention of the officials, it would seem.
And now I'm just trying to cast my mind back in this race as to what that might be for. Is it for out of position at the start? Is it for maybe a bit of a feisty move at one point? But I'm not too sure. That's quite an interesting one. Daniel Keller is going to pick up a warning flag, though. He's a little further down in the order. He's not had the best run in this one. 21st place for Daniel Kelleher. He's dropped down the order a little bit here, despite the fact that other drivers have had really good races. You've got Christian Blandino up 9 places. Marcel Muzelon as well, also 9 places gained. Toby Gale, 16 places, so he's had a very good race. The same with Fastainado from Argentina, 12 places gained. So there has been some big movers in this race, albeit there's some white flags going on in the background there. So is there a slow car round the circuit?
Quite possibly so. Good to see another one of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy graduates doing well in this way. You mentioned him, Fausto Arnardo, the Argentine driver who entertained us brilliantly across that 3-round championship. Is up, as I say, 10 places. Final lap board is out then. Devin Waltz leads, Zach Green second. This would very much get Zach Green back into contention. Started the round very, very well indeed. As to the inside, Waltz defends from Zach Green. This one's not done. Zach Green's going to try perhaps and get a switch back. He goes through a very wide line to then switch back. That's local knowledge. That's PF knowledge. Back through goes Green. What a response from Waltz, though. Oh, anything you can do, I can do better, says Devin Waltz. Zach Green's not done with this. He's going to try and get back down the inside into Bobby Game corner. I think Devin Waltz has got this one done with a double switchback, a counter-attacking move. Devin Waltz is going to take race victory. Zach Green P2. Scott Marsh won here in the pre-round 1 week ago and shows that he's still got a chance in this World Championship. A good finish there for third up 6 spots. Archie Lovett and Lev Krutelov take us down to 5th place. But what a response from Devin Waltz. I thought Zach Green had it done with that beautiful wide line, but he got it absolutely spot on. And then Devin Waltz replied back down the inside into the Fullerton S's with one of the best moves that you will see this weekend. Drivers will head on back to Parc Fermé. There were a few moments towards the end. I think Florentine Hattemer was a late retirement, but there is your provisional result. Waltz, Green, Marsh, Lovett, Krutelov, as mentioned, that's your top 5. Mats van Rooyen, all good points, P6. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau in the top 10 once again, ahead of Jarrett Clark, Archie Owen and Riley Cranham. Paul Andriotis, good return there for Andriotis. Had a difficult race earlier on today, P11 in that one. Bautista Panetta, P12. A number of drivers in the mid-pack, all improving there, including Joel Pockler, Dean Pedersen, Fausto Arnardo, Matteo Ravels, but the biggest gainer of them all, Toby Gale, up 17 places to finish P17. But there is your race winner, Devin Waltz, for Forza Racing, and Forza Racing's preparation for this FIA Karting World Championship is really, really showing to be the business. That's not the first time that we've been talking about them at the front of the field, and I don't think it's going to be the last time either. They'll head into scrutineering. Devin Waltz will collect thoughts there of what happened in that race. So let's have a look at some of the highlights in it. 8 laps to decide for all of these drivers. This was their penultimate race of the day. They'll run again later on. That's how we lost a number of the drivers at the very start. Out would go Evan Purcell, Kara Fairhand, Matvey Durganov. Roland Nagy also wouldn't go past lap number 1. Henry Domain and Levi Sangera. And unfortunately for some of those drivers, it's not the actual end of their championship, because of course they've got another heat to go, but in terms of realistic hopes of getting through to the top 72 and into the super heats tomorrow, that could be it. This was the moment between Clark and Cranham. Clark ending up on the Geo block there, gets back on the circuit but lost a number of positions in all of that. The double waved yellows were out down at turn number 1. That was in response to what we saw at the very start of the race. This was the moment between Zach Green and Mats van Rooyen for the lead of the race. Devin Waltz in close proximity there in P3. Big lockup, big moment. There might have been a little bit of an encouragement there physically to Mats van Rooyen. Very close. All the weight goes to the front of the kart. When you're braking into turn 1, it can take the slightest little touch to set yourself into a bit of an issue. Scott Marsh had a good race there, up to 3rd place. And after a difficult start to this World Championship weekend with a disqualification on Friday, he really looks to be back in the groove now. Riley Cranham there fighting his way through to 10th place. This was a nice move down the inside from another one of the Tony Kart drivers, Lloyd who's had some flash sparks throughout the course of the 2024 OK Junior season, and still wouldn't count him out for being a bit of a outside odd driver to come through and get the podium tomorrow. That'll all be broadcast, of course, on your platform of choice. And for Devin Waltz, he'll be hoping that he can take more race victories across well, the rest of today, with one more round of heats still to go in OK Junior and tomorrow as well. That leaves with 3 races to go in the juniors. Roman Kamiab on top. More from OK Junior later, but for now, let's head down to Parc Ferme and Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down here in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one, Devin Waltz. Devin, congratulations. That was quite a last lap. You certainly went wheel to wheel with Fred Green there. Talk us about that last lap. How was it feeling for you?
Yeah, well, the race started just trying to get in the lead and then put clean laps, and I looked over and I saw Zach Green behind. So I knew he was going to be on my bumper by hairpin 1. So I just had to defend hairpin 1, then hairpin 2, I just had to defend, but he got the crossover. But in the chicane, he didn't really defend, so I just went in and won.
Yeah. Let's talk about this weekend. Obviously, the FIA, it's the Worlds. It's the biggest karting event of the season around the world, and you racing for America here. How does that feel, of course, being out here, knowing that the fans at home are going to be watching? How many people do you think you've got supporting you back at home?
Probably have a lot of people. I mean, this is a really big event, so a lot of people are watching from home, so it's really an honor to represent America.
Yeah. Let's talk about tomorrow. It's another busy day, but you've got another race on later on today. Firstly, how do we feel that's going to go with everything racing now? How are tyres? Because we've not been able to look at tyres throughout. Have you deployed yours yet, or are you still on your original set?
I think I'm still on my original set from qualifying to now, so I think we're going next race.
Okay, excellent. So deploy them then, and then look after them over the superheats tomorrow. Well, it's been a busy day for you. It's certainly been an exciting one. We'll see you out there later on, but congratulations for that win there.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Devin Waltz. He can enjoy a little break now before he's back out later on today. More racing coming up. Andrew, let's head back over to you, because I believe it's the OKNs coming up next.
It is indeed, and hello to all of our viewers from the United States of America, with good hopes this weekend, particularly in OK Junior, that they could see a first FIA Karting World Champion in either of the direct drive categories for the first time since Logan Sargent in 2015. But indeed, we turn our attention to OKN, their second qualifying heat of the day in their inaugural World Cup. For this growing category, 26 drivers ready to head out on circuit. They had their first heat, obviously, earlier on today. It was a pretty exciting race. If you missed it, you can go and watch it back at your leisure. It's Keo Lee who took the race victory ahead of Harrison Whittam, who'll be starting on pole position for this one again. Hugo Heron was in P2. P4 was Shombar Kovacs, and P5 Federico Rossi. There's a quick look through the agenda for the rest of this afternoon. As I say, OKN up next, and then we start the junior races with a little bit of an interlude between those races for A&E and D&G as the historics come back out on circuit as we celebrate 60 years of the CIK FIA World Championships here this weekend. Let's take you through the grid then for qualifying Heat 2 in OKN. Harrison Whittam starts on pole position, joined on the front row of the grid by Hugo Heron. Keo Lee and Mohamed Vali starts on the second row of the grid. Federico Rossi and Thomas Min-Spearing start on row 3. Jean-Paul Kovacs and Enzo Prando go from the next row of the grid. They're ahead of Gino Rocchio and Gabriel Kafka, who had an unfortunate race last time around a retirement in the earlier heats. Cole Hewitson from South Africa starts alongside Gerardo Peralta. That's on row 6. Francesco Margeni and Lucas Moura go from the 7th row of the grid. Barta Yildirim and Hayder Farias start on the 8th row of the grid ahead of Nicolas Tomasella and Alan Truska. Completing the top 20 on row 10, we find Mbora Razafindrat Simba and also Michael Bezadenho. Michaelis Invangelu starts on the next row of the grid, row 11, alongside compatriot Marilyn Antonio. That's an all-Cypriot row 11. Matilda Itzkovic starts on row 12 alongside Liang Yan. And the last row of the grid, Zhang Haopen and Simon Levente. Unfortunately, looks like we've got some troubles for one of our drivers towards the front end of the grid. Mohamed Wali from South Africa in the 4-2-1, having a little bit of a look down to the rear right-hand corner and still having a little bit of a look down to the engine. As I think that if reformed on the second row of the grid, Mohamed Wali's due to start P4 in this one, so hopefully that was just a little bit of a blip, a little bit of a moment. He is still looking down at whatever's going on there. Let's see if we are good to go for this second heat in OKN. Over to Harrison Whitcomb. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. Lights are out and racing once again in OKN. Good start for Whitcomb. Good start for Keo Lee as well. Oh, that got a little bit tight. I think it was Wally right in the middle of it all. There's several karts in some level of bother. Some of them haven't made it through the tunnel. Oh, once again, the tight run, that fast run through the Bruno Ferrari S's has caught some of the drivers out, Anthony.
Yeah, it has. It's so tricky through there, especially now with the sun directly in the driver's eye as they head through there. Makes it a big challenge to see what exactly is going on. So it really shakes things up. Some of the cars running right there at the Exeter hairpin number 2. But the race is still green and going as the marshals go to work to help clear the circuit there under the Litchfield Bridge. Action here, double waved yellows at turn 1. Drivers will have to bring it down in speed and get ready for this one, but let's see what happens. It's still still Whitcomb across the line from Kuo Lee. Heron is there, Rossi from Kovacs, and it's spearing Rocchio, Wally from Hewitson, and Brando, the top 10 at the moment. But there your drivers off the track. Gerardo Peralta is one of them. Hayter Farias, Nicolas Tomasella, and Yangling, unfortunately, all out of this race. Change to the lead. It's Kuo Lee back in front, but not for much longer. And round goes Harrison Whitcomb, and furious is Rossi. Furious is Federico Rossi, the 4-1-2, who was completely caught out in that one, has gone no further. And Whitcomb tries to plead to the drivers there to say, give us a little bit of space, let us try and clear this, but that's race over.
That is race over in terms of any good points for both Harrison Whitcomb and Federico Rossi. Whitcomb trying to do that switchback off of hairpin number 1. The two of them came together. Keo Lee confirmed as your race leader. What a start for Gino Rocchio, the Italian for the ASD Monster K factory team. No, I don't think that's going to work, Whitcomb, because I think he's already had one go at getting back onto the circuit. Here it is again, so Whitcomb just tries to come in, and yeah, I just think Lee's not aware fully that he's there. 2 into 1 simply doesn't go.
Yeah, he tried the switchback, it didn't work. He got tangled up on the wheels. Here it is again. There was just too much speed to try and get the switchback done, and unfortunately, they just tangled, and that is so unfortunate. And both those drivers out, and there you go. Harrison Whitcomb, driver, come marshal to try and clear them off. And there's more drama here as the 409 and the 419 are off the track, and that is Michael Besaidanu and Simon Levente, unfortunately out of this race.
Yeah, they'll go no further. Yeah, they realise it now. There's going to be more attempts to try and get those karts apart, but I think that one's going to be left down to the marshals. That's coming off of hairpin number 2, back up towards the front. Well, one Argenti Motorsport entrant may be out of this race, but the other is stepping up. Thomas been spearing through into second place. Has just set the fastest lap of the race, 57.280, and will now set about trying to close down race leader for Beyond Racing Team Kuo Lee. As here, well, I'll say that. Here's a response from Rocchio. Now down the inside and into second place. But just as we say that, back comes Spearing. And now he's got back into second place. So changing back and forth throughout the course of this fourth lap. Oh dear, as there's more drivers out of the race. I think that's Michaelis Evangelou's no longer circulating, has not come through sector number 1, so quite an attritional race here, Anthony. I think we're down to 17.
Yeah, indeed, that's quite a few retirements in this one, but nevertheless, the racing at the front, though, still close here, as you're seeing the mid-pack battle rage on right now. This is 5th place downwards, Mohamed Wally at the front of that group as he tries to push himself through. Now, Michael Basedano is under investigation now, so of course, he's out of this race, but of course, race control watching that one back to see who was at fault for it. But there, like you were saying, Mohamed Wally leading that group. Cole Hewitson is right there behind him as well. Marangia as well is also just there. But keep an eye on this. Kyo Lee in the lead. Gap 0.7 of a second from Thomas Spearing. But is Spearing closing in? Sector times would indicate that the answer to that is yes. There was some of the drivers who retired earlier on still watching from the sidelines. But yeah, that gap for the race lead is coming down.
Is indeed. And also keep an eye on Mohamed Wally. Whatever was going on before the start of the race, it's not bothering him now. It's just at the fastest lap of the race. In 5th place, driving for Energy, of course, out there in the 4.21. And still got over 4 laps of this race remaining. There it is, 56.940. So let's have a little bit of a recap. Out of this race, Yan Dang, Nicholas Tomasella, Heitor Farias, Gerardo Peralta, Federico Rossi, Harrison Whittaker, Simon Levente and Michael Bisedano, they're all not circulating. Nicholas Evangelou is still circulating, just a bit off the pack, some 9 seconds off the main pack, but the Cypriots is still circulating. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, trio of Paralins here, and this is all around Marengi, Mura and Prando over 7th place.
Indeed, yeah, battling away at the moment. We go on to lap number 7 of 10. Up the banking we go. And have they adjusted that camera angle there to make it look like it's a little bit more steeper uphill? Because, or maybe a cut went a little bit wide, maybe give it a little bit of a whack at some point, but it's certainly on a wonk there. Kyo Lee, though, fastest lap of the race, 56.929, is breaking away. Nice chop and change there, and backwards going Lucas Moura as well. So he's starting to tumble down the order at this little point. Looking at the intermediate classifications, of course, this is their second race. As again, side-by-side action. You're trying to cover off that move. It's not going to work off, and Prando gets past. Moura moves up into 8th place. But yeah, the intermediate classification, we've only had 2 qualifying heats. There's a 3rd tomorrow to start the day. Then there's no super heat, and they go straight into their final. So again, this is actually quite an important race. And, well, Kyo Lee leading that one has got maximum points. Kovacs and Rocchio 2nd and 3rd. Min Spearing is up to 4th, and because Hugo Ron has had trouble, and the same as Harrison Whittaker, they've tumbled down the intermediate classification right now. Yeah, they're going to have some work to do in tomorrow morning's 3rd and final heat. Another new fastest lap of the race from Wally, 56.861. Biggest mover out there. I think you're looking at Matilda Itzkovic in 15th place. She's gained 8 spots for the Magic Racing team. Driver from Uruguay. Oh, that's a moment and a half for, again, one of the Paralympic runners. I think that was the 414 of Basi Yildirim getting passed by Hugo Heron, who've now switched places back. Indeed, yeah, Heron, who was certainly right up at the sharp end in the first race earlier on, seems to be struggling in this one. In that DPK card. So eyes focused on all of the drivers in this one, and Hugo Ron's actually just come away with a warning flag there, so does need to be careful about those defensive positionings. We have seen many drivers go very harsh on the defensive lines there into the Fullerton S's, haven't we, so far? Yeah, it's a part of the circuit where you have to commit. You do have to make a move through there. You have to commit. You have to very much send it. It's also a corner where you need a compliant rival on circuit. If you go for 2, we talk about 2 into 1 doesn't go. It really doesn't work through the Fullerton S's.
sometimes means we see some quite spectacular moments through that part of the circuit here at PF International. We're on lap number 9. Kyo Lee really quite comfortable here, 0.9 of a second clear of Thomas Min-Spearing. They're about to go on to the final lap. And the driver for Beyond Racing Team from South Korea is looking good.
Certainly is, trying to push his way across at this point, but again, the gap is still about 0.9 of a second, so he looks a lot clearer than he was earlier on. Min-Spearing, despite his best efforts in this race, after gaining 4 places, has not been able to close in. Rocchio, though, has been impressive. 6 places gained. He's right there in 3rd place. He's behind Thomas Min-Spearing, but he's not able to go for the attack just yet. Then you've got Kovacs just behind him as well. So it's very, very close in the order. But for Kyo Lee, he's looking at maximum points here going into tomorrow. There you're still seeing the defensive lunges there. Drivers just trying to hold on to it. Mohamed Wali up there in the positions. But here for South Korea, Kyo Lee absolutely dominant so far in the qualifying heats here at PF International. Across the line he goes. Maximum points for Kyo Lee. Thomas Min-Spearing finishes in 2nd place. Gino Rocchio finishes in 3rd from Zsombor Kovacs. Mohamed Wali finishes in P5 ahead of Cole Hewitson. Francesco Merengi finishing in 7th place. Enzo Brando finishing in 8th place. Lucas Mora finishing in 9th place from Hugo Heron. Bata Yildirim finishing in 11th place ahead of Gabriel Kafka. Alan Truska finishing in 13th place from Mbora Razafindra Thimba, finishing in 14th place. Matilda Itzkovic ahead of Marilyn Antonio in 16th place. Zhang Haopeng finishing in 17th ahead of Michaelis Evangelou, finishing in 18th. The retirements, well, many of them from 19th all the way down to 26th. Michael Poseidonu, Simon Levente, you had Harrison Whitcomb, Federico Rossi, Gerardo Peralta, Heiter Farias, Nicholas Tomasella and Jan Leng, unfortunately all retirements from that race, and 4 of them on the opening lap of the race down into the Bruno Ferrari S's. So a very dramatic stage for the OKN for their 2nd qualifying heat for their World Cup, their inaugural World Cup here in the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships round. And there, Kyo Lee for the Beyond Racing Team, your race winner, double race winner, maximum points going into tomorrow. Can certainly rest easy knowing that he'll be the points leader and will just have to get that wagon to the end of the first race tomorrow. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one, because for Harrison Whittingham, well, this is not the race he will have wanted. The pole sitter, unfortunately, getting caught out in an incident, but that wasn't before we saw 4 drivers going off the track. Yang Ling, Nicholas Tomasella, Heiter Farias, and Gerardo Peralta, unfortunately, all out of the race going in towards the Bruno Ferrari S. You saw other drivers there in the background managing to keep going, but dropping right down the back of the grid with a beautiful little 360 there back onto the track. But for the rest of the drivers there, luckily for them, all okay. But again, a little bit shaken up because how fast the speed is there. Early overtake, this was it here. Drama, Harrison Whittingham going around and out of the race. And unfortunately for Federico Rossi, just caught out, wrong place at the wrong time. Nothing he could do. And there you go, as you can see, very, very vocal there. But Harrison Whittingham just saying, try, drive away from us. Let's try and get this one sorted out. But unfortunately, both drivers out on that one. And then again, more drama. There you can see you had Michael Poseidonu and Simon Levente getting caught up with each other. And unfortunately, both of them out of the race. And they were the latest and last retirements from that race. We later saw drivers pushing their way back. There, down the inside in the Monster K factory team car, Gino Rocchio getting through past Thomas Min-Spearing. Min-Spearing, though, would fight back, getting back up into 2nd place. Those battles would then cease, and they would hold on to their positions. And there you can see very frustrated drivers making their way back to the safety of the Marshall post and the medic bay there at turn number 1. Race continuing, though, and we saw battles happening thick and fast. Hugo Ron coming away with a warning flag, I believe, after that one. A little bit over-defensive, maybe, for some drivers going into the Fullerton S's. Sometimes it does need to be done, but you do have to be careful because sometimes that can get caught out between you and another. Checker flag would come out, and ending the day with maximum points would be the Beyond Racing team driver, Kyu-Ho Lee from South Korea, absolutely dominating the OKN category for their inaugural World Cup here at PFI. They'll be racing again tomorrow, but don't go anywhere because I believe we'll be heading down to Parc Fermé in a few moments' time to chat to one of our drivers, and I suspect it will be Kyu-Ho Lee, as some of the karts are just being recovered out on the circuit. So it looks like we're ready. We'll head down to Parc Fermé. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our latest race winner and double race winner in OKN, Kyu-Ho Lee. Kyu-Ho, congratulations, 2 race wins, a perfect day for you.
Yeah, it was a really good day for me, and yeah, how can I say, 2 wins in a row, and so yeah, perfect day.
We spoke to Harrison Whittam yesterday about how it is to drive the OKN. What's it like to race it when you get into those, you know, lap after lap and against each other? What do you enjoy about racing this this formula?
It's honestly not very different, but in special categories called OKN and race with each other. For me, it's just racing. Yeah.
And around this circuit as well, we've been blessed with the weather today. I don't think any of us expected the weather to be this good. How have you enjoyed the circuit here at PF International?
I really enjoyed it, and I really like the track, and it's a fantastic track, but just sometimes weather is unpredictable, but still fine. So we hope until tomorrow is good weather like this today.
One more heat tomorrow. What will you and Beyond Racing team what will you be working on between now and heat 3 tomorrow?
Especially, we will focus about tire management. So, and also it really depends on weather, but we will especially focus on tire management, and we will try to stay in front for the final. Yeah, that's it.
And are you confident that you can be the first ever World Cup winner in OKN?
Yeah, I have confidence, so let's see what we can do tomorrow.
Good stuff. Good words there from our double winner, Anthony, in OKN. We'll see them again for Heat 3 tomorrow. Back up to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down there with our, like you say, double race winner in the OKN, Kyu-Ho Lee. They'll be back out tomorrow for their Heat 3. They kickstart the day at 10:35 in the morning for OKN for their Heat 3. OK Junior is coming up next. Now, there are 3 races left for the OK Junior, full rotation, but 1 is coming up now. And then after that, we go to the historic demonstration. And then after the historics, we have 2 more OK Junior qualifying heats. So again, if you are a historic fan, get your places ready for that race, because that's coming up after this next one. But if you're an OK Junior fan, take your seats right now, because it's coming up. Qualifying Heat A versus E, heading out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. And this one, we're about to find out who could be starting on pole position for the Superheats tomorrow. Roman Kamiab leads the points. He has 256. Rocco Coronel with 220. Brown with 216 from Baglin's 212. Craigy 206 from Krayling's 203. Schaufler with 202 as the engines fire up and the karts make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Noah Baglin and Jack Iliff go from row number 1. Drew Waltz and Nicholas Schaufler start on row number 2. Kip Bolowski and Kenzo Craigy run up row number 3. Harrison Mackie and Christian Costoya on row 4. They'll have Oliver Rasmussen and Zhang Jose on row number 5. Thomas Pradir and Augustus Toniolo on row 6. They'll have Manuel Miguez and Benjamin Magnac on row 7. Vladimir Vanikov and Matej Vitfer go from row 8. They'll have Kingsley Zheng and Mariano Lopez on row 9. Michael McGow and Kian Bernard on row 10. They round up top 20. They'll have Marco Manson and William Kalesia on row 11. Yuritara Sakai and Amir Sabarov go from row 12. They'll have Theodore Tabal and Victor Rad on row 13. Enzo Ricciguero and Oscar Gallen on 14. Then it's Alex Brunner from Sky Parker. Vicius Vedo from Sun Yabi. Max Endicott from Oscar Papari rounding out the field. Looks like all drivers in this race have made it out onto the track, which is good to see. The last time we're going to see groups A and E out today. Penultimate race before the historics. 3 more races to go to find out who is making it to those superheats, who is going home, and who is going to start on pole for Superheat 1 and Superheat 2 tomorrow in the OK Junior category. And at the moment, like we said already, it's Kamyab who leads it from Coronel. There is a chunk of points between them, so it's Kamyab's to lose here at the moment, but we won't see Roman Kamyab out until a little bit later on today. In fact, he's the last race, I believe, for Roman Kamyab. Actually, no, I'm going to tell a lie. I think he's in the penultimate race that we have out there. In fact, I'm going to tell a lie on that one. In fact, I don't see his name anywhere on my pieces of paper, but there we go. We'll just have to see where he races, if he's out there at all. And if he's not out there, has he finished his racing, Andrew?
I think he has, yes, because there's Kamyab, if I'm not mistaken, is in Group B, and they are the ones who sit out this last round.
So he is done. There we go. That's shut me up there quite promptly. Right then, on board with Kip Bolowski in the 2-1-4. Let's see what happens. Into the tram lines. Are we going racing? No, we're not. We're going round again. It is a false start, so that gives a little bit more time to go over what drivers need to do in this one. So Roman Kamyab leads it. Okay, so he's not back out today. That makes total sense to me, because I was thinking he's got quite a points lead here. Yeah. How has he done that? And yeah, that'll be why, is because, yeah, he's done his racing for the day.
And in some ways, it's not that much of a race lead, because there's a number of drivers who are within 50 points of his tally. So Coronel, Brown, Baglin, Craigy, these are all drivers who can at least match, if not beat, the score that Roman Kamyab is. You know, to use the golf term, Roman Kamyab is your clubhouse leader.
At the moment, yes, yeah. Clubhouse leader. There you can see just trying to slow the drivers down. Dan Ashton moving into the safety of his little cubby hole there on the start-finish straight as drivers get the temperature into the tyres. They're approaching the red line from this point onwards. No overtaking permitted. You should be in 2x2 rolling start formation. And you make it to the line, and hopefully this time around we can go green and racing. Of course, we've already only seen now 3 false starts of the day, which is a good ratio for the field right now. They need to get themselves sorted out there. Again, Gonzalo Planta having the final say to the grid, just to say, get lined up. We don't want to see any of that early accelerating. We don't want to see battles opening up, but something tells me we might see some more early accelerating, and we're going around again. Little too eager on that go pedal, I think, for Baglin at the front, but you can forgive him a little bit. He's excited. It's the last race of the day.
It's the last race of the day. You know, it's a World Championships on your home soil, and you know that right now a race victory, you know, a good start would be a big part of getting on the way to a potential victory. It could mean he's on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. He is one of those drivers. You know, 212 points at the moment is what Noah Baglin has. So trying to get over 256, you do the maths, he doesn't need to win this race necessarily to do that. So Baglin has had those moments to just get himself together. Now I'm sure that Dan Ashton, our clerk of the course here this weekend, is going to be telling the drivers quite clearly now, come on, let's get this race going. No one wants the pointing of the finger from Dan Ashton.
Well, I don't know who I'm more scared of. Is it Dan Ashton or Gonzalo Planta? I'm not sure, because both of them are out there trying to instruct the drivers right now.
I'm going to go Dan Ashton because of the shoes.
You're going to go Dan Ashton with the shoes. I'm going to go with Gonzalo Planta because we live in the same country now and he knows where I live. So there we go. That's what I'm going to say. But hopefully this time around he slows himself down, and this time around we can go 3rd time's a charm. Because any more than that, we might see the session stopped and they might have a word with the drivers. This time, super, super slow. That's what we like to see. They should be like this effectively from the red line. The only problem with that is that's a very long way away from the line, so you can forgive them just a little bit. Right, keep it steady, keep it steady. Are we racing? Yes, we are. We're racing for the final time today for Groups A and E, and down in towards turn number 1 through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Do all the drivers get through unscathed? The answer to that is yes, and up the banking they go. There's some drivers taking a very wide line there. They try to sweep it back, but crucially at the front of it, it is a great getaway for Baglin at the front of this one, but you can see there Drew Waltz has come into play as well, and he's held on to second place. But you can see the two Forza drivers right there behind of Jack Arliss and Drew Waltz are looking very strong here.
Very good start from this group of OK Juniors, Groups A and E, and they all know that they need to keep themselves in this one. The tactics at this stage can be a bit interesting sometimes. You get a lot of aggression in the penultimate round of heats. Now drivers are knowing it's about consolidating what they've done already, and if you are needing to attack, there's no good taking yourself out on the first lap of the final heat of the day. Baglin leads, end of the first lap. Drew Waltz P2, swapped places with his Forza Racing teammates. Jack Arliff there in third. Schaufler fourth. Great start for Harrison Mackie, up 2 spots to fifth.
Yeah, indeed, very nice run here, but I don't think Baglin's looking too comfortable there in the lead, because Drew Waltz is right there in the tow. They were communicating with each other. They were saying, okay, yeah, I won't attack you, you just go. But if he's right there behind and he's not breaking away, he's going to go for the move, and Drew Waltz does go for the move down the inside, but Baglin's going to retaliate, retakes the lead of this one. That brings Eilif back into play, and it brings, most importantly, Schaufler back into play. Baglin at this moment in time leads the intermediate classification. He's the one now with 262 points ahead of Roman Kamyab. Now it's Schaufler in third, Craigy in fourth in the points, but again, 2 more races to go. And you've still got the likes of Devin Waltz, Crayling, you've got Matt Sanroon and Jacob Ashcroft still fighting there as well. So there's still many drivers who could have a say in that intermediate classification. As down the inside, the 2 teammates go wheel to wheel. Eilif tries to get down the inside of Waltz. It is denied, and now it's Schaufler who goes through. This is a replay further back. This is Rasmussen trying to get down the inside of our camera cart. And does he successfully do so? Onto the bridge. Yes, albeit with a slight little kiss of the rear wheel on the front.
Yeah, that was getting past Kip Bolofsky for 6th place. Noah Baglin leads, actually starting to stretch things out a little bit at the front. Has Drew Waltz got the pace? Well, I'd say yes, because he's just gone purple through sector number 2. Oh no, apologies, no, Jack Arliff's got through and got into that fastest sector number 2. There was the move, so yes, so Jack Arliff. Race pace hasn't been the strong point for Jack Arliff. It's out of the race. It's Enzo Ruggiero in the 297. That is in the that's in the Mike Wilson complex. It's a bit of a strange place for a kart to land, but sadly I think that's going to be the end of the day for Ruggiero.
Yeah, and that right there just kind of shows how heavy these karts are. Driver can't even get it off the curb. They are so glued to the ground when they're there. The tyres are sticky. They're so low to the ground that it grinds out on the curb. It makes it impossible for a driver to really try and get it back onto the track. Baglin goes defensive. Eilif now on the attack here. The battle for the race lead is on. Down into Bobby Gain corner. Baglin now is under pressure and has got the likes of Harrison Mackie now, who's back there in third place. Remember Mackie, who suffered that retirement earlier on. He got caught out with an incident on the Litchfield Bridge. No fault of his own, just couldn't find a way through past the accident. But now this time around, he's there in third place. He's pushing himself on, and he is looking pretty quick here right now. No one's going for the move through the banking. They stay line astern, but let's see what happened. Baglin, Eilif, Mackie, 1, 2, 3 right now. Rasmussen's right there as well in P4. We've already seen him make a move on Bolofsky earlier on in this race. Bolofsky himself is trying to go for the move as well, but all 4 of those had a tight inside line. It's going to allow Schaufler, Craigy, Bolofsky, Waltz all to close back in.
This is really, really tough for Noah Baglin. He cannot afford one little mistake. Right now he's set on pole for Superheat A tomorrow. He's overhauling Kamyab's score. Remember, if you're looking at the intermediate classification, Coronel is already done. Brown is already done as well. There's no other driver who would be within 50 points of Noah Baglin's total if, and that's the big if, he can get this race win and finish on 262 over the line to complete lap number 5. Baglin's lead is just over a tenth. Eilif waiting for the moment to go through. Harrison Mackie there in third. Oh, is out of the race. The 3:15, it's one of the Forzas. It's Marco Manson, and I think Alex Brunner was also involved in that one for DPK.
Yes, indeed, those two out of this race as Schaufler sets the fastest lap of the race and is hunting down this lead trio and tries to get the switchback now on Mackie, but they're going into yellow flags, so he backs out of it. Smart drive there from Schaufler, and crucially aware of his surroundings, which for so many drivers they do struggle with because tunnel vision kicks in as they're purely focused on the driver they have ahead of them. So he has to focus on that one. Yellow flags are now clear. He can go back to work if he wants to, but right now he's choosing to stick behind as they go on to lap number 7 now of 8. This race is nearly coming to an end.
Indeed, and there's a lot to be decided for these drivers. Oh, Eilif had a little look down the inside but didn't fully commit to the move, and that's going to leave Harrison Mackie. You cannot give Harrison Mackie an opportunity like that. Down the inside went Harrison Mackie into second place. That's going to gain him positions in the intermediate classification. I think Schaufler has got through there as well. Yes, Schaufler's got up to third. There is a mathematical scenario, I think, where Schaufler could still get ahead of Baglin in the intermediate classification. But right now, Baglin is doing the business. He's ticking the laps by every single corner he completes. He's getting closer and closer to securing superheat pole.
He certainly is, but Baglin's going to have to dig deep in this one because Mackie is right there in second place and has been quick all weekend here, and you can see there the stats. He started this race 7th. He's gained 5 places. He's currently there in P2 as we go on to this final lap of the race. It is still Baglin who leads then from Mackie, Schaufler, Eilif, Craigy, Rasmussen from Bolowski, Waltz, Costoya and Toniolo, the top 10. But eyes on this one as Craigy down the inside of Eilif moves up into P4 as the lead now starts to go defensive.
This is big. This is really, really big for both of the Britons at the front and for Nicholas Schaufler. Into hairpin number 2. Mackie's down the inside. He's got the move done. If he can get off the corner. Yes, he's done it. It's a bit of a tussle there between Schaufler and Baglin, and that's going to potentially change the hands of who's going to be on Superheat A pole tomorrow. This is good news if you're Roman Kamyab through the Mike Wilson complex for the last time. Harrison Mackie is going to win in the heats at PF International once more. He's done it on the national stage. Now he's done it on the international stage. And yes, the points have changed. Baglin was 1 lap away. He'll still get pole position for Superheat B. But it's Roman Kamyab on top with a couple of races to go. But I think, by our calculations, I don't think there's anybody else who's in range of Kamyab's total. We'll confirm that in due course. But for Harrison Mackie, what a great win that was. That mattered to him as well. He was around 7th, 8th place in the intermediate classification. The extra 6 points move him up to 5th. That will mean he's on the inside of row 2 for Superheat A tomorrow. That is not a bad spot to start at all. There is your provisional results from the final heat for groups A and E. Mackie wins, Schaufler P2, Baglin P3, Craigy and Eilif complete the top 5 ahead of Rasmussen, Bolowski, Drew Waltz, Costoya and Pradir. Toniolo, Maniac, Miguez, Zhang and Sakai all in the top 15. Lopez, Magoy, Ivanikov, Bernard and Zeng take us down to 20th place ahead of Victor Rad, Sky Parker, William Kalesia, Matthias Vitfer, Theodore Tubal, Max Endicott, Sun Yibei and Oscar Poberai in 28th place. Couple more finishers, Vinny Ferro and Amir Sabarov ahead of Oscar Gallon. Only 3 retirements in that one. Marco Manson, Alex Brunner and Enzo Ruggiero. But there's your race winner, Harrison Mackie. Had a bit of a difficult time in the previous round, but the race pace for Mackie on home soil is very, very good indeed. Tomorrow, he will go on to see if he can win another championship. Let's take some of the highlights from that last race. Great start for Baglin, very close between the Forzas at the run through turns 1 and 2. This was the view on board from Kit Bolofsky, who started in 5th place. Nicholas Schaufler there in 2:03, nipping through into and holding 4th place as they ramped it up onto the bridge the first time. This was the look on board with Oliver Rasmussen going down the inside. The Danish driver in the end would race through to finish in 6th place with this persistent move in the Turney kart works entry 2:35. A good run there for Oliver Rasmussen, who again is another driver who's gone a bit under the radar so far in these qualifying heats. Keep an eye on the Dane tomorrow in the super heats and potentially the final. Meanwhile, back at the front, changes. Jack Iliff down the inside of Drew Waltz. That was for 2nd place. At that stage of the race, it looked very good for Jack Iliff that he got the race pace, that maybe they'd done a bit of a setup change, and that he was going to be challenging Baglin for the lead. But Baglin persisted. Baglin held himself at the front, once again in a very mature way. Schaufler was on the move down the inside. Got himself up to 4th place, out of the race, and potentially, sadly, out of this World Championship would go Marco Manson and Alex Brunner. There'll be 2 drivers waiting to see if they're in the top 72 cut-off for the super heats tomorrow. Harrison Mackie, great move. There was a little bit of hesitation from Jack Iliff, which a driver of Mackie's experience around this PF circuit, he was always going to capitalise on, and then he went for the lead on the final lap. That move there from Schaufler was the key one for Roman Kamiab, who's not in this race and doesn't have to race again here today. Schaufler up to 2nd, demoted Baglin to 3rd. It meant that Baglin just on the last lap lost out to Kamiab by 3 points, but still has a very good position. He's on the pole for Super Heat B, most likely, unless there's a change of course. And you never know what could happen in the other race. The proposition of being on pole position for the final on Sunday is still very much alive for the driver who was fastest through timed qualifying. We've got a break in terms of the racing action, but for anyone watching around the circuit, I think you'll already be aware that the glorious sound and smells of the historic the historic Super Cup are out on circuit for their 2nd demonstration of the day. Brilliant to see so many karts, so many drivers with news from the 60s. We're going to go down to Anthony Jordan for another chat in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down here as the beautiful sound of the historic set out on circuit. Nicholas Schaufler, 3rd place in that race, but a brilliant end to you, or no, 2nd place in that race, and then it's 3rd in the intermediate classification, that's what I should say. A great way to end your day. How are you feeling here in the sunshine?
To be honest, feeling pretty decent, because in the 2nd heat we got a 5-second penalty. Yeah, the day overall was not too bad. We had 2 heat wins, 1 second, and then I think 14th, which I think ruined a bit the intermediate classification, but it's okay.
Excellent. Are you looking forward to tomorrow? It's going to be a busy day for you.
Yeah, of course I'm looking forward. Team has done really well job so far, and we'll see if tomorrow there's going to be rain, which I'm hoping for.
Eyes of the world will be watching. Congratulations today. We'll see you out there bright and early.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Nicholas Schaufler, finishing P2 in that race, now 3rd in the IC. Andrew, let's quickly head back up to you because the fantastic historic karts are out on circuit.
They are indeed. Great to welcome a number of drivers and enthusiasts from around the United Kingdom and around Europe for this FIA Karting Historic Super Cup. And, well, there's a big scene of historic karting in the United Kingdom, and what a way to commemorate and to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the first ever CIK FIA World Championship. There is the number 18. Now I have to look through our little program. That is Harm Sherman from the Netherlands, who's got one of, I think, around 10 karts here from the very first World Championships in 1964. It was held in Italy and, of course, won by Guido Sala. That is on your screen as well, the number 23. That's Paul Wilkes in an entry from 1976. I think it's one of Felice Ravelli's championship winning karts. We've got karts all the way back, as I say, from 1964, the very first edition of these championships, all the way up to 1984, 20 years of history, the first 20 years of history being represented here. Of course, I think we're running about 25 karts out there on circuit. And we'll take a bit of time to enjoy what we're watching here, these drivers who have such passion for historic karts, preservation and demonstrating them and getting people young and old involved as part of this historic karting scene. There's a quick look at the number 61. Should note as well, if some of you are looking at your programs around the circuit, the number on the front is the one that you can refer to in your program. Some of them are still running the original numbers that they raced with on the back. There's number 5, which in the program is number 54. That's Felix Gibson on a 1967 Birrell Squirrel with a Perilla GP15L engine, a kart that won the title in 1967 in the hands of Eduardo Rossi, of course. And this is the other thing that sometimes happens. You know, it's great to have them out, but they can sometimes be a bit fragile, these cars. But it's absolutely fantastic to hear them. They came out at lunchtime earlier on today. The sounds, I think, just put a smile on everybody's faces. Absolutely fantastic to see. Going through the Fullerton S's. I say that's the number 77. I think that's another one of our cars with an original number board on it. I couldn't quite make out which one it was in the gloom there, because the shadows are quite long here now at the circuit. Here's the 1964 Techno Puma, the original kart to win the World Championship in the hands of Guido Sala, who of course went on to win in 1965 as well. And a quick sight there of the number 68, that'll be Andy Rollinson on the Birrell Targa T8. That was one of the karts from the 70s, the late 70s. Lake Speed, who won the title. One of the only Americans to win the title at this level. Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the box. He's just had his walk back from the paddock. Give me the, because we can't get the full sounds here in the box. What is it like out there?
Imagine the sound of your favourite sports car ever going past you at full chat. That's what it sounds like to me. And the smell. Think of the most amazing dinner you've ever had, and it's cooking in the oven right in front of you. That's how it smells to me. The smell of a classic two-stroke engine battling away, the brilliant shapes and styles that you see there as Hans Scherman at the wheel there of his LE100, the 1962 model JLO LH101 kart. And a beautiful show there. And again, the start of the steering wheel, not the round steering wheel that you see, the kind of Formula style steering wheel that they were probably seeing. And you can see how you have to drive one of these. It's essentially, you feel more like a quad bike out there. They feel kind of top heavy because there's not a lot of weight down there. You can see how much rotation there is out there as well in the kart. You can see here, yeah, look at that. That's classic racing style. And that's something that a karter from that era would learn from themselves, and that's not what you would see a modern driver do going into corner. Modern driver, yes, would lean into the corner, but the kart would do all the work. Here, the driver was the driver, and that was a very interesting one.
Good sight there of the number 26 in our FIA Karting Historic Super Cup entry. That's Mark Ashton on another one of the early examples of a kart that raced in these World Championships. Running on an Italkart record 62 from 1962, a Seata V12 engine. 10 karts that we've got here, marking things right back to 60 years ago in that first CIK FIA World Championship in Italy. And I tell you what, as well, we've got to tip our hats to, Anthony, is the skill of these drivers, because you know, a lot of our drivers have prepped these karts themselves, and they are very, very brave ladies and gentlemen out there on circuit, because there's not a lot of grip out there for them.
There's not a lot of grip, and as you can imagine, on those classic old school tyres on a circuit that's had modern Maxxis rubbers going down on it, and yeah, you can imagine a little bit of a shake-up. But yeah, 1962, very interesting year in the world of karting, because that was the year that CIK was actually founded initially. So of course you had the FIA out there already. That had already been founded for the world of car racing, but karting was starting to get really popular, and of course the FIA making the CIK FIA a real thing back there, all the way back in 1962, where both of us weren't even thought of back then. We did not exist at all. But yeah, that was a proper first year for karting to really shape up and have its own federation.
Absolutely, and the long history that has continued on since those early days. I think that's Mike Sanderson out there on the Fox box mount, another one of our karts from the early 1960s. He's got a McCulloch MC9 engine. Quite a few of the karts out there from the early to mid 60s running McCulloch engines. Pirelli, of course, very popular as well, with lots of success through the early editions of the FIA Karting Championships, World Championships. Now, is that number 3 that I just saw there? That's a very interesting kart. Yes, it is. Great pickup by the camera crew, because Alicia Palmovsky is out there on circuit. Great to have Alicia back here at PF International, and driver coming up through the ranks, and quite appropriately, Anthony driving the Techno Puma from 1966, which piloted or took Susanna Ranganelli to the World Championship, the first female winner of the CIK FIA Championship. And it's the 3rd title in a row as well for a Techno Puma. The first 2, of course, won by Guido Sala, but Susanna Ranganelli still an absolute legend in the sport of karting, and great that Alicia's with us here this weekend.
Yeah, checker flag out for the session as well, and that was actually a really dark year, I think, for the world of females in racing, because there was a lot of drivers after that weekend that said that put out like saying, no, this shouldn't be the case. Not back in the day. That was really old-timey racing there. Thankfully, that's gone. That's been eradicated. We see so many fantastic female drivers in racing now, and Alicia is just a pure example of that one. Of course, stepping up next year into the F1 Academy, has been chosen to be taking part in that one. But there you can see field now making its way back into the pit lane and into Parc Ferme. A great treat to have some of these really classic models out there, and back across the line there, I think a victory lap for another one of the karts out there. But so many beautiful models out on the circuit. There you can see Eric Stam as well on the Hess 100 JLO L101 from 1961 out on circuit. A fabulous year, I'm sure, for racing, and very early on, because that had been before the CIK was established.
Absolutely.
So that was pure racing back there.
We had a quick size as well in the number 31 of Tony Brinkworth, racing, or say demonstrating one of the karts that took Belgian legend Francois Goldstein to the first of his titles. Could we see a Belgian winning the World Championship for the first time since the days of Goldstein in the senior category? I know that Tony's a big part of historic karting within the United Kingdom. It's great to have him and Peter Brinkworth and Chris Hodgetts, and a lot of the driving forces, both on track and off, behind the British Historic Racing Club.
Yeah, indeed. There's the number 90 as well, the driver from the Netherlands, Peter de Bruyn as well, driving around in his 1980 Pirelli TT27 powered kart, and back there, that was the end of the era of the 100cc era, before the Formula Ks came out in 1981, and all of that engine capacity grew to 135cc, and I can imagine if you went out on your 100cc in that class, you'd certainly be shown to the back of the grid very promptly.
Yeah, you'd be struggling a little bit in that era that took us through the 1980s. Well, that was absolutely fantastic, Anthony, and great to call and enjoy things here for the FIA Karting Historic Super Cup. If you've watched that and want to come down tomorrow, because the Historics will be back out again for finals day, I think that alone is worth coming down and giving the payment on the door to get through. Let's have a look at it again. This was a brilliant moment. This was Harm Sherman giving it full attack through the Fullerton S's.
Yeah, indeed. And again, just showing how the driving style has changed over the years. But you can see here now, where you get into the more modern era of the karts, the chassis and the suspension that's built into the chassis as well. Coming into play, because of course there's no shocks on these karts, and back in the day you didn't get that. And I would say the inevitable cleanup operation after these. I mean, these are old wagons. Despite the boys' best efforts, they do tend to break down quite often. They're not the most reliable of machines, but great to see the historics out there. We are going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere, because the final 2 races of the day for OK Junior are coming up next.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final two races of the day here in Lincolnshire at the PF International Kart Circuit for the 2024 MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship here. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, we have two more races to go. We're about to find out who's going to be starting on pole position for tomorrow's Superheats in the OK Junior category.
We are indeed. There's plenty to still be decided across the course of the last two races. We do reckon that Roman Cameo has got pole position secured, but particularly we're going to be looking at Ian Crailing in this next race. Starting on pole position, currently on 203 points. Could draw level with Noah Baglin. Now, Baglin will always have the tiebreaker if they are equal on points, virtue of the time qualifying from more than 24 hours ago. But you never know if there are any other changes in the results post-race. This could still be a race where we see a drive that gets a driver onto the front row of the grid tomorrow morning.
Certainly could be that way. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. Ian Crailing of Germany starts on pole position. I'll have Devin Waltz from the USA alongside Eli Christian and Jarrett Clark on row number 2. Aston Sharp and Riley Cranham round out an all-British row number 3. They'll have Luke Cornder and Nat Johnson, who will not be there, on row number 4. Alfie Slater and Jean-Mathieu Rousseau go from row 5. They'll have Boris Lyson and Daniel Keller on row 6. Zhao Zijun and Marco Gast on row 7. George Edgar and Joel Pokler on row number 8. And they'll have Bruno Grick and Montero Rivals on row number 9.
Mark Pilipenko has got one more race here today. Starts on the 10th row of the grid. Is joined by Edward Kennedy, Louis Cachet and Levi Sangera on row 11. Merrill Peldes and Roland Nagy on row 12. Sunansi and Fausto Arnaldo on row 13. Marcos Savalev and Kara Fir on row 14. Simas Pachuska and Evan Purcell on row 15. Maxim Bobashov will not take the start of this one, so it'll just be Marcello Tortato on row 16. Jacopo Martinezzi, one more race, done a great job of getting his 2-on-5 machine up the order. Needs to do it again here if he's going to see him tomorrow. He's joined by Toby Gale on the 17th row of the grid.
Certainly is. Well, for the whole field, this is their last race of the day for Groups D versus G. Of course, we'll see a handful of these drivers out tomorrow, of course, in those Superheats. There's a look at your intermediate classification. Roman Kamiab leading that one, 256 from Noah Baglin's 253. They are done for the day. Schaufler as well, 246 from Craigy's 244. Mackey's from 225 from Coronel with 220. Joint with Costoya on 220. Brown with 216. Bolowski with 206. And Crailing with 203. And they are in this race. Ian Crailing just outside the top 10, or just inside the top 10. On board with Boris Lyson for the Sodi Kart team, and you can see him there, final few checks to get himself up to scratch in this race. Let's see what he can do from the 6th row of the grid. The driver of the 220 currently starting this one P11. But the good thing is they'll have the inside line into turn 1. Andrew.
I like that choice for onboard camera selection. That's a good one. Here to see Boris Lyson coming through the field from that 6th row of the grid. Here we go into the tram lines. Lights out, racing once again. Last chance for drivers in groups D and G to qualify through to tomorrow's Superheats. Oh dear, there's a bit of a scrappy start in the second half of the field. One driver hasn't even made it to the bridge. It's the 251. It's Zhao in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport entry. Will have the push start, does get it going. Full credit there to Zhao to get back in the race, but unfortunately is down the back into hairpin 1. Very congested. Are they all going to make their way through? It's looking good in the first half of the field. into hairpin number 2. It's the 224 of Devin Waltz moving back up the order, but Ian Crailing is already started to break away.
Yep, he certainly is. He's got a nice little gap there. That would have been helped by the fact that Devin Waltz just getting back up into second place, squeezing the other drivers down. That was a big lunge down the inside there for Daniel Kelleher on, I believe, our cam cut, but it didn't work out. Boris Lyson still holding on to that position. Aston Sharp, you can see in third place, is having a good race as we go through the order. Let's take you through the starting lineup here. It's Crailing from Waltz, Sharp from Clark, Christian from Corner, Cranham from Slater, Lyson, Kelleher, Pockler, Edgar, the top 12. But like you were saying there, Marco Garth not having a good race, down to 30th place.
Yeah, and he's got to work back up the order from there on lap number 2. In the shadows now. You see how this track changes across the course of the day. Jarrett Clark has made a good start. Is holding there in 4th place, change for the lead. Well, what a second lap this has been from Devin Waltz. We were talking about how Ian Crailing was gone. He's now lost the lead. Battle raging on for 3rd as well, as through comes Riley Cranham through the Fullerton S's there. It's a very busy part all around the top 10. Christen slipping down the order, it would seem, there as well, in the bright yellow helmet for the Turney kart team. Anthony, well, just shows that when we thought that Crailing was going to be gone and away, he's going to have to fight back now. Yep,
Montero Rousseau as well, after running wide out of the final corner, now has to go wheel to wheel with the driver just behind him in the former Bruno Greek for the Ward Racing team. They hold position as well, but yeah, you're right, Ili Christian having a little bit of a mare out of the Fullerton S's and got swamped by the pack, and saw him drop down 5 places in the start of this race. And again, down towards hairpin number 1. The sun very low in the sky now, makes it a little bit difficult there for everyone to see there, and already there's a bit of drama. Some karts running wide right to the back of the grid as into the pit lane, and very frustrated is Kalia Fairhand going no further.
And that might be the end of this World Championship.
Flat tyre, I think that is.
Yeah, kicking the tyre there. Looking like it was oh my goodness me, that is a close moment. And off the circuit. Is that the 313 of Edward Kennedy? I think it was for Energy Corsa. Here, Cranham down the inside there of Crailing. I'm quite surprised that Crailing's not got the race pace that we saw this time yesterday. Crailing was in great form. The back end of the kart is sliding around all over the place.
Well, like you say, that could be tyres, but we're coming into double wave yellows down in towards hairpin number 1, and that will be, of course, for the recovery operation of Edward Kennedy, the Canadian in the Energy course. But now they're past the green flags, and now they can switch around again, and there you're seeing Cranham up into second place and Crailing. And like we were saying, yeah, that back end stepping out could be down to tyres again. He could be waiting. He thinks, oh, we've got to the end of the day. We've not deployed the new ones yet. Let's just save them for tomorrow and let's see how this race goes. That's how Christian went backwards. Just lost the back end, tumbled down the order.
Indeed, this was the view on board with Boris Lyson. Wow, that was a huge save from Ili Christian. Did very, very well to keep control of his kart. So, end of lap number 4, onto lap 5, second half of the race. Intermediate classification, top 3 unchanged with the results as things stand. Kamiab, Baglin and Schaufler still holding those positions. Crailing would be up to 4th, so that would be outside of row number 1 for Superheat B tomorrow. He could lose that still, though. He's in the tie-on points with Kenzo Craigy. Alfie Slater's not too far off the total of Crailing as well. Slater's in this race, and again, moving up through the order. Again, a 4 so far for Slater, who's up to 5th.
Yep, certainly is. As we watch here, Boris Lyson again trying to attack there just behind. You can see Slater in the mix of that one, but at the front here, you still have Crailing trying to get back onto the rear bumper of Jarrett Clark, who's now up into 3rd place, pushing his way through. Do you know what we've not done in a while? An onboard lap. Let's take one right here, right now, with Boris Lyson here at the PF International Circuit. You can see there the stats of where he is, but in towards the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time. There you can see the sunlight right in driver's eye going through as he dives down the inside of the banking there as Lyson tries to get through past Alfie Slater. Over the Litchfield Bridge, then through turns 4 and 5. They then come downhill in towards the shadows of hairpin number 1, turn 6. Again, you see no defensive line there. You can see a little bit tighter on the exit. You can see there Sharp was a little wide on the exit there, carrying the speed through hairpin 1. This is hairpin 2. Back into the sunlight now as you then dip down in towards the Fullerton S's. Part 1 through turn 8, part 2 through turn 9. Bombergame corner is the next through turn 10. Nice little switch through on here. You can see how little steering input you have to do there. These Maxxis tyres doing a brilliant job of getting these karts around the lap. And then you enter the Mike Wilson complex then, back through Pitts Bend to end the lap here at PFI. And Boris Lyson, you can see all the way throughout that lap, was closing in on Aston Sharp.
Yeah, it was indeed. Oh, we'll ask some of the drivers later on this evening whether, now that you've got that the shadows across the first hairpin, and especially the braking zone, whether it's just a little bit slipperier now in that part of the course without the sun beating down on the tarmac. There is your battle for the race lead. Devin Waltz and Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham, patient there, has gained 4 places so far in this race. Devin Waltz, a bit wide for Jarrett Clark in the background. Has had a decent run so far, is up to 3rd. Riley Cranham, where does he make the move here? When does he make the move as well? We're on the penultimate lap of this race as Marco Gast is under investigation, and now that's a little bit worse for Marco Gast. He's now out of this race. There's another driver involved.
Pilipenko.
It's Mark Pilipenko. That will be the end of Pilipenko's World Championship.
I believe so, yeah. That may just tumble them outside of the cutoff to get into those superheats tomorrow. Here's a replay of how that happened. Oh dear, just getting tangled up, and the 2 Fusions are out of this race, and they won't be happy at all. Final lap board is out though, and look at this. Cranham's all over the rear bumper of Waltz. Who's going to take this win as they go into yellow flags? There'll be no overtaking permitted here as the incident tries to get cleaned up. I think the yellows have now been cleared, and now you're seeing the change again, but holding on to it, Devin Waltz, but nothing that Cranham can do right now.
He's had a warning flag as well. Riley Cranham does need to be a bit careful. Is there a switchback? No, he's not alongside coming out of the Fullerton S's. And yeah, it's going to be a good race to the end here.
Certainly will be. In towards the final section they go now. Larsu dives down the inside. Jarrett Clark trying to hold off Ian Crailing, but out of the final corner, checker flag's going to be out. It's going to go the way of Devin Waltz then across the line. The American takes his last win of the day. Bumps himself up in the order, but still sits outside the top 10 in the intermediate classification. Devin Waltz takes the win then from Riley Cranham, who does move up to 7th in the IC. Jarrett Clark finishing in 3rd place, helps himself out as well, but still outside that top 10. Ian Crailing does gain in the intermediate classification, but finishes that one outside the top 3 in P4. Boris Lyson, 6 places gained, has a great race, but there right at the end, a very unfortunate one. Roland Nagy out of the race on that very last lap. There's a look at your classifications at the end of that one. Devin Waltz from Riley Cranham, Jarrett Clark from Crailing, Lyson from Sharp, Slater from Christen, Cochet from Rousseau, Kelleher, Pokela, Edgar, Greek, and Muzelon rounding out to the top 15. Marcel Muzelon, 17 places gained. If I've ever seen a driver try to deploy a brand new set of slicks, it was in that race. And I think Marcelo Muzelon had deployed those. The same as Jacopo Martinez, another very important race there for the Italian, for the Kart Republic factory team. 16 places gained after a terrible qualifying for him. Fastawanado from Montero, Savalev from Sun Z, finishing in 21st place from Toby Gale, Liva Zengara from Evan Purcell, Simas Pachuska, Meryl Peldes, and Zhao Zijun, who rounds out the 27 finishes in that one. Multiple retirements, starting with Roland Nagy, Mark Pilipenko, Marco Gast, Edward Kennedy, Kenneth Fairhand in 32nd place. Nat Johnson and Maxim Bobajov, the non-starters in that race. But there on your screen, Devin Waltz, another superb race there. Gets a little bit of a congratulations there, but I think that was Ian Crailing just saying, well done, good race in that one. Here's the highlights from it. Down in towards turn number 1 initially. Great getaway for Crailing and Christen. This was the onboard view from Boris Lyson from the 11th spot of the grid, trying to push his way through, and again showing the physicality there right behind Alfie Slater, starting on that inside row at the beginning of that one. Later on in the racing then, you saw Daniel Kelleher trying to get the moves done early doors. Wasn't able to do so. Door very slammed closed from Boris Lyson. Then you had Christen starting to struggle at this point. This was the first lead change down the inside. Devin Waltz getting it past Ian Crailing. Crailing then slowly got swamped back into this one there you can see running slightly wide on the exit of hairpin number 2. Luke Cornder for the Forza Racing team not getting the getaway. And there was the moment for Illy Christian. Big sideways moment here. Too much curve on that one. Maybe a little contact there with another as well. Just putting him sideways, but still had a good result in that race. There was Boris Larsen getting the moves done further back in the field. That was the unfortunate moment where we lost the energy course, the Canadian Edward Kennedy. Yellow flags out for that one for a lap or two, while the marshals were quick on the scene to try and clear away that incident. A big shame to end your last race of the day. This was on board once again. Boris Larsen there. You can see Sharp going down the inside of Alfie Slater. Slater, big check over the shoulder just to try and see what the situation was behind. And then, unfortunately, the two Fusion drivers of Mark Pilapenko and Marco Gas getting caught up with each other. There again, big scary moments there as Riley Cranham started to attack on that final lap. Big sends over that rear bumper. How close could it be? But it would be Devon Waltz taking the win in his final race of the day, helping himself out, but like I say, still sits outside that top 10 in the intermediate classification. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our latest race winner, Devon Waltz. Whoa, Devon, that was a close one. Tricky conditions out there, a bit slippery?
Yeah, obviously it's going to be a bit slippery because the sun's going down, so the track's getting more slippier. So just had to push, but not over push to slide around too much.
And you've been having to deal with a lot of the home drivers across the course of today. You held off a very experienced driver around this circuit in the shape of Riley Cranham. Talk me through those last few laps.
Yeah, well, I was in the lead. I had a gap, and then, well, Riley was obviously had a trace of me, so it was obviously going to come. And so I looked over the last couple laps, and I saw him. He was coming. And then I looked over last lap, and I saw him. So I just had to defend and be smart with the moves I did.
It's been a great season for Forza Racing. I know there's been a lot of effort going into to preparing for this FIA Karting World Championship, and you're reaping the rewards of that effort. How proud are you of the team and the effort that's been put in?
Yeah, I'm obviously pleased. This is my first year in junior, and start year we're just trying to learn. And now I think I've made a huge improvement, and I'm very happy.
What will you do tonight? Looking over a lot more data, or are you just trying to relax ahead of the superheats tomorrow?
Well, obviously I'm going to look at data to see where I can improve to even spread the gap even more so I don't have to defend. And, yeah.
Who'd you like to thank for being here today? I know you got a lot of people watching back home.
Well, obviously I would like to thank my mom and dad for bringing me here and paying for this, and my team, Forza, for obviously giving me a good kart, and my mechanic Theo.
Fantastic stuff. Well, great to hear from our latest heat winner, Devon Waltz. Anthony, back up to you for the next race.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down there with Devon Waltz. Excellent to see. And like you say, Roman Kamiab at the moment still leading that one with one more race to go. And I think he might be secured with that one is Roman Kamiab. He's done a brilliant result over the course of this day. One more race coming up, though, and it is OK Junior qualifying heat C versus F that will be heading out for the last race of the day. Local time here is 6:10 in the afternoon, in the evening, I should say, here in Lincolnshire at the PF International Circuit. The sun is low in the sky, but the air temperature is still a lovely 20 degrees. And, well, there's a lot of cloud around in the background, but I'm going to say it's a beautiful blue sky out there. Right, let's take you through the starting lineup for this last race of the day. It's Mats van Ruin and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 1. Zach Green and James Anagnostiadis on row 2. They'll have Archie Lovett and Casper Reipold for company on row 3. Archie Owen and Iskander Sulfakari go from row 4. They'll have Scott Marsh and Alex Malota on row 5. Lev Krutilov and Endo Arata go from row 6. They'll have Henry Domain and Jagrat Titroja on row 7. Bautista Panetta and Ara Kanuin Osman round up row number 8. Paul Andriotis and Sebastian Mins go from row 9. They'll have Dean Pedersen and Dean Hugendorn on row number 10. Filippo Pancotti and Lewis Islin round up row number 11. Clark Kowalczak and Tamas Gender go from row 12. They'll have Marcel Sabu and Just Mulder on row 13. Matvey Duganov and Remy Samcek go from row 14. They'll have Florentine Hattemer and Ludovico Mazzola on row 15. Row 16 sees Filippo Sala and Charles Azetto. And it's Christian Ballandino and Victor de Alencar at the back of the grid. All 34 karts are out on circuit. There are race director Nigel Edwards sending the field round for their last formation lap to get those tyres up to temperature. Like we were saying, Kamyab at the moment has done a brilliant job so far this weekend. The driver of the 230 machine for the Ricky Flynn Motorsports outfit has certainly delivered and is looking to potentially start on that front row tomorrow. And the same for Noah Baglin. Now, we didn't get to catch up with him either. He quickly made a dive out of Parc Ferme after his last race. We were hoping to catch up with him, but he is looking to start on pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow as well. So Kamyab and Baglin at the moment looking very strong in their positions, but like we're saying, one more race to go. Let's find out for exactly who is going to be starting where, because we still could see a shuffle in the top 10 in the intermediate classifications. Drivers into the tram lines. Are we going racing? The answer to that is no. They are going round again one more time. And drivers will have another attempt to get temperature into those tyres, but Nigel Edwards not happy with the formation. Looked like just a little bit too spread out there in the whole of the pack. I think you can't really put that on one driver. I think that's a group effort on that one. Just drivers not formed up where they needed to be. Well, eyes on tomorrow. It's going to be a busy day, of course. We've got OKN out there for their third qualifying heats. We've got the juniors and the seniors superheats, of course, Superheat A and B tomorrow for both classes. We've got a few historic sessions out there as well. But of course, the main thing, the finals, and they start at around 2 o'clock tomorrow. And I'm not going to tempt fate, but I have looked at my weather forecast for tomorrow, and it says around 3 o'clock the start time for some precipitation tomorrow. So we could have dry superheats, and then come the finals, depending on what happens in the UK, we just don't know, because today, an absolutely beautiful day for racing. Tomorrow, for the finals for the 2024 World Championship, it could be under the clouds of Lincolnshire. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Are we going this time? We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a great start from the front row. Mats van Ruin holds on to the race lead, but there's a spin in the background and a driver off into the barriers. He's up and on his feet, which is good to see, but we'll try and figure out who the driver is who hasn't come round. But I can say, I think it was pretty high up in the order. As they head down now in towards hairpin number 1, there's drivers scrambling for position. And look at this, Zach Green to the lead. He takes it, and I was right. It was a driver high up in the order, because it was Archie Lovett for the Forza Racing team, the driver of the 234, out of this race. But I think he's tried to get that restarted, but yellow flags still out at turn number 1.
Also in trouble on this first lap, Just Mulder and Ramek Samcik. I think they had problems further round the banker before they reached the bridge. Bit of a bother there. You can see how slippery it is. The drivers have to work really, really hard now to generate any kind of a temperature and grip with the surface. End of lap number 1, Zach Green leads. Would be back into the top 6 in the intermediate classification if he can hold here. It's a decent spot as well. He would be on the inside of row number 2 for Superheat B. Mats van Rooyen doing nicely there as well in second place. It's James Alagnostiadis I think we need to keep an eye on in this race, Anthony, because his performance this afternoon has been fantastic. That's also fantastic from Jacob Ashcroft. Down the inside, takes second place.
Yep, he certainly does, as oh dear, into the pit lane, and that's certainly not a healthy way for a front nose cone to look. And yeah, that's a big oof there for Dean Pedersen out of this race. So that is a big shame for the driver from the USA. Eyes on these ones here, though, because, well, Zach Green's broken away. Ashcroft is still there, and there's a look at your intermediate classification. There is a little shuffle around, but it doesn't affect the top 5. Zach Green in the lead bumps himself up to 6th in the...
I have an option though, because James Anagnostiadis has just got down the inside of Mats van Ruin for 3rd place. So that's going to be some more points for the closest competitor to Zach Green. Below him in the IC at the moment. Here down the inside, that's one of the energies on the move. I think that's Lev Krutilov moving past Henry Domain. So Domain, who previously in the season was racing on the red, white and blue, is falling down. Oh, down the inside. Scott Marsh also moving up the order. That was a great move past Kasper Reipold for P7.
Reipold under pressure there. Zulfikari trying to go down the inside as well. So action happening all over the place here. But back up closer to the front, you can see that it's still close there for the top 4. Green, Ashcroft, Anagnostiadis and Mats van Ruin. Still the 4-car breakaway at the front here. There is a look at Zach Green in his race. Brilliant start for him. 2 places gained. Started this one P3, and it just shows that starting on that inside line always plays off, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And right now, Green's in a position where he'll be there again for his superheat tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. It's not fully in his control though, because the gap between Green and Anagnostiadis is now only 1 point. If Anagnostiadis finds a way through past Jacob Ashcroft, that will give the Australian that spot on the inside of row number 2, and then Green would change not only sides of row number 2, he'd change superheats as well. He'd go to 7th, that'd be into superheat A, and a grid slot of 4th.
So this is your battle for the race lead. 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Green, Ashcroft and Anagnostiadis. They're slowly starting to drop. Mats van Ruin, who is falling into the clutches of Lev Krutilov and Henry Domain just behind. We're always waiting to see a move here. We're going to try and see one there. Wow, Anagnostiadis trying to go down the inside. Gets his nose completely cut off there from Ashcroft, denying that chance to get through. Loses a lot of time because of that. It's a tricky move down the inside onto the banking, isn't it?
Very tricky. It's another one of those. You can kind of lean into it because you've got the the uphill gradient of the course, but it's one where the run to the apex tightens very quickly. There's a kart off on driver's left through the Bruno Ferrari S's. It might be Matvei Durganov. Matvei Durganov, yes it is. It's an edgy course that's not come through sector number 1. That is Durganov out of the race and may well be out of this World Championship, because remember there's about a 1/3 of the field that will not make it through to the super heats tomorrow. The scores will be tallied up after this race, after all of these heats through from the middle part of the day yesterday after time of qualifying. It's been a long programme for all 119 drivers who signed on at the start of the race weekend. It's not done yet for Zach Green either. He's still got the race lead, but he's not been able to drop Jacob Ashcroft or James Anagnostiadis. Henry Domain, new fastest lap of the race, 56.3.
Yeah, indeed, and look at these 3 here, nice and close. Here's Ashcroft, though, for the race lead. Green gives it up, but he gets the switch back and retakes the lead. So again, it's a good first attempt from Ashcroft, but now he's going to bring himself into the clutches once again of Anagnostiadis, who had already closed back in. But the one thing that these 3 do not want to do is allow Krutilov, Van Ruin and Domain to close in.
They don't, but I quite like that from Ashcroft. I think that's almost a little bit of a warning shot to Green to say, come on, Zach, right, let's pick the pace up if you've got anything, mate, because we've got a very fast 227 in the shape of James Anagnostiadis behind us. We're in a decent position. We don't want to lose it. 2 laps to go. More than 1.5 laps to go as we come off of the bridge on lap number 7. There's a move further behind. Was that Mats van Ruin down the inside? Yeah, good move to 4th.
It is a good move, but I don't think it's well timed because they were closing in on the 3 up ahead, and I think that's just scuppered any chances of them closing up to the top 3. And now, because they're battling, they would have been right on that rear bumper. Anagnostiadis now will go through into 2nd place. Ashcroft goes down to 3rd. The only thing is that's given them, these 3, the chance to go to battle here now. Green goes defensive, Anagnostiadis on the outside, they're 3 wide. Oh, and Ashcroft goes through. Superb racecraft from Jacob Ashcroft, times it to perfection.
Take a bow, Jacob Ashcroft. He started the heats with a race win. He's now 1 lap away from taking a 2nd haul of 50 intermediate points in the classification. The switchback, the reading of the sequence of play, absolutely brilliant from Jacob Ashcroft. It's changed things in terms of that battle for 6th in the IC. Anagnostiadis has got it now ahead of Green. Filippo Sala has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's made 12 positions up in this one to 19th. But Ashcroft is gone. What a way to finish your day. It's been up and down across the course of the weekend so far, and he's not done yet. Anagnostiadis is holding on to second place ahead of Green. Krutelov's there, Van Rooyen's there, Sulfikari wants some more points in all of this. Through on the final lap, Jacob Ashcroft. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant from the youngster for Energy Corsa. He finishes his heats with another win. James Anagnostiadis secures himself a spot on the inside of row number 2 for the Super Heat tomorrow. A brilliant day for the Australian. Zach Green home in third.
Certainly is. There he is on your screen then, heading down. It is Jacob Ashcroft who takes the win in this one. But let's see what happens. Anagnostiadis in second. Green in third from Krutelov. And the rest of the field. There you can see Mats van Rooyen as well in P5, Zulfikari in P6 from Marsh, Hugendorn from Rijpol, Domain from De Troja as well. Another good result for him also out there. There's a look at your full classification. Ashcroft from Anagnostiadis, Green from Krutelov, Van Rooyen from Zulfikari, Marsh, Hugendorn, Rijpol from Domain, De Troja from Mins, Malota from Endo, and Islin, who rounds out the top 15. Kowalczyk from Andriotti, Sala from Pancotti, Kara Osman from Panetta, Mazzola from Cebu, Jenna from Hattama. Then it's Blandino, Owen, De Alencar, Lovett, and Duganov rounding out the top 30. Duganov, the first of the retirements. Dean Pedersen, Just Mulder, Remy Samchek, and Zozetto rounding out the 34 kart grid for retirements in that race. Well, he started his qualifying heats on top with a win. He ends his qualifying heats with a win on top. And this is how it happened. The start of that race, Mats van Rooyen covering off there the advance from Jacob Ashcroft right at the beginning there. Archie Lovett, oh, a very scary moment there in towards turn 1. So quick, but there you can see just kisses that barrier. Those Maxxis tyres, the grip level in them was still high. Sideways there, just slowed him down enough to prevent a big hit into that wall. Then this is, you can see the Koski going defensive there in the early stages. Kasper Rijpol trying to hold on to that position, but down the inside would go the 2-1-6, pushing himself up in the order. Certainly not the way you'd see Henry Domain usually go, because it was very sideways into the braking zone, but still a good charge there nonetheless. Ashcroft holding on to that one. There was the unfortunate retirement for the 308 of Dean Pedersen from the United States of America. That front nose cone, not where the manufacturer intended it to be. Race continuing, though, as karts slowly started to pile up around the circuit. We still saw the advances all the way throughout. Lev Krutelov gaining those positions further down the order to get himself up into P4. The Ukrainian for the Energy Corps team certainly having a good run. That was Scott Marsh certainly showing his true colours of that Turney kart down the inside of Kasper Rijpol, saying thank you and moving up into another position. That was the last retirement of the race, the Energy Course of Matvey Duganov, and again, believing by that body language, could be a weekend over in the World Championships here at PF International. There was the first initial overtake for Jacob Ashcroft. Later, you would see more overtakes between the three of them. There you can see then later on that big send down the inside from Mats van Rooyen. That brought in Lev Krutelov. And then the battles really started to happen here. Anagnostiadis down the inside. He was able to get the switchback done on here. But then this moment here, round the outside, it was a bold move for Anagnostiadis. Green did a great job of keeping it on the track, but superb for Jacob Ashcroft. Got that kart down the inside of both of them. Here's another angle of it. Just absolutely superb timing. Brilliant kart control. And from that point, he had broken away from the rest of the field, leaving Anagnostiadis, Zach Green, to battle away with Lev Krutelov and the rest behind. But across the line, it would be Jacob Ashcroft taking another qualifying heat win. Like we say, he started his day with a win. He ends his day with a win as well. Well, the energy here at PF International simmers down, but for the last time, we'll head down to Parc Ferme, and our leader of the intermediate classifications is down there with Andrew Mather.
Well, the day has come to an end here at PF International, and it's been a bit of a long wait, but Roman Kamiab, you're on pole position for Super Heat A in OK Junior tomorrow. Fantastic day. You've come through at some really, really hard races. How happy are you?
I mean, I'm really happy. Today's been an awesome day. I've had really consistent heat results, 2 P1s and a P2.
How satisfying is it that, you've always been there or thereabouts across the course of the FIA Karting European Championship season, but to make the big breakthrough, to get one of those pole positions for a Super Heat at a World Championship, how special is that?
Well, I mean, it's really special because in all the FIA rounds, I've always had one bad heat, like a DNF or a penalty or disqualification or something. But now I finally managed to lock in all the good heats and not a bad one. So yeah.
Super Heat A will be your test tomorrow to kick off Sunday. How are we looking on tyres? Anything that you're going to be working on with setup overnight?
We'll probably talk about the setup tonight and go 2 new tyres for tomorrow because we have them. Yeah, I'll talk with the team manager. We'll try do something different for tomorrow. Try get a bit more pace.
And now you're P1, there's going to be a bit of a target on your back, I think, tomorrow, particularly being a home driver as well. How are you going to deal with that?
Well, I mean, I just have to keep consistent doing lap times and keep calm. I mean, it's really hard to drive away at this track. So, yeah, if I just stay at the front and keep my position, I think I'll be all right.
Fantastic stuff. Well, thank you for your time, Roman. I know you had to come back in to have a chat with us. Best of luck for tomorrow. Anthony, back up to you in the box as we look ahead to tomorrow.
We certainly do. Thank you so much, Andrew Mather, down there with our intermediate classifications leader, Roman Kamiab, at the end of that, the junior phase. And that brings us to the end of the Saturday here at PF International for this year's MotoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. Tomorrow starts relatively late on in the day, 10:30 for the OKN qualifying Heat 3 before they go into their final later on today. And then, of course, then we go into the Super Heats. You've got Super Heat A for Junior, Super Heat A for the senior categories. They will be starting at around 10:55 and 11:20. Then we go into the Super Heat Bs for Junior and Senior. They start at 11:50 and 12:15 tomorrow. And then after that, we have the presentation of all the classes. They will all be joining us on the front. That'll be starting at around 1 o'clock local time. And then from there, we go on to the final, starting with the OKN final, the juniors, and then the senior OK final, where we will crown a World Cup winner in the OKN and 2 world champions in OKJ and OK. It's going to be an absolutely superb day tomorrow. You can catch it all live here on YouTube and, of course, Facebook and everywhere else that you're watching it. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather, it's been an absolute delight to commentate for you over the course of this day here at the MotoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. From everyone here at the FIA and RGMC, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for finals day.